I don't mean are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic, episode 147. Just nice. No, also have 47. The 47th US president has lectured the whole of the world, basically the United Nations. In a very long 1 hour speech. No, largely I've listened to it. Largely it's about the status of affair in US and something like that. And then of course we have Zelenskyy. They're also meeting with his colleague, his fellow CIA colleague from Syria. Yeah, but then nobody want to listen to Zelenskyy speech, and also nobody want to listen to Netanyahu's speech. So a very eventful UN session, and there's also other things happening. I'm not sure if things are moving. Are you guys all talking? Can you guys hear me actually? Just to check. And yeah, 12, 19. Yeah, it should be. You guys, it should be. Yeah. Oh yeah. Then of course there is the freedom convoy, a new freedom convoy moving towards Gaza, and there is Spanish and Italian vessels protecting it. Israel continues to attack in Gaza, and yeah. So this DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple platform. On the main channel, the Defense Politics Asia channel, on the DPA Open Mic channel, the new one, and on YouTube, on DPA Open Mic channel on Rumble, on DPA Telegram, DPA Twitch, and DPA Twitter, which is X. So I'm gonna drop the link to join. It will be pinned in the Open Mic channel, the new Open Mic channel's live chat, as well as on Rumble's live chat and Twitch live chat. Hopefully for those that are watching on the main channel, if you haven't subscribed on the DPA Open Mic new channel, the new DPA Open Mic channel, subscribe over there, as we are trying to get to monetization level. Whether the YouTube want to let me monetize it is another story altogether, because there's always a chance that they will not. So give me a second, let me bring out my copy and paste. Okay, so yeah, so I've dropped it into the live chat of the YouTube DPA Open Mic YouTube channel. I've pinned it, and I drop it into Rumble, and I've pinned it, yeah, and of course, if you want to super chat to support the DPA Open Mic, the only way to super chat right now is on Rumble and on the Defense Politics Asia's stream. The Open Mic channel is not monetized, so we cannot monetize over. We cannot do any super chats over there. So yep. So that's. Yeah, I have paste everything already. So so let's chit chat. And yeah, there was some confusion regarding the stream timing. I apparently put the wrong 10 a.m. 10 o'clock. I wanted to do 10 p.m. Singapore time. For some unknown reason, I scheduled it as 10 a.m. Singapore time, and that caused some confusion. Some people have waited for the 10 a.m. Singapore time stream, and then I didn't appear. Yeah, and I have zero ideas until just now when I reached home. So I'm so sorry for those that were waiting for it. And yeah, that's the danger of scheduling. Sometimes things is very hard to predict. And like for now, like because I scheduled 10 p.m., I decided to delay 2 hours to 12 midnight in Singapore time, and I'm very, very tired right now. I took a nap just now, but what I needed was a sleep. So that's the main reason why I usually try not to schedule, because I cannot manage my time and energy level properly. Yep. So yeah. So oh yeah, I need to drop the link to join in the Open Mic lounges as well. Give me a second. Oh. if no one come to chit chat, then I'm just going to talk. I'm just going to monologue then. So Vaughn said he will be there in 15. Vaughn mentioned. Yeah. How long do someone asked, how long do I think the war will last? I actually did a very funny thing yesterday or today. I was using ChatGPT to calculate my 八字, or 八字 means my birthday, time, year, day, time, year, day, so month, and basically is your natal information, natal chart, and then so Chinese fortune telling, and the interesting thing about Chinese fortune telling is that you can actually calculate all sorts of things, and I asked it regarding geopolitics. It's interesting. They say that there's going to be a big clash, or might even be a regional war between potentially Russia and NATO or US-led country. So I don't want to go into the elements, and it might get very confusing. I just summarize it to it might be Russia and NATO. So that is for 2026. So there is a possibility of that. But then the war, they will not have conclusion for that war. The war will go on, I think, until 2029. I think. Super chat. 4-Tap God say shout out to Tony H. So Tony is one of our members on Telegram. Yeah, thank you for the super chat. And Johnny recently is actually pretty close. Yeah, the conclusion I remember is, let me pull up my ChatGPT window. I can't forget. I think it's around 2028 kind of thing. It's a very it's very interesting, and China, for those that who like China will become very strong by 2030. But it's not doing that well now, nor next year. United States will be stronger. United States will continue to do seemingly not bad until after Trump leave office, and then immediately they will go into some bad things. So let me scroll up and find. The U.S. fortune is going to be good now, and then strong in 2026, still stronger than China in 2027. And by 2028, China will gain advantage. And fortune for United States will drop. And then 2029, China will appear stronger. By 2030, United States will start to struggle to sustain its it will be very stretched, burdened. There is a lot of might be military commitments on economy, and China will press harder. And that is somewhat very interesting. And the China and Russia also may have certain conflict. For now, 2026 or for 2025, 26, 27, China and Russia will be aligned against the United States led thingy. And then it looks like the hidden friction between the two countries will start to emerge in 2028 between Russia and China. And then by 2029, the rivalry will start to become very clear, and China will assert dominance over Russia, and Russia will resist. And by 2030, it will be open competition between the two. But it will not be a war. I only asked it until 2030, so So this is all based on just elemental things. It's not like super detailed. Actually, can you guys hear me? I have been talking for so long, and I don't even know if you guys can hear me, and then like nobody says anything. It'll be so funny if you guys don't hear me and then I'm talking monologue all the way. Oh yeah, Reddit say yes. Okay, good. So okay, yeah. So Ukraine war, I asked who will win. I asked who will win. So what happened is that in 2026, neither will win. NATO seems to look stronger. Russia will push back, and then by 2028, the war will favor the power with more disciplined resource and large army. Possibly Russia might win, or do better. By 2029, there will be a sharp settlement. It will not be a total victory for either, according to this reading. He said that Ukraine may secure survival with border redrawn. Russia may claim territory, but at great cost, and the West will declare victory in preventing total Russian expansion. So it will be the kind of like, both sides will claim that they won, the kind of top type of situation. Which what I think I'm very surprised is how realistic, as in like, how pragmatic the readings is. And I have tested this reading, this ability by AI to read fortune, purely based on the Chinese elemental thingy. It's been quite accurate. So yeah. So yeah, 20. So again, 2025 is this year will be a testing year. There will be there will be proxy conflicts and offensives. 2026 there will be a escalation by the NATO side. Then the NATO Russia confrontation will sharpen. 2027 the focus will shift towards rebuilding and diplomacy and entrenchment, but it will look like a war of endurance. So back to attrition. By 2028, the war will have a clear front with heavy casualties, but neither will collapse. It will become a frozen conflict. And 2029, there will be a forced settlement. So looks like the war will, if this is true, then the war will drag on for much longer. So that's what. And I also asked regarding geopolitics. Looks like Taiwan will survive for now. For the next few years. And what else? So they also reads that okay, but there's a super chat on Rumble. Let me put it up. So this is oops, give me a second. So Beto Sida say this AI is drunk or on drugs. AI is always drunk. But no, this is just like I just testing it to read fortune, and it's actually much more accurate than those feng shui masters, because it's very consistent. Feng shui masters, sometimes they don't know what they're talking about. Then they just make shit up. So they did mention that from 2024 all the way to 2043 is the so-called the fire era. So in this fire era, the China, despite this so-called earth matter power, they need fire. They will start to project outwards all the way to 2043. So we're gonna see so China to be a more outward-ish. The word they say is called expansion, but it's not expansion per se. It's probably like more involved in foreign diplomacy, influence and stuff. So it's interesting. So 2026, there will not be it's not going to be a decisive year for Taiwan. There will be strong naval and military posturing. There might be some possible flashpoint incidents in South China Sea or Taiwan, but no full invasions. Middle East, there might be a spillover from the Ukraine war, might be related to Iran versus Israel and Arab allies or United States. So 2020, and this sounds really credible because like Iran situation is now getting worse. Yeah, that's one of the another big news. The sanctions start to ramp up again on Iran. Johari say, why it seems like in the EU there's a raised sense of nationalism and war fatigue. Do you think there's going to be change in EU government coming? Actually, I should ask the AI, right? It seems very difficult. Like you look at the elections, in France, in Germany, if the big powers in the EU like France, Germany don't change course, then EU is very hard to change course. You need the big players, the very big players. You need Germany and France to take the lead in the change. Then you will see real change. But if France and Germany continues to be led by the liberals or the left wing or the crazies, it's going to be difficult. What Dookie Duns asked about Singapore flooded with Russian oil. Yeah, probably true, So probably true. But yeah, I mean, business is business, Singapore. 2026, there will be the clash between Russia and US NATO support. So 2025 is a hidden build-up. So 2026 it will burst openly. So this really rhymes with the developments recently. Like even Lavrov is saying openly that EU is now at war with Russia. So like, hi Gabriel.
Hi Wyatt. I see that you are left alone with the AI.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time reading my fortune through the Chinese fortune telling with the AI, and it's insanely accurate. So I have to give it
Holy fuck.
It's insanely accurate. It reads about my life, my year, about my marriage, my wife, oh my god, freaking hell, it's super accurate. My struggles, yeah, it's insane. So the mystics, all these mystic metaphysic things, right? As much as like, especially if you're a Christian, right? You wouldn't believe in this kind of thing. But my best friend who is Christian, who was very into Christianity, is addicted to this Chinese fortune telling as well, because he realized it's so freaking accurate. Then, so that's quite insane. And it used to be very difficult. You need to get the masters to read for you. Then after that, we found online tools from China websites. They have these calculators. So, but then it's very cryptic because the way they talk is like talk about elements and everything that you don't really understand fully. Now with the AI, it basically interprets it for you. It's insane. I don't know how they manage to train the AI in these kind of things. Basically, I don't even need to go to those.
What information do you have to give it? What information do you have to give it? So
only your birthday, and if
your birthday. Will be so it's like on the. Accurate. So it's like on the Chinese horoscope.
Yeah, I mean what we know is the zodiac, right? The 12 animals, but if you go into detail, there's actually a lot more than that. There's actually elements as well, elements and animals, and that is for every single number. So the year, month, day, and time. So that's why it's called 八字. 八字is 8 characters. The 8 characters means that there will be 4 elements and 4 animals. So
the 8 characters are the trigrams of the book of mutations, or is it other characters? Like the 3 lines? Are those the 8 characters?
It's just your birthday.
Or is it
birthday? It's just a year,
okay.
Birth year, birthday, birth month, and birth time. Because these 4 each have an animal and an element. So which is why there's 8 characters. So based on this, they can read your whole life. And it's quite insane. It's quite insane that because it's a bit like horoscope. You know horoscope also.
Yeah. I know.
Horoscope that we know is the sun sign, right? But the thing that if you go into the natal chart, you actually have a sign for every single planet. There's there's a moon sign, there's a sun sign, and that is
and the houses and all of that. The
That is
houses,
that's so
and
complicated for me as well. That's also
yeah,
insanely complicated,
it's a
but
whole
also accurate,
rabbit hole,
and it's also very
and
accurate. Natal chart is accurate.
it it can get pretty accurate. Yes. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of systematic um, like accumulation of knowledge throughout, I don't know, centuries or millennia, that they've been putting into these systems that are basically like time measuring systems, right? Before there was, you could check the internet to see what day it was. You had very sophisticated systems of charting time with stars and seasons, and yeah, and so that's been systematized into um, different forms of mythology, which is like archetypal symbols. But yeah, it's interesting that I was wondering how it works, because I can't remember exactly how the Chinese horoscope works. I remember that each animal has has its own element, right? So you have like depending, I don't know, it every 12 years, right? The animal repeats,
Yes,
and
correct.
it's every 12 years it's a different element. So like you have a metal dragon, or fire
Yeah,
dragon, or
there's five elements,
wooden.
so 5 times 12, so you'll be like 60
Yeah.
variations. So it's a huge cycle. And you know the insane thing is, the I was asking it for about the years. They basically so I was asking, I was going through my life, because I was checking how accurate it is. I was going through my past 8 years and 9 years of my fortune, and then I was talking about the COVID year. Yeah, I mentioned, oh, my mother-in-law died, in one of the year.
Oh, I'm so
And
sorry.
then, yeah, so it's because of COVID. And then the interest, that was like 2021, I think. And then he said, the II said that, oh, 2021, that's actually written in the notes, that's the fate as well, because in that year.
Did White freeze?
Yeah, he froze. I thought it was
He
me.
froze. Yeah,
Wyatt,
he
you're
froze.
frozen. I don't know
Damn.
if you can hear us, but
It's the first time I see him froze.
yeah, something happened. He was
But
telling too much.
yeah.
He was
But do
saying
you
too
believe
much.
in that? Do you believe in fortune telling and stuff?
No, like well, if I believe or not is irrelevant, because fortune telling is a thing that people do all the time with relative rates of accuracy, right? So um, I do I have observed that there are like there are high degrees of accuracy in fortune telling
I'm back. I'm
through
back.
randomized systems. You're back, Wyatt.
Yeah, my internet suddenly like refreshed, like it totally stopped the internet, and then like it came back. Yeah, CIA. So so I
Yeah,
so I,
you're saying too much. Go on. Sorry.
yeah, I was revealing the secrets of the heavens. There's
Of the
actually,
universe. Yeah.
you cut down your life, actually. In Chinese mythology. So no, I was saying that
Oh,
year,
really?
right? The year, there was a character for the year, which represents illness and sickness, and that's for the whole year. So it explains, that's why, it just happened to be COVID, and then the whole world suffers a lot of death, particularly the old people. That's what it says. It's like, yeah, okay. Then I was like, okay, I always believe half. Like, Christianity, I believe half. No, Islam, I believe very little. But it's related to Christianity. Buddhism, I believe half. Hinduism, believe half. So this kind of fortune telling, I like to only believe half. But sometimes it's just insanely accurate, and it's okay. I just want to like step back and then.
And why Islam is a
Take a
little
deep
bit,
breath.
but the Christianity is a half. I want to understand now. I'm intrigued.
By what thing? Sorry
Well,
again.
to answer to what you were saying, to what you asked, Nika, to be straightforward, um, it depends on what you ask. Okay, so like if you ask in abstract terms, then the information that random that some randomized system can give you can be very accurate because you will associate it by symbolism. But if you want to ask like very precise things, it's gonna fail.
Yeah. So that is the bar, you set for fortune telling. Like it cannot be like Nostradamus kind of thing. Like they just write some very random stuff, and then they will just use it to explain every single thing. It's just that every single generation of Christianity think that they are the generation that is going to face the Armageddon. But after
Yeah.
World War One, World War Two, we are still here. We're still here. So if it's very vague,
since the fall of the Roman Empire, or
The
or
question, Wyatt, you didn't answer me. You
Sorry,
said I believe Buddhism in half. I believe half in Christianity, but Islam is a bit. Then
that's
why
me.
is
That's
not
me.
half? Yeah, I know. Why is not half? Just I'm intrigued.
Well, you mean why?
yeah.
The mainly because Islam and Christianity and Judaism, they're all actually one strain. They are actually the same religion. Essentially, it's the same God by right. So it's just that it just branch out further and further and further away, and being the newest religion, of course, I have a lesser trust. That's all. But
But if you
Christianity,
see,
the thing is that
if you
Christianity
see,
that they have very strong Bible. The Bible have very strong historical records and and referencing. But the thing is, the Bible that we see today is also put up together by the Romans. So I cannot just believe outright. It might not actually be what Jesus was teaching. So the thing is, I can only believe half. Yeah, so the thing is, Islam comes after. Then it's going to be even more and
no,
more
but
watered down.
if you see theologically, Islam and Judaism are more close
Yeah,
than the Christianity. That's the issue.
correct.
You
Yeah,
understand? Because
to me, it doesn't matter in the sense that, for me, religion, as long as it bring peace to people, that's fine. No,
yeah,
if it teach good value, that's all. No, so for me, it's like it doesn't matter. It's Buddhism,
but
Hinduism,
some people
Taoism, whatnot.
kill, some people torture, and others bring them peace. You
Yeah, then
understand?
too bad. Yeah,
Yeah.
like
But
yeah.
it's a relative thing. So this is the thing. Religion is
So so
setting like yeah.
So which is why it's 50%. You see, most of the major religions have this part of violent side. Where even Hinduism, they have this fight with the evil. But the thing is, who knows the evil are because it's like 3,000 years ago or what? They have this crazy big battles and between good and evil. Then who knows the evil is actually just another race, and then people also suffer. Then the Christians, they have the Crusades, which is just a lot of criminals using it as an excuse to wash away their sins, and then you, of course, Islam also have gone through its own military conquest. It's the same. That's why it's always 50%. Buddhism is a bit lesser. There is, of course, nowadays there's this modern extreme Buddhist in Myanmar, but then there is just criminals weaponizing the religion because religion is very powerful in the country. But Buddhist doesn't
but
mean that you're Buddhist. That means you are like pure and totally don't sin.
wasn't the Japanese invasion
Oh yeah,
mostly Buddhist?
Japanese Buddhism is a bit different. They are actually a mix between their Shintoism, which is their local
Shintoism,
folk religion,
yeah.
with Buddhism. So it's like a mix. So the thing is, it doesn't matter. It's like then it doesn't matter because if the people who the most of the people are just pure innocent people. No, it doesn't matter which religion they were born into. They will be good people, regardless of what religion they're born into. But the thing is, the religion doesn't guide people 100% to like. The people will use religion as a excuse, to do bad things. That's what I mean. So as such, there is no religion that is,
There's
to me, that's all powerful, that is able to mold people into pureness. But it's still, humans are humans. Hi, Vaughn.
Hey, I just wanted to say right off the bat,
I'm sorry that you waited for the
I
stream.
know. I was okay. It allowed me to get points on the comment board ahead of people like Bridget and shit. you know, so I could lead early on. Yeah, I just wanted to pump the brakes here because I know Nick is obsessed with, dare I say, the love of his life, Benjamin Netanyahu. I feel like
I'm not obsessed with him, man. No,
you
no,
know,
no.
I'm just giving you shit, man. Really did like what
It's
the UN
okay.
did the other day. I liked watching him talk to an empty hall of people. That was kind of funny. I thought it was kind of neat that he brought notes and pictures so that you could understand, like, I guess what a genocide is or isn't.
I loved it. I loved
I
it.
mean, I saw a book the other day at Barnes and Noble. It was called Genocide for Dummies, and I think they got a Cliff Notes version too if you can't read too much. So I appreciate that Netanyahu clarified that all for us, that everything he's doing is right, and those people that walked out are all, you know, misled and confused. And
terrorists.
Yeah, and terrorists. You know, and the other thing that really, you know, chaps my ass, you know, I'm hearing them cry about, you know, these strikes in Ukraine. And they're like, oh, you know, some people died there. You know, there's some kids died, or mom died, or you know, this dog died, and they rescued a cat somehow. But they don't ever say shit, you know. And they talk about like that's the end of the world. But then you go watch like a whole block at Gaza just disappear in like a puff of smoke.
But they are not human.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying,
you
it's
understand. He was talking about a human.
It's just
Those
getting
guys are
really
nuts.
annoying when they sit there and they obsess about Russia and what they say Russia's doing, and you literally have someone doing the exact same thing but worse because they're not even like trying to die.
That's why I was pissed. That's why I was pissed toward the European in their hypocrisy, the Western hypocrisy, as usual. The things that Russia did is like 1 of a million smaller than what Netanyahu is doing now. And you see the sanctions and the embargo and everything. And until now, just don't cut your mic because there's a lot of noise. Sorry. But you see now if the things that after 2 years of horrors, and we barely moving from European side. It's crazy. It's crazy. And you know what was Netanyahu, what he ordered his army to do while he was doing the speech. They set up the speakers and the inside Gaza and in the corridors, so the Gazans hear Netanyahu threatened them, and it's like it's not nothing related to like the mustache man. Nothing.
But he speak in English. How are they supposed to understand? Unless
They
you speak in
understand
Arabic,
a lot
you know,
of a lot of Gazan are educated, man. The literacy in Gaza is like
no, it's not literacy. I mean, as in the language.
I know.
It's a language.
I know.
Like for example, I
But
saw a
it's-
video, the traveling video into West Bank. A lot of the Palestinians, especially maybe not the youngest one, but the middle ages, and you know, their English is very bad. So you know, so if you speak in English to the big crowd, you know, especially those children who have never managed to go to school, you know, because of all the fighting, how the hell they understand what the hell he's saying? Unless
Well,
there is
you
a
know,
live translation to
You know,
Arab.
maybe the
Arabic.
Gazans, if you all start learning English, but learn like English, like a Southern dialect, and then you could trick a future American administration. Oh my God, we got to go save them Americans over there. Maybe that's how it works out.
But
yeah,
even
that's a super chat.
Americans,
Well, you
Yeah.
know, we're in the process of a change. I think you can agree that there is
yes,
a tide turning in the United States, maybe not as fast or as great as the people think, and definitely there's a tide turning worldwide, which is probably a good thing because there's some evil that needs to be put in check.
no, it's a big tide. It's a
Hopefully,
big
the
tide.
process of checking evil
but
is beginning.
So
It
just
needs
a
to
shout super chat by 4 Tap got shout out Vaughn. Yeah.
but
Hey,
that,
thank
that
you for the
change,
super chat, like, subscribe, and share, and please support Wyatt on Patreon by becoming a member of the DPA Army.
But the change need to get up for in the power ladder, and it will take time. That's normal, but hopefully it is changing because everyone is fed up of the lies that everyone was telling, and the uh, and the fact that they
I
are.
think a lot of people are just fed up with the fact that it's the same fucking story every few years between both sides. No one figures it out. No one gets a peace deal. A whole bunch of people get slaughtered every couple years. The whole area gets flattened and destroyed depending on what area they want to go into or wherever the fighting started. I think that's a lot of it too. I think people are just literally sick and tired of one country to a large extent causing problems and smaller countries that don't know how to deal with it getting wrapped up in things they probably shouldn't have got involved in or lured into, and a few countries left that are trying to make their own way, but it looks like the powers that be are stacked against them. I mean, I think that's part of it too. I think a lot of people are just sick and tired of the, and I'm not blaming the Arabs or the Palestinians, and I will blame the Israel Zionist government to a large extent, but I mean, they've created this situation. The situation was already there because, obviously the ancient historical tie, history of that whole area, but still it's like it's exacerbated. It never ends, and I think people are just sick and tired of turning on the news and seeing hostages or kids blowing up or whatever, I mean, I think they're just sick and tired of it. And the big boys in the area, they have all these grand words, but they never fucking get shit solved. I mean, even Trump, we're going to turn it into Gaza Vegas, whatever. Yeah, sounds great. It sounds like it would be an awesome deal, but pretty sure it's not going to happen because there's too many parties that don't want it to happen, and they're the ones that are pulling the strings. They got the connections. So, I think that's part of it too. I mean, people see the injustice. People just are tired of it because it never goes away. I mean, like I said, as long as I can remember, there's always been a problem in that area, and no one ever fixes it. And there's been a cajillion peace deals and, understandings, and, how many leaders have come and gone through that whole area from, North Africa all the way over to Iraq. How many times have people been swapped in and out of there in the last 100 years, let's say? I mean, I think that's a lot of it too. And it's so blatant now that with cameras and everyone being able to see and watch shit live or right afterwards, I think people are just tired of it. But the problem is the belligerents are the ones that aren't tired of it. So they want to keep it going because they got bigger, better plans,
Yeah, I guess there's I get the impression that there's probably two explanations because it doesn't make sense, right? It like they invest so much money in Hasbara and propaganda, whitewashing, and they have done for many years. So like it doesn't make sense that they would throw that all away so recklessly. And yeah, like all the most leftists and communists, socialists, they try to explain it away, like saying that that's settler colonialism and capitalism are like that, white supremacy, and they blame all that, but still it doesn't make sense. I mean, it's not materially convenient to, like, in a profiteering sense, to do that. So like the only two explanations for me is either you want to, like, it's just petty politics, like the banality of evil, that Netanyahu just wants to save his skin, and the Israeli population is so brainwashed and stupid that they just go along with it with their like ethnic hatred. Like they can't recognize what's going on, and they just like they get blinded by the Palestinians and they're okay with whatever happens over there, or it's a flex. They're actually flexing on the world. It's like a ritual humiliation of the entire world, especially the United States. Because the United States is being like bitch slapped all around by the Israelis in all sorts of ways. Biden and then Trump, like they say something and then Netanyahu just goes ahead and does the opposite, and they have to save face like, oh, they're still our best allies, we support them, and so, and to the rest of the world in the sense that, like, yeah, you don't like seeing mangled children, here you go. And so that's like the two explanations.
This is what
ideologically driven, zealotry that wants to flex its diplomatic immunity on the entire world.
You know what? I think you're right about
politics.
Because somebody was talking about that yesterday about how, I mean, granted, I don't know, maybe the United States and Russia and China, but then again, they don't act out so much like Israel does. They may do things that, Trump, oh, that's petty, but in the geopolitics scheme of things, it's not really petty. But shit, I lost my train of thought. I think you're right though about the flex. I think Israel, especially Netanyahu and that particular regime right now, I think they really do get off on defying the superpowers. And they say that they're not running America, but then they go bomb Qatar or do things that, right in the middle. I mean, I don't know what kind of negotiations were going on, and I've heard a lot of stories, but it seems to me like that was a neutral area where people would go and talk and try to get something going, not a place like, Iraq where, maybe you get smoked, maybe you get ambushed, maybe nothing happens. It could seem like Qatar is kind of like the zone where you go. And they basically ruined that. They ruined Qatar's reputation. Now they're not a safe haven for negotiations, so that screws their position. And it embarrasses everybody else because it's like, hey, you're our ally, and this guy is our friend too. Just came over and punched you in the face. And I don't even think that the NATO aircraft that were there actually assisted in the attack. I think they actually scrambled those aircraft to get them off the ground so that they wouldn't get damaged with an attack and come into the airbase.
Yeah, just in case. We don't know where the shot is going, so we'll take them out of the way just in case. Don't want our best ally to destroy our aircraft.
I agree with Von. The Taliban deal that America did it. They did it in Qatar. So Qatar was a very good place, like a neutral place for everyone to meet there. As Von said, it was a place that even the Israelis. I keep telling this: the Israelis and the Americans asked Qatar to have Hamas there so they can negotiate because they know it's an ally. This is the crazy thing. That's the thing. Going back to what Gabriel was saying, it's not only the government, it's the population. When you have a population that believe they are human, they are the only human, and everyone else is a subhuman species, and this is reality. It's not. I'm not talking about theory. For example, even the protests against Netanyahu. It's not because there's Palestinian dying. They want their 20, 30 people back. They don't care about the thousands. That's the reality. They don't give a fuck about anyone else dying because they have that mentality. They are the human being, and everyone else is a subhuman being who was there to You wanted to say something, right?
Oh, I would balance it, but they say that no, the two sides have been fighting for a long time, right? No, they hate
No, it's not. It's not. You can fight with someone. You can fight with someone, but
they wouldn't have compassion for the Palestinians. That's what I'm trying to say. Like they will protest for their own, but it's not like they are the other side. Someone dying is maybe it's Germans, French, like people that they can still respect. They don't respect the Palestinians because they are enemies, and the Palestinians also don't respect the Israelis because they are enemies. So I think it goes both sides. Like
even in war,
will cry over dead Jews. So
even in wars, for example, you see a lot of people sometimes respect the opponent and give them like their credit because they are fighting in there.
Yeah, but
you don't,
man. These two
No,
don't.
no, it's not because if you open the Arab media, for example, everyone I listen to Arab media, a lot of Arab media. I don't feel that hatred, that denigrating language, because if you see Jewish media, it's like panels in TV, man. They are talking about them like they're cattle. It's not
Well, I
even
mean, I think that's another
human.
thing too with Israel since October 7th. You know, that was a horrible attack. A lot of people died. You know, there's legit questions about the attack and how it went down and what happened. But you know, I really wonder about these anti-Netanyahu protests. Are they really as strong as they say? Because every now and then you'll see a video and they'll say, "Oh, there's hundreds of thousands of people," and it's like I'm just not seeing it.
They are not. They are
It
not.
doesn't.
They are not.
If there are, it must be people just posting old videos. Like I'm thinking some of that stuff was pre-October 7th because the crowds were big back then, and then everything happened.
They were Vaughn. They were more preoccupied about their democracy than what's happening to Gaza, than the killing and the atrocities.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, the thing is, we've all seen the interviews and the videos of like Israelis being absolute retards, you know, with respect to understanding of their position with regards to the rest of the world, not just towards Palestinians, like towards the USA, towards the Europeans, towards the Christians.
Exactly. Yeah.
The thing is,
you don't see
similar.
One thing, Gabriel, you will never see a Muslim Arab spitting on a Christian or a Jew inside an Arab country. You'll never see that. That's
yeah, you just
impossible.
throw us off the roof. No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
No,
there's the conservative
it's similar. It's similar to
sex.
No,
culture,
but
right?
it's similar to when the Japanese invaded Asia, right? It was very similar. They had this perspective on their neighboring nations that didn't place them at the same level. It's not necessarily that there was an ancient conflict going on for millions of years. It was an ideological brainwashing that the soldiers had, that the population had when they were deployed into war.
That was different.
And with the Israelis,
well, just real quick,
I think that was different.
I think on this whole October 7th thing is the Israel really overplayed its hand. And I think the biggest problem with that is you had politicians going on TV saying absolutely insanely brutal, horrific things and jumping up and down and people acting very happy when things were getting bombed and saying bomb more and all that. And I mean, even after 9/11, I don't remember seeing any American.
Vaughn,
hold up.
I literally one thing. I literally heard a commentator on a reporter who said, "I cannot sleep if I don't see any Palestinian building drop."
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like that kind of shit goes out across the world, and people are like, like the defense minister, Gavir, whatever, he says all this just crazy ass. Like I said, I mean, I think after 9/11, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I don't remember seeing news people or pundits or even government people saying, we're going to kill everyone. We're going to, bomb. Bush said, they're going to hear from us, but that's not like, rubbing his hands together. I can't wait to bomb the hospital, I mean, these people obsess about it, and it's very, unseemly, doesn't really do it justice. But I think that's another thing that's really turned a lot of people off is just the bloodlust. And then, they just can't control themselves on TV. They get into a debate with somebody that doesn't agree with their point of view, and the next thing you know, it's some of the most disgusting, petty shit you've ever seen. And I think that's, Israel's done a lot to hurt its reputation around the world and make people really take another look, maybe this time for real, about what they're doing. And maybe at some point this will be sorted out and some people will be put in check. But, at least the tide is turning, and there's definitely momentum to people noticing what's going on and who's making the problems and causing the problems.
You know what? Why? Because before They cared about what people see them, how they see them. And after the 7th of October, they said, "Oh, now we can do whatever we want." And they started, and they saw the people like turning against them, and they don't care anymore. So what was hidden before is now like uh, discussed in a plain, in an open way. You understand? All that hatred was there. We heard it like it wasn't like as blatant as now, because it was on the ground. It was the deeds was on the ground. People were speaking it, but it wasn't like something frown about. It wasn't something like the people, politicians and reporters were like competing. Who's been more atrocious?
Exactly. I mean, it was like you watch some of these panels and they're all sitting around like, you know, one guy would say something outrageous and the one lady would be bouncing her chair, clapping, and then she'd say something even crazier than the next guy. Oh, that's hold my beer. I got one even worse. It was like a competition. And I really do think that either they don't care or people just assume that stuff wouldn't get the traction it got. But yeah, I kind of feel like they don't really care what people say anymore because you know, right now they're probably punch drunk on all the success they've had. They knocked out Syria. They've, you know, neutered Iran for the time being. Iraq's not a problem for them. Egypt, you know, there's people trying to say they're going to go to war with Turkey. That's horse shit, you know.
I don't think so. It's not now.
I think it's just people fantasizing that there's some rift between Turkey and Israel that they're going to suddenly open up into open war. But you know what I mean? It's just like there's so much crazy shit going on around there. And it feels like the Israelis are more than happy just to let it spin out of control because they always have an out. You know, no matter what happens, you know, we'll come and save them. So they they feel like they can act as recklessly and crazily as they want because, you know, they've got the U.S. backing them straight up. And I'm sure there's a few European countries that are still or will do it just because they get told to do it. But it was nice to see a lot of people walk out yesterday and him talk to him.
You know who didn't? You know who didn't walk out? Al-Jew-Lani. He was there very attentively listening to what his master was saying.
How the fuck does that motherfucker get in the country, but they don't let like elected Palestinian government people in the country? I mean, that guy literally was a paid killer for the U.S. in Syria. Now he's the fucking. He's in the UN.
What U.S. are doing in Syria? What U.S. are doing in Syria in the first place?
Oh, I know.
Come on, man.
Well, you know, we had to go there because the Russians were there, and you know, we can't let the Russians just run around
so you accept that? You accept that? So you accept that?
Yeah, of course.
No, but
everyone knows that. No, but to real point. What Vaughn was talking about of how they lost support from the world, how the UN walked away massively. I think it's interesting to see that actually, in some sense, empowers them, because, like, as they had a certain level of consensus around their like right to exist and, you know, yada yada, Holocaust and all of that, there was a certain status quo that supported them. And as that status quo starts falling apart, that scaffolding of the like international community consensus starts collapsing around them. You know, they see what is like the bottom line of their actual support. You know, like how far is the U.S. willing to save face for them, to give them diplomatic protection, and also Britain and also Germany and France. And so, even as they make these statements about recognizing Palestine, that's bullshit. That's face saving. But their support, they're seeing in real time as the collective consensus on their legitimacy collapses. The pillars, the bulwarks that support them, are proving to be unmovable. There's nothing they can do that will take away their fundamental support, and so that's why they can just keep on going, and even go even more crazy, because they're seeing how it doesn't matter. Like, the real support is going to be there no matter what, ironclad, like Biden said, right?
Yeah. And the other thing too, though.
One thing. Remember
like,
one
just
thing.
real quick. Just like if you go across all the social media platforms, I mean, Israel knows it's losing this PR battle because every single place you can drop ads on Facebook or YouTube or anything, you know, learn Hebrew, learn the Shabbat, you know, practice these basic Jewish customs so you can be more in tune with your Judeo-Christian. I mean, every possible scam you can think of to have an ad on Facebook or whatever that's somehow positive for Israel. It's everywhere. It's just ridiculous how, and there's only one reason they're doing it. They know people are tired of their bullshit and people aren't supporting them anymore. So now they're trying to come back with these, you know, get connected to your past, you know, reconnect with your Christian history, you know, come to the Holy Land. It's like, they know they're losing people. And like in the United States, the Generation Z, which is the youngest, is probably going to be pretty anti-Israel. And there are a lot of other people in the Super Chat.
Super chat by 4Tap Gods. Gabriel, this is the nexus event of the rising two superpowers, harbingers of the storm.
Yeah, but I was just going to say though, but I mean, they know they're losing this battle because I would love to see how much billions of dollars Israel's spending around the world right now trying to drop positive PR ads, you know, for, like I said, it could be the most minute thing, like, oh, do you like dreidels? Well, here, order these dreidels made by Israelis. You know, any way they can try to reconnect with you in a positive way is what they're trying to do right now. And it's pretty pathetic. I mean, it's gotten to the point where I just report all the ads as misinformation because, you know, it's annoying.
Fuck yeah, Vaughn.
I was going to point something is that if you have a state that bump another state because one of the reasons, for example, remember guys when they hit Qatar, you know what happened that day? 10 Israelis were killed, 6 soldiers and 4 settlers, and it was a catastrophe for Netanyahu. So what to do? It was the perfect timing for him to. I don't like say it's not, but he would have done something else. But imagine it's like to run out of your internal issues, you bomb another country or you do a catastrophe or you begin a war.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of worried too because, you know, it looks like Iran is rebuilding some sites. I mean, that's the claim. I don't know. For all I know, they're just clearing out the debris, you know. I'm sure they have other places that no one even knows about that they can do stuff. So maybe this whole thing with them rebuilding is BS. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of worried too because it's like a lot. You know, it seems like Iran round 2 might be coming before the end of the year.
No, I said it before.
Iran's
like
trying to lay
months.
low, I think, and Israel and other people are trying to find a way to get back in there again, you know, for another round.
I said it before months. It will be 2.0. 100% sure there will be a hit to Iran because they didn't like achieve what they thought they achieved, but they burned a lot of cards. All they thought that the hit they did it is a killer, but it didn't. It did a lot of hurt, but not that much, you know. And this is what will lead to a second because Netanyahu will always an excuse for another war, but there is Iran always giving that excuse, you know. He can use always the Iran excuse.
And I don't even know what kind of help they're getting right now, rebuilding their air defense or any kind of military. And even if we're getting help, I don't even know if it's going to be fast enough or time enough to stop another round.
They got like for a quick like stopgap measure. They have I think it's Su-29 or it's an old airplane. It's like an F-16.
They got the MiG-29s.
MiG-29s just a stopgap measure because they know how to fly them. But they have teams who are training on the Su-34. I think excuse my number, my messing number, and they are training on the S-400s. Because they agree to Russians agree to send them, and they are training them, but it will take too much time, as you know.
Yeah, I mean, they might be better off just shipping all their aircraft off to some safe spot and let this ride it out. Take the hit.
Plus, they reorganized their leadership and they increased their coordination. They rooted out a lot of spies and stuff like this. So they are doing things. I don't know if it's like it will help a lot or it will help a bit, but it's better than nothing. I mean,
it will be interesting to see if there's a round two, how effective
100%.
Mossad is inside Iran again. Like, are they going to be able to replicate the first attack where they were able to, hit certain people or take out key sites, or is this purge of the spies and the purge of non-Iranians going to be enough to get these people out of there? I mean, I would imagine right now there's probably not a lot of Israeli spies laying low in Iran. They probably either got out or they're dead. So
you can be sure that Mossad is going to have some tricks up their sleeve, because that's their whole thing. But also that beyond that, there's like a mathematical ratio of productivity and strategic depth. That is unvulnerable. Like that is it's uncheatable, and that's what we saw with the first round. So the most likely scenario is that there's going to be a shock and awe, some like secretive, secret ops maneuver that the Israelis pull off. But I don't think that after the first one, I don't think it's going to be any form of devastating like decapitation strike. That's what they tried to do in the first place, and it's not really going to work out, because any nation that is part of the resistance has that inevitably 100% baked into the cake. They have a redundancy system in the leadership that is going to keep them going in spite losses of head figures. And yeah, Iran is.
Remember, guys. Sorry, Gabriel. Remember, guys, when the Ukrainians hit the airfields and had the bombs? I said it's a one way. It's a one hit. It would be difficult, very difficult to repeat, because they burned all those cars when they hit. And if it wasn't like overwhelming, we don't see the war stopping or the war like the Russian decreasing their effort. It was a very big PR that did a lot of damage, but not that much.
Yeah,
but it's the same thing. It's the same thing.
It was a lot of reputational damage. It definitely scared the Russian Air Force, and to be honest, the Russian Air Force probably got off light, because it does look like they hit a lot of aircraft that weren't in service or were not serviceable. So in that sense, that that I'd say that because to this day in the West, people still say, oh yeah, that was a massive hit on Russia's strategic bomber force, and it's like, no, it wasn't. I mean, let's be honest.
You see the war is continuing as before.
At best, we can figure maybe less than a half a dozen of actual operational aircraft were damaged or destroyed. Like I said, we saw the videos. I mean, planes with tires on their wings and no engines or propellers or rusted domes for their radar, those aren't flying. So, yeah, I mean, it was a proof of concept, and it proves that if you've got strategic bombers, and it doesn't matter how big of a boy you are, you could be the United States, Russia, China, that's a very realistic possibility that someone's going to go in and take out your strategic force ahead of time, which would probably be even easier to do in the United States, because we have way more roads, more freedom of movement. So nobody's going to notice a box truck drive right up to the Whitman Air Force Base, not in time to whereas in Russia, you see a box truck driving around the base, you're probably going to get fucking fucked with real quick now. But I'm just saying, it was embarrassing, and it's a brilliant concept. And if it's done correctly, it could be devastating against an actual active bomber force or aircraft force. I mean, think about it. You could do it against commercial airliners too, and shut down an entire country's air traffic. All you got to do is fuck with a couple planes on the tarmac in a few airports across the country, and the FAA will shut down the airspace, guaranteed. I mean, it's a crazy concept that really opened, I think, a lot of people's eyes to what's possible.
But why I brought out this example, because it's not like you can spam that move. For example, Iran have a lot of missiles. They can like hit and hit and hit again. But that first move that Israel did, it's a one move. Wyatt, the super chat.
Super chat, Mr. Eric. Careful, the angry Doritos can repeat delivery.
So this is what I was going for, the similarity, because in the next war the Israelis cannot like repeat that move, because all they need to come up with a new thing, but that need a lot of work, a lot of preparation, and they didn't have that, because that move that they did,
but
maybe
you shouldn't count on that, because all of these things, this operation that happened, the pager operation, and same with the spiderweb operation in Ukraine. All these things take years in advance to prepare. But the thing is,
exactly,
you don't know when they started preparing them. You don't know.
Yeah, maybe they have 2 or 3 things.
So,
but
you can have a whole book, a saga of prepared operations hiding in the wings for whenever it's optimal, and that's a legitimate threat that people should, like any nation state that considers itself as such, should have contingencies for those cases, and that's why you disperse your forces and you have all these redundancies precisely for these scenarios, and that's how it should be. You should consider the possibility of some weakness that you did not contemplate prior is going to be exploited by your enemy one way or the other. And you should plan for that, and be ready in case that, like maybe the leadership is taken out. Maybe your bomber fleet is taken out. And all of these things have to be considered. And if not, you're just not a serious leader of state. Or
well, like Eamon's saying too, or Nika's saying, like with you probably can't repeat that again, because like I was talking to somebody last night or the other night in St. Petersburg, and they're saying that you can't use GPS navigation in St. Petersburg because it's being interfered with, so that it's not right. So that that shows you there that there were rumors that they used the network to maneuver those drones against the aircraft. So obviously Russia's taking countermeasures to stop those kinds of attacks. And if they're doing it in St. Petersburg, you can assume they're doing it anywhere else they have targets that might be hit by the Ukrainians, like oil depot or manufacturing sites and stuff like that. So I mean, I would assume if the Russians are doing that, they've probably told the Iranians, or I was surprised. The Iranians have probably one of the longest drone programs in modern history. I mean, their shit dates all the way back to the Iran-Iraq war, and that's not to say that people weren't talking about putting a camera on a remote control plane back then and flying around. But as far as the proof of concept, it looks like the Iranians may have been the first ones ever to use drones for reconnaissance and stuff like that. Then the Israelis started doing the same. Then they realized
actually it was the Soviets.
The Serbs?
The Soviets were the first ones.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's some Cold War stuff where they had drones, like they would fire missiles that would mimic strategic bombers as decoys, while the real missiles, would launch from another point. But that's more of an electronic thing. But I'm just saying that the idea of these drones, Iran's been doing it for a while. I'm sure they have a pretty healthy production cycle. Maybe obviously not as massive as China or Russia, but they've been in the drone game for quite a while, and it looks like like their Garand drone was the industry standard. Now everybody's got a Garand or a Dorito. I mean, even the United States has the Dorito drone now, which is funny because I hope to God we're not paying American prices for a freaking Iranian copy.
Of course, man.
That's what pisses me off so much. That motherfucking drone could be made out of the exact same stuff, but they're going to charge us 100 times more than
but
what.
they will add 2 zeros on the right side.
What the fuck, Vaughn? What do you think is the point? To kill the enemy? Hell no. It's to make a buck,
to
man.
kill your pocket.
I know, but I'm just saying, it's like the smart guy at the Pentagon knows that, like, dude, we need tens of thousands of these, and we need them cheap, and we need them cranked out like the Chinese are doing and like the Russians are doing. You know, they're not like, oh, well, we got to have this certain technology in it or this or that. Or it's like, look, dude, you already got it. All you got to do is go to Ukraine, pick one up out of a field, and take it back to the Martin Marietta and say, hey, make 1,000 of these a day or whatever, a month or whatever you got to do. I mean, you already know what they're made out of. You know what kind of motor they need. The only difference is you'll have American electronics in a Garan drone versus Chinese, Iranian, or Russian, or whoever the fuck's
on. You need to be the best. You need to have the best.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying.
Ever.
They showed that drone. They showed that drone like it was a big deal. It's like, dude, it's a copy, and the copy should be the same price or cheaper because you didn't have to spend any money developing it. You don't have to build a model and rent a wind tunnel or nothing. It's like, look, dude, there's the design. It works. I mean, look at quadcopters. Nobody's out there reinventing the quadcopter. They all know they work. They just need to find the ones that can hold a grenade or a bomb or whatever they want to do, carry ammo to somebody. There's no redesign in it. You just make the quadcopter bigger. You know, that's all you do. You don't add an extra wing to it. You don't put stupid shit on it. It's like, I need to go from point A to point B and not come back, or go point A to point B and come back. I don't need any fancy shit on it. And that's the problem I see that I think America's going to have with this drone war in the future. Is we're going to have drones, but we're not going to have the numbers you need, and they're going to be ridiculously overpriced for what they're supposed to.
But don't worry, a lot will be rich with this. Don't worry, a lot will be rich from that.
Yeah,
not you, not the American people. Not American people. Like 3-4 people would be extra rich, because you need the coolest thing. You need the paint job that costs like $2 million on the drone that you explode anyway.
It's like, are we gonna? You want the stealth coating? That's an extra $1,000. You know, you want the shiny coating. You want the high reflectivity, so the decoy shows up really good. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, look what they're doing in Russia. They paint them black. They stack them up all day long. And then some guy probably shows up and they load them up on the truck, and they probably literally drive them to wherever the hell they're going to launch them from, off trucks or whatever. I mean,
yeah, well, that's the thing. A lot of people talk about the drone warfare as a magnificent innovation that the Ukrainians came up with, and that NATO armies aren't prepared for that, and they haven't been preparing for that and all that. And I think it's bullshit, because, the reason Ukraine has been using drones started using drones in the first place. Well, first of all, you have the Azerbaijan, the Nagorno-Karabakh war that started heavily using drones.
Don't forget Syria.
And that was Israeli.
You had ISIS doing drops.
Yeah, you have ISIS, and you have Azerbaijan that are both Israeli linked, and then you get Ukraine, which is NATO linked. So it's a NATO aligned proof of concept, basically. And the only issue has been, again, the mass scale productivity of it. That's why Russia has taken an edge over, because they've been able to mass scale the productivity of it. Not to mention China. China's probably even, supplying most of the NATO, directly or indirectly, the NATO forces with components, at least for the drones, or the drones themselves.
Yeah, I mean.
And so the whole issue, it's not about the technology you get to like get an edge on the battlefield, a tactical edge on the battlefield. It's an issue of, like, how can you scale that to cover all the massive targets that you need to actually cripple a system. And it's a failure in the concept of war. It's like when you get losers from the Second World War to inform you and design your entire military doctrine, it's a bad idea, because they bet on that, on the technological edge and they lost on that. And then that's a proof of concept that has been, exported into NATO for all of their military doctrine.
But Gabriel, I don't say they don't need any technological edge, but that shouldn't be your only strategic thing. You need a lot of, for example, a lot of garbage tanks that can be destroyed and repaired, and you need few ones that they have the edge. That's the equilibrium you have. We all practically played MMORPG or strategic games. You don't need the extra super expensive weapon. Only that. No, you need that weapon and a lot of exposable weapons also.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, but in relation to the drone thing, let's just say the United States, because I'm in the process of buying a drone and I've been doing a shitload of research, and it's I'm probably gonna get a DJI because that's just the overall best deal, best performance at the price point. But you go look at China and other places, I mean, they have it's Temu or whatever. You've got hundreds of different types of drones available for sale for people. The United States has some comparable companies, but their price points are the same or higher. Most of them are just assembled in America. They're not even fully American produced, and they're just analogs of DJI drones and stuff like that. So, I mean, in that sense, if you want to just look at Temu, China's well on its way to being ready for the drone war, whereas the United States clearly is struggling to produce domestic drones in quantity and at a price that people would go out and pay for over a DJI or something maybe from China that's less expensive but has the same performance as some of the DJI stuff. I mean, it's pretty crazy how much is available there in those recreational size drones. And I mean, if you want to go spray fields and stuff like that, they got all kinds of stuff for that. But I'm just saying, it's it's pretty clear that the West, I'd just say the West is not really in the drone game yet. I mean, they're basically assembling shit here, and the stuff that they do make here is as expensive as a DJI or more. So if you're gonna spend that kind of money, you might as well go with the proven name like DJI instead of guessing that this new company in America is going to be good or this random brand on Temu is going to be good.
You need to go with the Yemeni drones. They are practical. They hit the target. You need some Yemeni expertise.
No, but it's a matter, again, it's a matter of how can you scale it up, because all these things you can make pinpoint precision strikes on certain things, but how much do you actually need to destroy before you attrit the enemy to a point of incapacitation? And that's not something that you can achieve with a couple of precision strikes to the right people. It's a wrong doctrine. It might work in certain cases against crippled and falling apart nations, but it's not going to work against a well-organized system that's going to have the redundancies that it needs to survive that. So who are you planning to fight? Are you going to continue fighting goat herders in the middle of that? It didn't even work for them. That's the funny thing, because it might have worked for Syria, but Syria didn't fall by a precision strike. It still fell because of an attrition war of long-term attrition war, and basically bribing all the top command. So it was like a decapitation strike, but through money instead of strikes. But if it wouldn't have been that, what would have worked? Can you actually?
I think in Ukraine's case, they've gone to the point where they use drones to cover the lines because they don't have enough bodies, and they're using the drones to cover territory and try to keep an eye on the Russians or keep the Russians from advancing. I mean, the lines are so porous that around Pokrovsk and stuff, some of the people I've talked to, there's more drones flying around than infantry because it's just too dangerous to be out and try to fight. There's no big infantry clashes. It seems like the Ukrainians are really relying on their drones to try to make up for where they don't have manpower, and so they can observe areas and try to react to it. But that's the game they got themselves into. They've sent probably hundreds of thousands of guys off to be cannon fodder. They lost those guys. They've lost probably the core of their best trained units, elite units. Foreign volunteers have been gutted. So they've continually relied on these drones, and now it's getting to the point where it might be 5 guys covering a kilometer with a drone, and that's all you got. And, maybe that's why the Russians advance sometimes fast, because they figure it out and they know there's nobody there and nothing worth the effort. Plus, you've all heard the story. They bypass frontline positions and go behind the lines to kill the drone operators that cause them a problem. Then they come back basically later and deal with the guys in the foxhole, which probably means either surrender or they'll kill you because they're already there. They're already behind. I saw a story the other day where they actually infiltrated behind a position and then attacked the position in the front. And when they retreated, they attacked them as they retreated past the guys that got past the line. So they got them twice. So, I mean, I think that's another thing. Drones are good, but I think in some cases you can rely too heavily on the drones. And
But
it might
when you
work
have
for a
an
while,
enemy, but
if you lose the
Bon,
coverage,
when you have an enemy that have the same or more amount of drones like Russia, you are screwed.
oh yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, they're trying to use drones to make up for manpower shortages, and that might work in some areas, but you can see where it's not holding the Russians back, especially in the south. I mean, whether that's because the manpower is focused down there or what, but that's just what I've been told, is that they're really, really relying in that area on drones to cover up, for guys that aren't there anymore. And that might be a reason why they're having so many problems down there, is just because, it's a drone covering in territory. It's not a guy in a foxhole. And once the Russians figure that out, they can just move into those areas and, they'll take casualties, I guess, but it's not as bad as a frontal assault. And that, from what it sounds like it, they've pretty much gotten down to where they can pick and choose where they want to penetrate through the lines. They send drones out. Super chat
by Johari. Has anyone noticed whenever countries purchase weapons from the US, they tend to get the export version instead of the stock version, but paying the same price, then only a few can actually modify them. Yeah. I think
it's a terrible deal.
Russian, right? I think when you buy Russian, it's very similar. Russian version and the export version is also different. So
yeah, you should and of course the export version is usually going to be more expensive, because it's not like indigenously produced for domestic, at least with Russian equipment or Chinese equipment. But about what you were saying about the drones, like the drones are a stopgap. They're not like the absolute game changer of war. It's what you do when you don't have like anything else. The Ukrainians are relying 100% on the drones because they've run out of artillery and HIMARS and other strike forms that you would actually want more of, but you can't get it. And so they're using drones as that stuff, and they're running into the problem that drones actually can't replace infantry, and there was a unit complaining. I can't remember which brigade it was, but they were complaining that they were sending their drone operators to the trenches, as riflemen, and they were complaining because these guys are specialists. Why are you sending them as cannon fodder and stuff like that? Which goes to show that, like, even if you have drones, you still need to send infantry, even if and if you don't have more infantry, then you'll still have to send this drone operator. And the same thing was happening with air defense operators, that they were also being recruited and sent to the trenches because they're running out of infantry. And so, even if these highly specialized technicians of particular disciplines are super useful and necessary, you still are going to have to sacrifice them eventually if you run out of infantry. And that's what's going on. Go on, Nika.
But correct me, guys, correct me if I'm wrong. The idea that when you have when Americans sell weapons, they have like they can pull them, they have like a political element into it. But when the Russians or the Soviets before them they sell weapons, they don't have that. They sell an export version as the American, yes, but they don't like have a political say in how you use them and why.
I have
Correct
no
me
idea
guys
about
if
that. And
I'm
I
wrong,
don't know.
even in the chat.
Well, it happens with the Russian weapons and all of this. They have so much licensing going on that there's a point at which it's really hard to actually control what other people like. I don't know, like the Mujahideen that fought against the Soviets in Afghanistan. They were all equipped with Russian weapons, basically. Um, they had the RPG sevens and the AKs and all this stuff, and so like, is that because they were getting them from other places? And I guess you have this situation with the Warsaw Pact nations in general, that they were, they all have license to produce Russian or Soviet weapons, and now they're outside of Russian diplomatic control. So yeah, there's a certain point in which there's not much you can do. But like you said, Nika, like the fact that Turkey can have S-400s while being part of NATO just goes to show the level of flexibility that Russians have with the sale of their arms
But
industry. Like, why would they ever sell critical
they were
technology?
pushed to have it. They were pushed by the Americans. The thing is, they were
What?
pushed
Sorry.
by the Americans because they have Patriot. They were pushed to have it because when they have the Patriot and they shut down the Russian airplane, American pulled down the Patriot. That's why they was obliged to manufacture their own weapon and to buy S-400. It's like it's not by choice. It's American doing stupid things that backfire.
Yeah, but still, I mean, why would Russia sell air defense to a country that downed their own fighter jet? You know, so I guess that proves your point that Russia is more flexible with the political, like strings attached to the sales of their arm industry. Because if not, they would have never sold to Turkey. Turkey should never have Russian weapons, considering
Exactly.
that Turkey is a hostile nation. But they still sell it. So I guess that proves your point. Like, I don't know what the policy actually is, but that's a good example of that.
If you sell to Turkey, then eventually Turkey may transit and become part of the Russian influence, right? So, or who knows, Turkey can show the Russians how the NATO weapon works, so can be a Trojan horse.
Oh, sure. There's but
more
it,
more.
sorry, was Nika going to say something? Hey, Nunya, good to see you, man.
You can see.
Do you have anything to add?
Not really on this topic. Like, I'm not much of a drone guy, but just listening to you guys carry on about it. But yeah, nothing really to add about this topic. No.
No, it's okay. It's okay. But we don't need to keep on beating on this dead horse. I mean, we've gone through the drone issue so long and so hard that there's not much left to extract from that topic. So if you want to bring, well, I mean, on the issue of, like, just to go on away from the drone topic, on the issue of like the international relationships that go along with arms sales, there's probably a great deal of like realism going on. Like, the United States has a preponderance of force, in its power projection worldwide, and it's with its financial instruments, and so they kind of set the rules of the game, and everything they do is a form of coercion. everything has a lot of string attached, financially and even more so militarily. While as Russia is like trying to creep out of, um, the decades of humiliation, so to speak, and so it has to be more lenient and liberal with its. So like it uses its arms exports as a form of enticing rather than as a form of coercion. When where the United States puts a shit ton of conditions to the arms sales that it makes because countries are kind of politically captured and they have no other choice. Like NATO isn't going to be buying weapons from Russia except Turkey, which goes to shows what the position of Turkey is, like the leverage that Turkey has. Why are you typing?
Oh yeah, I forgot I'm not muted because I just joined.
Yeah, it sounds super loud, but I wouldn't mind if.
I'm so sorry.
It feels like you're typing in my ear. Yeah, so the point is that the U.S. sets the rules of the game because it's the biggest game in town, was at least up till recently. While Russia is trying to gain leverage, that's why it can more freely use its sales of arms to gain diplomatic leverage that it lacks, and that's how it's been growing in influence steadily throughout the world. And you can see that happening in real time.
Hi Nunyan, long time no see. What
Hey,
is
buddy.
up? What's up?
Nothing here on my side of the world. Just chilling out on a Saturday. How about yourself?
Yeah, busy mostly. A lot of work, many things happening around all at the same time. Gabriel is not working today. Usually we see Gabriel, will be like working away, building someone's house or something, or farming.
Yeah, actually, I am working. I am working, but since the open mic was so empty, I had to stand in the gap, and I'm procrastinating right now. But I'll continue to work. But I have to do a lot of grinding, and so it's going to be super noisy. I won't be able to speak if I'm working, so I have to take a pause. But I will continue eventually, hopefully.
I just turned on the stream on the old open mic channel. Yeah, to get you guys the old open mic channel. If you see your icon, the DPH logo, the open mic logo is gray color. Please look at the live chat, click the link, join the new open mic channel. Yeah, because a lot of people still haven't transited yet. Like there is like 28 viewers. I just opened the stream for a while. No, there's already 28 viewers. No, that's like more than half of what we have on the current new channel. Yeah, so yeah, YouTube is.
Yeah, it's awful. You guys need to upgrade. Okay, you need to get up to speed. Come with the cool kids. Don't stay over there in the old world, the old paradigms. Let them fall. Let them fade.
Yeah.
So Wyatt, just because Vaughn had some poster or whatever, or Wagner, they demonetized you. But is that permanent or?
No, it is by right isn't. It's like a 90-day strike. So the channel is entirely demonetized. The problem is there is other videos and streams that with the flag behind him as well. So, and it is not practical for me to go back and delete every single thing. So it's probably safer to just start a new channel, because there is no guarantee they will monetize back the channel. And the problem is, if they monetize the channel, we manage to continue to invest in it, monetize the channel, then they can use an old video and then strike the channel again. So that would be like it will be a waste of our time. So might as well just start a new one. So, but the thing is, even this new one, I cannot guarantee they will monetize it like anytime soon. Like even if we hit the like 4,000 viewing hours plus 1,000 subs threshold, because they still have the record of they link the identity. My identity is linked even if it's different channel with different Google accounts. They can identify who that is me, that is behind the channel. So yeah, I'm not sure when when this channel is going to be monetized. So we stream on the main channel as well, the Defense Politics Asia channel, so that people can still super chat, can still help to fund the channel, the open mic. So yeah, it's just going to be a very uncomfortable 3 months, I guess, as we try to do this migration over to the new open mic. Yeah, and the old open mic, it was monetized because I was doing some opinion videos here on the old channel. So it got monetized very quickly because we got a lot of subs when I was doing those opinion videos. So maybe I will have to do something separately from the open mic to attract people to sub. Yeah, and yeah. And yeah, I mean, purely just open mic and even the clippings, it's very hard to grow the channel. I think it's just a very acquired taste.
Yeah, it's hard to attract people to watch random strangers ramble about their thoughts on things. But it is interesting study to know what's going on. Like, there's probably a way to make it more palatable for normies, but I don't know, man. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on with YouTube. It's such a minefield right now, and it's not just on a cultural issue. It's like in general, the world is shaking so much from all the weird shit that's going on that I don't know if there's like any area of business that is safe. Like, everything can collapse at any moment. Huge channels have been deleted out of the blue. You don't know what trade policy is going to be tomorrow, and it's interesting to think about it that way, because like we can feel like businesses are falling apart all over the place in all sorts of areas, and we can feel pretty safe for the time being in whatever we're actually doing. But when do the second and third order effects come knocking our way is anyone's guess. Like, and that's usually what happens when there's like financial crisis and stuff like that. Like, it can happen in any random area that has nothing to do with you, and then suddenly by
it can be quite evil, like before the open DPA have his YouTube going off due to the Ukraine war. I have another YouTube channel. I was covering QAnon stuff as well, and I was debunking it, debunking the QAnon theory. So I was like going through all the theory, what was being posted or shared, but going viral. I dig through and investigated, and the conclusion is that it's fake. That was the conclusion. The channel got striked for for posting QAnon, and the video got like deleted. So it's YouTube is it's not very like they're too big. They lost the human touch. They don't care. Like me and History Legend, we were talking about all this recent stuff regarding YouTube, and I was just telling him that we are just slaves. The content creators are slaves. Is like there you have advertisers, the content creators, and the audience, the viewers. Of these three, right, we would have imagined that the most important is the content creator, because that is what create assets for YouTube to monetize. Do you think that the YouTube will treat them the best? But it's wrong. They treat the content creator the worst. If there is viewers, people doing bad things, they punish the content creator. If the advertisers don't like something, they punish the content creator. It's always the content creator that's got punished. And then it's like even now the new algorithm style is that they try to find videos for users. You see, they prioritize the users. They don't prioritize the content creators. They don't help to sell. And then a lot of channels, including the big channels, is all like complaining and struggling. Yeah. So and like the users, like for example, one of the example is that recently the YouTube changed the reading of the data, the statistics. So anyone that uses desktop to watch YouTube that have no ad blockers, so that means that your YouTube will never load ads, they will not count you as a view. So and then all the big channels all lost viewership in their statistics. The advertising money from YouTube no change. So they still earning the same amount of money, but the numbers for the viewership drop. But it affects the big channels because the big channels use these numbers to sell sponsorship on their videos. And now the numbers drop, so they know their sponsorship the money they earn from sponsorship reduced because the sponsors pay them by every 1,000 views. So suddenly a big chunk, a big percentage of this income is lost. Like this is what I mean. YouTube only punishes the content creator. It doesn't punish the viewers. It doesn't punish the advertisers. It's always us.
And what's interesting too about this, the way that YouTube does it, and not just YouTube, I think that other big tech providers also do this stuff where you don't really quite know exactly what the rules are. So you don't really know exactly if you're stepping over the line or if you're not, and then you could just get struck down for something that happened a year ago, for example, and you had no idea that, oh yeah, you technically broke the rules back then. So it's really, and I think that's probably not on accident. It forces you to censor yourself. You're doing half their job, So you're like, oh, I don't want to go there. I don't want to talk about these touchy subjects.
Yeah, and they're very ruthless. Like the Open Mic channel, right? We have done nothing wrong. We are totally free from any strikes. We didn't have anything. And one shot, it's just a like 15-second video or something. Have the Wagner flag. They could have strike me, but don't demonetize it. Just talk to me directly and warn, be specific why it was demonetized, or maybe we made a mistake. They don't. They just strike and they do a perm strike. For 90 days.
And what's so wrong about the Wagner flag? That's what I don't get. We're not at war with Russia. When you start to add up all the narrative around it all, there shouldn't be anything wrong with some silly flag in and of itself, right?
Because Wagner is classified as an international criminal organization. So
by who?
So it's the same by United States.
By the US.
So yes, so it's the same thing for, let's say if someone put an ISIS flag behind, it will be the same problem. The channel will get removed or terminated if you have an ISIS flag. If you are being seen as promoting the ISIS, then you're gonna get strike. Because of Vaughn put the.
What about the guy in Syria? What about that guy in Syria that we're promoting? This is where it all falls apart. They're all such goddamn hypocrites that it's really difficult to take any of them seriously anymore, to be honest with you, right? Because they're all just talking out of their assholes.
Yeah, but it's not a matter of taking them seriously or not. It's a matter of control. It's a monopoly of power. That's why they talk about techno-feudalism, which I think is a misnomer, because feudal tenants or serfs had actually a certain measure of rights. It's more like techno-slavery, because and it's not just happening with the content creator. The content creators are the ones who produce value for the social medias. And in the same sense, for example, with all other forms of cultural production, you would think that the viewership or the audience is the one that brings revenue to cinema or TV series, but they've been systematically shitting all over that. And in the case of in technological products in general, the user should be the revenue stream, right? And they overwrite your right to own the property that you're purchasing when you buy technology. Like you cannot repair your cell phone, you cannot repair the equipment that you buy and stuff like that. So there's this whole movement of like the right to repair. Like you can't own a thing if you can't do your own maintenance on it and things like that. And so it's something that's happening systematically across the board. It's not just on social media. In social media, you can see it as like how they abuse on the content creators. But it's happening across the board, and it has a lot to do with finance turning away from being a revenue mechanism, a mechanism for revenue, and more an element of financial speculation. So like the revenue stream has become secondary to what the market price, the equity value, and all of these things actually are. The investment, like how much can you get investment, and so like the whole financial system is becoming a charade of shenanigans that attract investors, and profitability be damned, user interface be damned. Like, who gives a fuck about those things? All we need is the next round of investment. That's what I'm saying happening across the board, and it's
like
a Ponzi
Disney,
scheme.
right? It's like Disney, right? You know,
Yeah,
they
like
destroy
Disney,
all
like
their
Hollywood.
assets. Yeah, they destroy the
They
assets.
buy stuff that has massive fan base, and they destroy the fan base. They like alienate the fan base. They send them to hell, and they lose money, but somehow they keep on doing it. So it's like it's a business model. It's not a mistake. It's a feature. It's so like when Nunez talks about the hypocrisy of it, it's like the rules-based order, right? What does that even mean? It doesn't matter. Just obey whatever we say, whatever we pull out of our ass, and walk on eggshells, so that we don't get angry at you for stepping out of line or thinking out of line or anything. Like, it's just a flex on control.
Yeah, it is. It's a domination. It's a authoritarian kind of action. Like, they know that they have monopolized the market, and then they start to flex. And
Well, I mean, this just kind of lines up, right? We read yesterday, I think it was, that the UK announced that they were coming out with the digital IDs. This is all part of the plan, right? So they control the internet, control social media. They'll tie everybody's name and person to it, and then they'll control you. They'll control your money. They'll control what you buy. They'll control what you don't buy. They'll control what you say. They control what you don't say. Yeah, what you see. So that's democracy for you in the 21st century, I guess.
talking about UK is now actively sending police officers to basically censor people, like, to catch people even for like posting. The most ridiculous posting, social media posts, and I think the most ridiculous one I saw was that someone's kid saw a post, no comments, nothing. It's just they saw a post, and the police officer came and want to confiscate the phone. It's like, it's insane. Like, what's happening in UK is insane. Like, that is crazier than North Korea, I would say. It's like, because North Korea have no phones. I don't know that. But it's like insane.
Did you see that one the other day of the guy recorded the call of the police phoning him because he wrote the letter N on whatever social media? So he was in some sort of discussion with somebody else, and I guess he replied N and hit enter by accident. So it just said N. So they complained about it because they thought he was going to say something else, right? So they reported him to the police, and the cops called him up and asked him why he wrote N and all this. And the guy's like, why is that against the law? Well, no, but you want to avoid having to come down and have a chat with us. This is what the cop was saying to him on the phone. And I was like, what is going on in the UK? Like, this place is completely finished. Completely.
Imagine spending public resource on
Yes.
this kind of stuff.
Well, when you're trying to police the information environment this heavily, does it ever work? Like,
No. Nope. Never
Hey,
works.
What's up, Maddie? You're muted. You're still muted.
Hello. I just wanted to jump in. I mean, it is amazing what's going on in the UK, and the one thing that bothers me is that the people, the men and women, the constables who are enforcing this, they should be saying to their leaders, say, listen, this is complete bullshit. We should be working on, saving our communities in our country instead of policing around, because maybe somebody had to end, and there's a possibility that it might have been something that somebody would complain about. One letter, and the inference was made that it possibly would have been some type of racial slur or whatever it was. So it's like now they're trying to preempt your thoughts by in the way that Nunya just said, and then threatening, like, well, you don't want to come down and have a chat with us. Well, I shouldn't have come down and have a chat with you for anything other than breaking the law.
Yeah. Well, and the police don't like it either, right? Because I was watching one guy, he was the chief of something, like whether it was Metro London or he was a higher up in the police forces over in the UK. And he said the same thing. He said, we don't want to be out investigating this crap. We have more important stuff. You guys need to change the laws so we don't have to respond to this stuff, is what he was saying, right? He said, you've made the laws so ridiculous that we have to respond to it, but we don't want to because we agree it's nonsense, right?
You see, Vaughn is going to get us terminated. You see, he wrote N.
Oh my gosh.
Vaughn, come on.
See, maybe what it is that N is actually a sideways Z, and they're like, are you secretly?
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Okay. Interesting.
But yeah, so I think that it's pretty crazy how they're trying to use this heavy hand to police your opinions. Like, you're having the wrong opinions. So wait, but those are my opinions. So what do you want me to do? Just keep them secret or what? I guess like don't share them and don't become a source of alternative information for I don't know what, clueless boomers. Maybe that's what they think they're doing. Maybe they think they're stopping another Brexit type thing where, all these old confused folks will see memes on the internet and believe them. Why would you do that? But okay, if that's what you're going for, they're going up against a lot of people for saying literally almost anything, especially around immigration. I think that's the big one for them. So I don't know. I think that it's pretty insane, and I think that keeping it, part of the reason why you want to keep people in the dark as to what kind of content is or isn't stepping over the line is because think about the whole COVID-19 thing, right? Where there was a long period of time where people would get into trouble for talking about it in the wrong way. And then you started to have channels like Jimmy Dore, right? That would pop up and they would always mock this policy. They would be like, oh, first YouTube demands that we tell you that the vaccine is safe and effective and you should be getting your 15th booster. I just got my 15th booster just earlier today. Kurt just got his 16th booster. We feel boosted and happy, right? And then they get into the, like the double entendre and talking all this crap that everybody can figure out what they actually mean. So I think that if you make it a little bit more muddled, it's easier to avoid that situation. Where if we know, oh, we're just not supposed to say Wagner, then we could say, that PMC, and then everybody knows what you're talking about. But if you don't know what it is that you're doing wrong, you don't know if you're in a field of landmines. So, go ahead, Mehdi. You're muted.
Mehdi, you're muted. Of course.
How do they expect to change the minds of people if they block one side from discussing anything? So there's no discussion back and forth. So there's no possibility of coming to some type of agreement or moving both into a direction where there's less confrontation. No, they shut down one side. With all it does is create a pressure cooker that'll eventually explode. And come on, let's face it. What this is all about is power. and about an empire losing its power. And the only way it can control its own people from seeing what's going on the outside is to propagandize them into a little bubble that they don't see out of. Many of us are now looking out from the outside and seeing it. And that as we start seeing the truth, the more they start to try to compress us. And well, I won't say us in the UK. Well, it is us. It's everybody. It's on YouTube. It's wherever. The harder that they push till the point where it just becomes a point where there has to be conflict of some sort. And that's what's happening. I don't know if that's what they want, but they sure as hell are trying to create it and working on it right now and doing a good job of it.
I mean, I think there's some reason that they want to create massive civil unrest, and I don't know how that benefits people, but I mean, like, why would you do that during this like Charlie Kirk thing, right? Like this was nothing but every single senator came out and just tried to make it worse, you know? Like, what? Are you serious? It's literally just like that. If you're on the Republican side, you just say Charlie Kirk is a saint and a hero and everybody should love him and we need the Charlie Kirk Act or some shit. And if you're a Democrat, you're like, Charlie Kirk is a piece of shit. Like, really? That's right. I don't know, dude. Like, we talked about this last time, but that seems to me like a purposeful creation of upheaval. Go ahead, Mehdi. You're muted again.
I mean, I didn't comment on the Charlie Kirk thing. I think he was assassinated, and you know, I think part of the problem is like the people on the left that reacted the way they did, that some of them wound up getting fired from their jobs and stuff, is because they've never heard any other side or view, that there would be people out there that may disagree with them vehemently. So they just put on YouTube, expecting it, or on their Facebook or whatever, expecting it to be just amongst their friends and stuff, and not realizing that there's a whole different set of people out there that think in the complete opposite direction. And really, all it did is make those people look foolish. You know, and I agree. There's some the right is some people on the right are taking advantage of it and using it. And I don't agree with that either. And that's the reason why I've been just kind of quiet on it. I don't, what happened is a tragedy. We need to make it stop. And if the government's not going to do it, who is? That leaves only us. And that looks like that may be the case. I don't know.
Even the Charlie Kirk thing also starting to get a bit like weird. Like, now they're starting to have theories that the bullet actually come from behind, from the other side, and I find that the arguments is plausible. It's not like it's impossible. So it could be the case where the guy that is now arrested, the one with the trans girlfriend, might just be just a cover. There might be a real killer from another angle that is shooting. So it's like insane, And there is also videos about some weird behaviors around him. Some of it is already debunked because some of them is very close friend with Charlie Kirk. The with the hand sign one. So that's that's nothing. But there is other people that there's someone who jumped from in front of at the front of the crowd into the place, took something, and then someone passed him something. It's quite insane. Like the conspiracy theory is going out of control.
Yeah, I even heard a theory that it might have been an exploding microphone.
I was just going to say that. Exploding microphone. I mean, really? Come on, guys. Yeah. See, those are the people that are milking it. And I don't, I mean, maybe the theory has something there, but we have to admit there are people that are milking this tragedy as well.
Yeah.
To make profit off of it.
Well, I think that to make profit and to sow seeds of division, seeds of,
of course.
Anger towards your neighbor, thinking that you're, what the problem is with America? It's the freaking liberals. That's the problem. That's the only problem. Why is it that the gas is too damn expensive? It's because of the liberals and their blue hair. It's that simple, And then you tell the people on the right, it's because of all the abortions whatever. It's It's because of all of these hardcore Trump MAGA conservatives that don't have two brain cells to rub together. And so you have two people that are like two groups of people that are just like ships in the night passing by because they think they understand what's each other, but they don't. You know, they're just talking past each other. So I don't know. I look at it as like, I don't know why you would want to create this kind of massive division and chaos. I guess divide and conquer, as long as we're all angry at each other. We're not angry at, you know, the Lindsey Grahams and Ted Cruzes of the world.
Well, that's just it, right? Like, this has been brewing now for the last 20 years. And if you remember Occupy Wall Street, that's what really terrified this bunch. That Occupy Wall Street movement freaked them the hell out, because all of a sudden you had people from different economic classes, different ethnic races, the whole thing, everybody coming together and, you know, siding against rich corporate America. And they couldn't have that. And next thing you know, all of a sudden you've got
Antifa,
trans rights, well, yeah, all this stuff that was manufactured.
Yeah, feminism exposed.
Why is that?
The Me Too movement, yeah, all of these things start popping up immediately.
All of that. And now, since that's all died out, because we've moved on from all that, because right now, the overwhelming majority of the people, what they really care about is the fact that their standard of living's going down, the fact that their dollar's not going as far. They don't want you looking at that. So now they've got to look to create more divisions, because the woke divisions, that fell flattered in a plate full of piss. And now they've got to come back with a new division. And the only thing that they can think about are the old hits, right? Racism, gender, or, you know, male-female divide, all that stuff. And the other one, obviously, is, you know, wherever they can sow division, to Bradley's point. Is it a left versus a right thing? Is it a man versus a woman thing? They'll try whatever they can. Look at this Sydney Sweeney character. Another perfect example. The problem is, we've seen these movies before, and they're not effective anymore. Like, there's no racial issues or anything like that. It's all manufactured. Sydney Sweeney, does anybody really care that she was in an ad? She's got wonderful tits. That's what sells jeans. Like, nobody's buying any of this anymore, because we're all more concerned about the really important stuff, which I go back to is the standard of living thing. Right?
I love this.
And that's it.
I love this. Wonderful tits sell jeans. Like, you know what?
Yeah, no, it's a proven, it's a time tested and proven tactic. Every time you start getting a popular discontent rising up to a boiling point, people are like the immediate reaction. It's, you know, and people can call it like conspiracy theoryism or something, but it's just too consistent. Like, every time there's some level of coherence in the public outrage, you know, that is always due to the same causes, which is basically like over exploitation. You know, when people are always going to be exploited. That's like the law of life. You know, some people are gonna, like, the only way you can organize superstructures that can organize large amounts of people is by part of their resources being drained to that superstructure. Okay, but when it starts getting to a certain point in which people start feeling uncomfortable or it becomes unlivable, then you're going to start seeing, you know, all sorts of internal divisions pop up, and it's completely astroturf. You know, it's fake. It's like, you see this boost of the media towards some like obscure issue item that is not controversial and nobody really cares about. And a good example was what Nina said, like the whole genes things. And, you know, and the same with the Me Too conflict between male and female. And Charlie Kirk is also a conflict between the political aisles, you know, which are already known to be like a fake distinction. And so it is clearly, like, I think that the main takeaway, beyond whatever speculation you can make on that whole situation, the main takeaway is that the FBI story is fake and it's prone to all form of speculations. And there's been like a completely artificial, like, it's completely gone off the rails how like all the theories come up about how that happened. It's just absolute muddying of the waters. You know, that's the whole point of this whole Charlie Kirk deal is how much can you muddy up the waters and splinter groups into splinters and into fighting each other? Because it's not even left against right. It's right against right, and left, like the left that is happy about Kirk is fighting against the left that is, seeing this as a way of crackdown on the left. The right that is, idolizing Kirk, and the right that is more hardcore, and the right that believes the FBI, and the right that's against it. Like, it's not even a splintering of right versus left. It's like internal splintering of both sides into infinite level of sides. Okay, go on, Wyatt. Sorry.
So just there's a super chat just from Rumble. Better Sida said support. You want to monetizing the new channel, and the topic is about COVID conspiracy on YouTube. Yeah, the YouTube already say they are gonna like unban everyone who was banned talking about COVID and politics this past few years. So maybe it's fine to talk about COVID now.
Don't test it, Wyatt. Don't test it.
Yeah, they're just trying to.
Okay.
No. COVID vaccine works. Okay, so
You get your booster.
always take your booster. Yeah. Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
So no.
What
Start
it works
Ukraine,
for,
just in case.
you'll discover. You'll discover what it works for eventually.
Although the Israel Gaza side, I'm not sure. YouTube support who, so we're gonna do both.
Keep a balance.
River to the sea. Israel will be free. Or something.
Put them both together, whatever. Yeah. So, just to hammer this point home, like this whole thing where you don't know, where it's like keeping you in the not knowing is a kind of a power play, right? Because it forces you to like operate in a cautious way because you don't know what you're doing. But the UK recently detained George Galloway. You guys hear this? He came from Russia, and they detained him.
Oh no, I had no idea.
Under the Terrorist Act. He's like a UK politician. So even if you're pretty important people, maybe I think that's supposed to show, even if you're pretty important people, we can break the rules. We can reach into your life.
Because he was on Russia Today, right? I think he have his own show on Russia Today. No, so that's the main reason. I think.
Yeah, it's got to be that.
I believe he's in the British House of Commons. He won the election this last Parliament or whatever season it was. So
I think so too.
But that how many? There's been quite a few actually reporters that have been held and detained. Briefly, at least going into the UK and Germany. I don't know if it's happened in the US, if Ritter and them were called in, and Tucker, but definitely in the UK. I mean, just going to talk to the perceived enemy, even though you've not declared war on them, makes you an enemy of the state just because you're talking to someone. I mean, what possible information could have George Galloway given the Russians that they wouldn't have already known anyway? That's what's so stupid about this.
Well, that's just it. It's not it must be not about that. It's not like they actually think that George Galloway's a terrorist, This is you make news about it. It's a reputational hit. It's a sign to everybody else. We arrested George Galloway. You think we won't arrest your sorry ass? So this is more. It's on purpose to be you're not you're pulling for not our team. There are teams here. There's good guys and there's bad guys, and you're not pulling for our team. It kind of reminds me of when. Oh God, who was it that in the war between Athens and Sparta? There was some, I don't remember which Greek city refused to join sides. They didn't want to take sides, and the Athenians slaughtered all of the men and sold the women and children into slavery because they were you're with us or against us. In the war against Sparta, you have to choose sides. There's no not choosing sides. That's kind of how the UK is acting. There are no innocent comments when you say something on. There's only pro-immigration policy and against immigration policy. There's only pro-Ukraine or pro-Russia. There is no pro peace, right? You have to take sides, and if it doesn't sound like my song, we have problems. We got problems, you know.
Yeah, but it's all pro wrestling, actually.
Yeah.
No, but I think Myrnos was the island you were talking about. It's the famous Thucydides speech.
Yeah.
That justice.
Strong, yeah.
We can speak about justice and morals amongst equals. We can only speak about justice and morals amongst equals. Like you're not an equal, so don't come to me talking about what's fair and what's unfair.
Yeah, that's what we call the Western hypocrisy. You know, it's only democracy when we're talking about self.
It's not hypocrisy. It's power politics. It's like, it's a form of it's dishonest. No shit, but it's a reality. Like if you don't have power to respond, then what are you talking about? What's fair and unfair?
Yeah, that's
or moral or just.
And the weak suffer what they
and the weak suffer what they must. Yeah, exactly. But
I just want to comment on Gabriel.
With the issue,
I've never seen him so covered before. Like he's always very uncovered, but today he's super covered.
Today it's Sharia law. Sharia law. No, but about the UK and how like you can't criticize immigration and all of that, and the funny thing is that, you know, and just to go to show how they can flex on their power and they do whatever they want, doesn't matter what they say. And you know, when the main reason Starmer put out for like approving this digital ID thing is precisely to control immigration. You know, like, people have a problem with immigration, so we're going to do digital ID so that nobody can work without a digital ID that will only be given to, you know, legal residents of the country. And so, like, they create this mass immigration problem, and people complain about it, and they censor them for complaining. And their solution to it is something that people have been complaining about since Tony Blair times, that they want to put digital ID. So it's just hilarious, you know, like
you create the problem.
They're not even trying to hide it. It's just, you know, like, take it up the bum. We're gonna do whatever we want, anyways.
Yeah,
and they can do it.
They've had this solution waiting for a problem for such a long time. Finally, please, can we institute this digital ID situation already? Social credit stuff. Now that we have all these illegal immigrants, it's an island. How hard can it be to have, like, I don't know, patrol boats around the island? I mean, the UK is providing Ukraine with these naval drones. Maybe they should hold on to one or two of them and then have them like circling the island. I think it's going to do a lot wonders for the immigration problem. Just saying.
First thing first, UK used to prevent the Nazis from entering UK. You know, they have experience protecting their channels. You know.
Yeah.
But if they use that, they will not have the excuse of immigration. They need another excuse to be ready before they get rid of the immigration. Because like 3-4 years ago, we had the COVID issue. Before that, we have other Brexit. We had like each time. I think there's like an episode. We go into an episode. We focus on that, and we forget what's important and where the wealth is going and where the power is going. And we squabble between ourselves. As I told you guys when we talked about immigration stuff, I said, whatever you do, but don't forget go read the. Wyatt, go read.
Finish your point. I read. Better Sida say, you know, if GG was on right side, we would have seen the comment from JD and Musk how the British government are trying to silence the right. I'm telling you, the left gets silenced as much as the right. So
that's what I'm talking. It's you guys will squabble between yourself, right and left, and Muslim and Christians, and immigrant and non-immigrant, and COVID vacciner and non-COVID vacciner. But what's important is you don't look up. You don't focus on what's happening up. The day that Kirk was shot, you know what legislation got passed away. So you don't. Either they will create a situation. I don't say it's a created situation, or they will use that situation for to their agenda. This is why I guys focus on whether you choose to have immigration or not, COVID or not. I don't care, but you guys need to always think that's not what they are pushing in front of our faces. It's like even before in the 2000, it was the terrorist attacks and stuff, and even before that, it was the communist. It's always something. It's always something, but
Yeah.
it's never about who have the power and who have the money.
Yep. Exactly.
One thing, as I told you guys in I think not the last one, we in the screwed country, we saw those episodes before. We lived that, and you guys are living the same thing. So you need to take a bit of an advice. Don't focus on those trivial things and focus on what's important, because the left will have fun when the right will have less power, less freedom, and the rights too. But you will both will get screwed in the end of the line. Only one who was neither left neither right, who would only care about power, will prevail. And this is what happened in our countries, mine and other like third world countries. And as I told you, sir, we came from your future, so we are we are trying to warn you guys about it.
Go ahead, Mehdi. Oh, okay.
The-
Well, I just know I would, what I wanted to add to that. Sorry. I completely forgot. I lost my train of thought. What were we talking about? Shit. I'm sorry.
That's
cat
my
jumped
gig,
up.
not yours.
I know, right? My cat jumped up and I got distracted.
Drop the dope, man. Drop the dope.
You got to put yourself on mute too. Before that's the proper way to do it. Forget what you're saying.
Right.
Put yourself on mute.
Yeah. And then go, oh, yeah, that's right. But yeah, sorry, I don't remember what I
I
was
will
gonna
try to
add to
speak
that.
and you will remember it.
Right, exactly. That's exactly what it's gonna be. But oh yeah, that's right. I remember now. So when the comment that says that the left gets see, you were right. The left gets censored just as much as the right. I think that's of course that's it. That is that's not the right way to look at it, right? It's what matters is what you're saying. Who gets censored is not necessarily the left or the right. Who gets censored is those who shoot up, and those who shoot down and shoot across the aisle at their own, like that play the horse politics and pretend that, oh yeah, Washington Generals versus the Magic, the Globetrotters versus Washington Generals. So it's like the fake basketball game where there's the good guys and the bad guys, right? That to just pretend that that's real. And if you are willing to pretend that that's real, then you're going to, like the Mario Nawfalls of the world, you're going to get boosted. You're going to find success. If you're actually trying to sift through this shit and try to say, hey, this is a fake game. This whole game is fake. Everybody kind of knows that, but I feel like that's not the kinds of messages that land you multi-million-dollar deals on paid news channels. Nobody needs to know that. Nobody needs to have somebody that's going to be investigating and figuring out what the truth is when we're trying to create the truth. We are trying to create our own truth. We're trying to manufacture reality. So if we're trying to manufacture reality, your competing reality has no place. It's not welcome.
I saw the news from the United States regarding the shooting on the ICE officer, and then it's kind of shocking because despite like the Antifa is getting labeled as a terrorist group, then you still have a lot of those protesters that really just go out and just they may not dress and call themselves Antifa, but their behavior is still very similar. And yeah, what do you guys think? What the hell is happening actually?
Well, but I think the people who got
whole plant.
Antifa
is basically the freaking FBI trying to create and infiltrate any potential birth of a grassroots movement from the ground up. So Antifa is not organized. There's no leadership. It's just an excuse. So you could say the big scary left is coming to you. Go ahead, Mehdi.
Sorry, just one
You're muted.
question before. One question before that,
One-
and go, Mehdi. It will be brief. Just, I think the ones who got hit or killed are the ones who were detainees. Is it?
There were a couple of detainees that got hit, but he could have went in there just spraying bullets anywhere. So it isn't a matter. We don't know if he actually focused on the detainees or he just sprayed bullets because he just wanted to kill people. He's anti-ICE. Now I forgot what I was going to say.
But
Antifa. The one thing, there's a difference, Bradley, and I think you're wrong on this, is that Antifa was the ones that were breaking windows and burning down places and holding a federal courthouse under siege in Seattle. I mean, not Seattle, in Portland.
They still are.
And you haven't seen that from the right. We don't do that. We're mostly law-abiding citizens. That's the reason why you don't see it. We're mostly older.
Think about this. No, Maddie. Think about January 6th, right?
Yeah.
When January 6th happened, people were mostly having this peaceful protest, and then there was a small group of people that opened the gates, incited the imaginations of the crowd. People went in and then they hammered them and said, "This is an insurrection," right?
It was a federal ambush.
That's what Antifa
set up.
is. No, same. That's what Antifa is.
But understand,
Antifa and Black Lives Matter is the same thing. It's the same thing. So there you go. So when you say they don't, that the right doesn't do this violent shit, I'm saying that the left doesn't actually do this violent shit either. When they get infiltrated by the freaking FBI agents, then they get incited to do that kind of stuff. You know where this comes out, which playbook this comes out of? This comes out of our own regime change playbook.
I can't argue against that it may be the government that is behind Antifa, considering the amount of U.S. aid that got funneled into these through Soros. I think it was up to $80 million. I mean, just some ridiculous number is getting fed into them, and they're more organized than we think. But I just, when it comes down to violence, it's not equal. At least it's not proportionally equal. But anyway, I was going to say something else, but we'll just let it go there.
But Trump is going after Soros, right? He just ordered like his guys to look into the Soros connections. So we finally get this fight against Soros. Like we have been talking about Soros for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, but finally at least on paper, publicly, someone is trying to investigate. Like it's actually very bad. It's so bad that even Singapore, we ban organizations that are related to Soros. That is how
same in Russia.
The threat is.
Same in Russia, same in China. It's a destabilizing force.
But we are very close to the United States. And imagine we in Singapore, we ban Soros organizations. So it's like this threat coming from Soros-led organizations is very real. If not, Singapore wouldn't have done something like this. Because we are like paranoid at offending people, but it's a real threat.
No, it's a real threat. And sorry, May, go on. I don't want to interrupt you.
Well,
you're gonna lose your thought.
No, you go. I'll hit on.
Oh, okay. Look about this issue of the left being more persecuted than the right, or the right being more persecuted than the left. Historically speaking, the right, as by definition, as being the conservative side of politics, has been the institutional power, and so it is true that historically speaking, the right has had a stronger crackdown on the left, has had more power to crack down on the left, historically speaking. But in the past 20 years, there's been a shift in nominal left, because I don't like. It's the progressive Democrats or the liberal Democrats that have taken over control of the world in the past, and it hasn't been because they took it over in the sense of like they overthrew the right and they took over. It's been an alliance. The Uni Party has invested itself in leftist rhetoric and has cracked down on the right harder than on the left, in the sense that the left got co-opted and started just, its whole revolutionary shtick that was its traditional identity got blended into the structure of power, when the structure of power dressed itself as left, as leftist liberal democratic values. And so the whole revolutionary attitude of the left in the past 20 years has been basically stoking up the flames of internal division amongst the oppressed classes, amongst the proletariat, by pitting men against women, race against race, straight against homosexual, or like homosexual against straight, and so on and so forth. And so the whole revolutionary attitude of the left in the past 20 years has been mainstream, institutionally sanctioned party line. And so that's why they haven't been persecuted in the past 20 years. And I mean, they haven't been as persecuted as the right, because they've been towing the party line, the uni-party line. And the right has been, as a conservative side of politics, have been trying to delay or push back against these social engineering programs that are explicitly and deliberately destroying quality of life
and society in general. Go ahead, Mehdi, you're muted.
Well, if you want to consider persecution, let's just look at YouTube itself. A conservative cannot necessarily always speak his thoughts. He has to talk through code words and shit like that. It's bent to one side. And that's what I mean. When we talk about persecution or being shut down or closed out and stuff like that, I think you're right. What we're dealing with is a party. It's not necessarily a party thing. We call it the Uniparty, but it's actually the Washington, D.C. establishment. All the families involved in there, the ones that work in the system, their whole family for generations has worked within the system. They go in and out from lobbyists to law firm to working as a congressional aide, doing stuff like that. None of their kids have to look for jobs. They always have them. And you can just go to opensecrets.org and see the revolving door of some of these kids and who they work for. Sometimes they're a congressional aide for a Republican, and the next thing you know, they're one for a Democrat.
Yep.
But there's definitely a party, not a party, but a faction within our system that is working on its own, and it's consisted of both parties, like the Gang of Eight. If anybody remembers that, that's still in place. It's just in the background now. And that's why we can't get anything done, because these people still have their fingers and claws into the deeper parts of government. And this is why I cannot stand that Rubio is in charge of the State Department, because he is one of the neocons that we need to get rid of. Yeah. And that's part of the reason why I don't understand. When you see Trump giving mixed messages, we don't know what he's being told and by whom. I think he's finally caught on to Ukraine and what's going on there. And now he's starting to look at Israel and I can't even say it without spitting, so I won't. Look at Israel, seeing what's going on. And, there comes a point where your eyes, you just cannot unsee what you're seeing. And you're going to have to take some type of action, because it's falling on him. Because I'm a MAGA guy, but I'm against going into Israel. I'm against the Ukraine war. I always have been. We're not ready for it. And I'll talk about this, because there may be a reason why the generals were all called to Quantico. And it has a lot to do possibly with the General Accounting Office statement that came out that said U.S. ground forces are very, very unprepared. 1 out of 10 times the armored force was able to meet combat readiness when it was needed. So that came out. Plus, we may see a cutting down of generals, a culling of the herd. The third thing is that it may be for military tribunal that are coming up. And these are flag officers that would be involved in these type of things possibly. So there's a lot about what these generals are being called for. And everybody, you know, all the people that want to fearmonger say we're going to war. I think that is not the case. I think what's happening is that we're going to start working on fixing our shit, and it's going to start from the top. People are going to start to be held accountable. I hope.
You don't think they want to go for
Starling purge? It's the
You don't
Starling
think
purge. We need to do the purge first before you can win the war.
So wait,
They're pushing.
what about Transnistria? Like, you don't think that they might want to go for that? You don't think they might want to boots on the ground for something small like this? That they
The army cannot meet its readiness. How is it going to get there? What's it going to do when it gets there? What's it going to fight with? They don't have the ammunition. You can't just go with one loadout, get in contact, come back, and say, "Oh well, that's it." You just sit there with a tank. What are you going to do? Ram them? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, hold the phone on this tribunal bullshit. There ain't gonna be no fucking tribunals. Get that QAnon bullshit out of here.
I don't even follow Q. What
I
I'm
know,
saying
but
is
that's
that
what-
I'm telling you right now, they're not going to allow any of like combing them to be tried in the U.S., the District of Washington, D.C. There's no way they're going to do it because they know almost every judge in there is corrupt. So they either got to move it, and because
I think what happened was
because it's possible treason, it's a military matter. So
I don't know.
We'll see. I'm sorry, Glenn.
I'd say more likely it's probably like a culling, but I'm thinking that they probably said, like, look, we're going to attack China. Everyone's required to submit a paper on how they would do it, and the best generals and admirals will keep their jobs, and the rest will get fired. So, I mean, even if you're the admiral and your job is in charge of all the chow halls in the Pacific, hey, if you write the plan that they like, you get to keep your job, you know. And the guy that is the in chief of the Pacific Fleet that writes a garbage plan, he's probably going to get fired.
And United States
I
has
think
so much
it's more-
failures over the past years, right? There are so many military failures, like especially Afghanistan. The withdrawal is messed up. So there is a lot of people that should have get sacked but not sacked.
I mean,
So,
my
the
money is on the transvestite supply cooks in the Navy for coming up with the best plan, probably to beat China. I mean,
or they see any
all those
female
Navy
generals
SEAL guys
walking
and
in.
all those carrier air wing commanders, they don't know shit. It's those tranny guys that make the mashed potatoes.
Or maybe Pete Hexet will be like at the entrance. No, every single female officer
actually
that
the
walked in that
janitor
looked like a guy. Oh,
writing
you're
the
sacked.
battle plan.
You're sacked.
Well, also look at how many generals
real quick. If it's Pete Hexeth, if it's a female officer, 8 and above, you get to keep your job. 8 and below, you hit the road.
Yeah.
Well, it
I'm
is time,
becoming
though,
just
that we shed some of these generals because we got more generals than we had in World War II. And we have at least half the force. So some of this has got to get worked out because we can't continue on in the way that we are. Something has to change. And it's not like our enemies don't know this.
Well, I mean, think about it. We had larger land operations with fewer generals. Now we could do these large, land operations, air and sea. They're all linked and data linked and communicated. So you would think it would require less staff than what they had back when they had not near the battlefield awareness of what they have now. So, yeah, I mean, I would assume that it's going to be some kind of trimming of the fat, hopefully, because. I mean, there's too many. I mean, you need a couple admirals in the Pacific. You probably need a couple in the Atlantic, and then maybe a few on standby in case somebody's carrier group gets sunk and they go down with the ship. Same with the Air Force, the Army. I mean, you need corps commanders and then their subunit commanders. But I mean, how many people have we seen over the years? Oh, she's the first female 2-star general in charge of logistics. It's like, okay. Can she do the job when it counts, or is she just pulling her, enough to get by and got promoted because someone wanted to promote the first woman general? Is she actually competent? Maybe that's a lot. Maybe there's going to be a bunch of competency reviews.
Yeah, I think that's more what it's going to be.
I'm more cynical about Trump's action and what he's doing. It's not even because of Gaza. It's what's happening there. I think he's more like a loyalty guy. He will find who's more loyal to him, whether he's competent or not. Practically, that's what he was doing. The whole anyone who disagree with him, he will kick him out for a good or a bad reason, and that's not a good thing
I
for
mean,
America
that's not
if you have
necessarily really true or fair, because Tulsi Gabbard publicly disagreed on the Iranian thing, and she's still there, and she hasn't been put out. She's still making her rounds here and there. So, and I
did
think
she have
the military guys, they've self-identified long ago, so it's probably not even that hard to get rid of these guys,
but
because they already
it's not
got screenshots of their rainbow flag and this and that, and whatever dumb shit they've said over the last 4 or 5 years. They've got all that. So
the
I
thing
think it's
is
probably just trimming the fat. Like, we don't need 27 admirals in the Pacific.
yeah, but
We only need
the thing
15.
what I wanted to say is either if it's a purge for loyalty or to plan something big, because I don't see Trump like figuring out who's the best general and keep him like competent wise. I personally don't see him with his record for so far. This is me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, but those are the two things that came into my mind. There's a lot of conflict that he can begin. Personally, I see two choices: purge for loyalty, one, or going to a big event and trying to
I don't
cover
think you
everything.
understand the American military. The American military, even with the politicization of it, their overwhelming majority of people's mindsets would be pro-Trump, or at least Trump. Just because of his swagger, the way he talks, the way he wants to project power, he's going to have the loyalty of most of the military, anyways. I mean, he doesn't need to do a loyalty test, because there's going to be plenty of guys that want to serve him and want to perform for him and want to be his fair-haired boy. So the cream will rise to the top. The guys that can get the jobs done that he wants done, or convinced him that they can get it done, those will be the guys that stay. I mean, think about it. He likes to win. He wants to be a winner, so he's not going to pick people that ain't going to win. I mean, he might make some crazy changes and stuff, but those might be recommendations by other war fighters, like not so much Hegseth, but those guys have the pulse of the regular guys more than some 4-star that's been in the Pentagon for 20 years. So it could be a matter, I don't think the loyalty thing is going to be a problem. I think these guys want to perform for Trump, and they'll do it.
Super chat, Mr. Eric say, build Trump mad. I actually don't understand.
Even we see it why I said this, because even we see it with states who disagree with him. He goes with the National Guard, with the military, with the lawsuits and stuff. It's basically authoritarian stuff 101. It's like what
It's not really
we do here.
authoritarian. I mean, my governor, when I was in the state Colorado National Guard, we got activated by the governor. We could get activated by the president. I mean, the thing is those units, when they get activated, even the ones in California, they're made up of hippie Californians. Guess what? They all put their uniform on and went and did the job the boss told them to do. I mean, the idea that there's those people being purged out, they've self-identified. I don't think there's anything like that going on. I don't think the president, this particular one, has a problem getting the military behind him, because his attitude appeals to them. Same with the law enforcement guys. I mean, he probably has the backing overwhelming of law enforcement of all shades and stripes and ranks, just because he says what they want to hear. He says he's going to back them. He says he's going to let them do their job. So, that's what most guys want to do. They want to be left alone to do their job and not be lawsuited or whatever. So I do believe they're going to cut the fat. I just don't think it's a loyalty test.
If it's not loyalty test,
he's already got those people around him.
If it's not the loyalty test, then maybe, as I said, it's either the loyalty test or a war or a conflict, or maybe he's testing whether he can start a conflict or not. I don't know, but because calling everyone is a bit weird. Even for a conflict, I didn't see that before. even.
I mean, think
maybe
about it, dude. What if some of these guys get Zoom called and the HR person from the Army or the Air Force or the Navy tells them, thank you for your service, but your service is no longer required. Submit your retirement papers. I mean, more than likely, it's going to be a shedding of the fat. Because, I mean, think about it. You don't need all these staffs because each one of these admirals and generals has a staff. So you're just taking up money and manpower that you probably really need to put somewhere else. I mean, if they cut 50% of these officers, I mean, that's money they can turn around and put into training or other programs. You know, I mean, they got to pay these guys to retire and go away. But, I mean, they probably just have to streamline the whole system and get rid of a lot of the excesses. And unfortunately, when the military wants to cut their budget and make a big splash about how they're saving you money, it's usually because they cut personnel. It's not because they cut programs. I mean, Bill Clinton's big thing was I saved, X amount of billions of dollars after Desert Storm because he reduced the size of the federal government. Most of that was done on the military. Those are federal employees. So technically I cut the federal government down because I gutted the military. And then, after we gutted the military, we sat on it for 20 years and then decided to go hot again. And now we're in a bad spot. And we've given most of our shit away to somebody else over the years and the proxies. And now we're figuring out maybe we got a lot of dead weight at the top and not enough bullets and beans.
Super chat by Johari. I wonder how those general view pickaxe since he was a major in the NG, but now as the Secretary of Defense bet those guys are salty since they did not get promoted. But it's a different thing, right? The becoming a Secretary of Defense is more like a political thing. So
Yeah, I'm just happy that the guy has some basic military experience to be in the job, so he at least understands the system. I'll take that over them just picking somebody because the guy gave him a bunch of money and he's a good friend. At least this guy knows how the system works. And he was in a position where he was fucking people and getting fucked a lot, so he's probably the perfect guy to figure out what works and don't work.
I mean, which country don't like your defense minister or secretary of defense, go to every unit and then go for physical training, the morning training with them. Then go do push-up with them. That's like the perfect defense, leader, That is like...
I mean, you think you're ever going to see Donald Rumsfeld do push-ups with the troops? Or Dick Cheney? I mean... And the thing is the enlisted guys and the lower ranking officers will probably respect him more, and they might even feel like they can go to him and explain problems to him, whereas, before you got to get permission from so-and-so and then run it up the chain and then it just disappears. Maybe you'll get more action now with a lower ranking guy. Because like I said, he was closer to the bullshit than some general that gets promoted.
Because, when I was in the military, rank and file soldiers, really like this type of officer, that they're willing to go into the to sweat with you, to train or do physical exercise with you, to share the feelings and you can relate and you can respect, rather than someone who act as if he's very like big ego, like grandstanding
above you,
like he's above us, Yeah, the soldiers don't like it. The soldiers like.
But if it's a bullshit, thing, they will sense it. Because if my boss come to my desk, let's say, and do some PR bullshit, I will sense it, and he can as kick ass as he wants, but I will sense it. I will despise him even more because he's doing a PR move. You understand?
Yes.
But if you look at what he did, though, you got Pete Hegseth in Secretary of Defense. You've got a lot of other guys that were in the global war on terror. You got Tulsi Gabbard at the DNI. I mean, they put these people that were mid-range officers that would have been like the go-betweens between the higher-ups and the lowers. So I think it's a good move because
I didn't say it is like this. I didn't say it is like this.
I never thought about that, Vaughn, like, because I had always thought about it as like, Pete Hegseth is not a super high ranking military officer. It feels like he might be a little bit out of his depth, but maybe actually it's a little bit of what we need, because we've had a bunch of guys that were not out of their depths, supposedly, and look where they got us. Like, biggest military budget of all the nations, and
and it's kind of an old tradition too in the military. I mean, if you want to know what's wrong with the military, ask the privates. They'll tell you what's wrong. I mean, granted, a lot of it's just gratuitous bitching, because that's what it is. But I mean, I think those guys were in a position because they weren't politicized as much, or really, and they didn't have to kiss some senator's ass to get their job. To get a star. They got put in there, and if they didn't vote for him and put him in, Trump could have recessed appointed him if he really wanted to push the issue, or they could have just kept revisiting until they got somebody. But I think these plays are to kind of solidify the military, as far as, we got people in here that know what your struggles are. They went through the struggles with you. They were in the global war on terror. They know what's up. They weren't sitting in the fucking Pentagon office just writing checks and making pronouncements. So I think it played out well. You've got people that have skin in the game. They know the job. They were doing the job. They were doing the grunt work, and now they're in positions of power. That might just better facilitate the changes that the military needs to make, especially in regards to, Ukraine and shifting towards China and Asia and all this. You need people that are up to date on stuff.
They don't have that tail that they owe so much to so many that they're compromised.
Yeah, I mean, how many people were lobbying Pete Hegseth before he got SecDef? I mean, I'm sure he talked to people. I'm sure people offered him jobs. People were like telling him about stuff like, "Hey, I know you got Trump's ear. Can you tell him about this?" Yeah, but now that lobbying's probably 100 times more intense than it ever was. And he might be level-headed and grounded enough to blow a lot of that off and not get taken up to like, well, I'm a general now. Of course I should get steak dinners every night and fucking free vacations.
Well, if you look at the people that Trump has surrounded himself with, it's really interesting, because you have people like Hegseth, Gabbard, right? These are people that have strong opinions. We know that they do, and we've heard them.
Look at them. You got Patel, you got Bongino.
Another good example.
They took mid-range guys and moved them into positions of authority, and these were all field guys.
And they all have some kind of ideological bent, right? So it's like it's not like you're talking to Keith Kellogg, and Keith Kellogg his daughter has a business in Ukraine, and he's partly invested in that, and he's also advising Donald Trump on what he should be doing in terms of Ukraine, trying to act like he's more level-headed, more fair-handed, and even-handed than he really ever was. So it seems like he's tried to surround himself with these people that may be a little bit harder to corrupt, because somebody like Pete Hegseth might actually have some deeply held personal convictions, like he notoriously has that infidel tattoo or something, right? So it's probably going to be harder for that guy to be compromised by, I don't know, Saudi Arabia or something. Who knows? Maybe he's got some kind of racist thing going on. Whatever it is, people like Hegseth and Gabbard and RFK Jr. and Kash Patel, I think that they have some kind of individual moral strength that they can stand on a kind of a basis to push back. That somebody like Keith Kellogg, he doesn't. He's compromised. He can't.
Well, he's part of the old guard in the old system. He's one of those guys that's always around in the background for multiple administrations. So he's kind of like, hey, if you got a problem at stake, call this guy. He's the fixer. And yeah, he might be the fixer, but he's the fixer for the establishment. And now they've got people in there that aren't still establishment.
So I guess what I'm saying is that he's surrounded by both people that maybe he should be listening to more, and by people that he should not be listening to as much. And sometimes you can tell that difference when after he talks to Witkoff, he comes out with one statement, then he talks to Keith Kellogg and Zelenskyy or Macron, and he comes out with a completely different statement. So it's like you're surrounding yourself with contradicting voices. And I think probably to a certain extent, it has to be like that. To a certain extent, people are like, no, you're going to have some of your guys in there, and we're going to have some of our guys in there too. So I'm sure, but
I'd really like to know who he talked to before he came out with that idea about them getting Crimea and all that back down the road.
yeah,
I mean, like you said, I mean, there's days where he sounds more reasonable and like he's, somber about what's actually happening on the ground. Then the next day he's like, well, the Russians have lost 1 million guys and Ukraine's lost 30,000. And
No, I think Trump is just setting up the Europeans. Because Trump already said that United States have nothing to do with the Ukraine war, and everything is just paid. They're just selling weapons, but but Ukraine can win, and the Europeans will help him. They will help Ukraine. It's like it's basically setting the Europeans to fail.
It's funny,
So
it's because that's what
fine.
Nanya and I had predicted all the way back when our podcast started. We were saying right away when Donald Trump got elected, he is going to try to pawn the Ukraine disaster off on the Europeans. And slowly but surely, this is exactly what we've been seeing, step by step, and to the point where the Europeans are getting paranoid. They asked Zelenskyy about that statement. That
Okay,
Trump
guys,
said.
because
with
like 10 minutes.
Miro, I think
second time. Yeah, hello. So basically, I mean, in the workshop, guys, Knipex, 140 pounds from China, 10 pounds. 10 days from China to Poland by Belarus. Also, I was looking, recently digger, the same, 8,000 pounds, perfect micro digger, unbelievable. 10 days delivery, China, Belarus, Poland. But what I wanted to say, interesting, because I was talking about Zelenskyy in UN speech, thing like that. So I'm watching that show, quite a long, and I'm quite surprised because, guys, no one knows how Ukraine became Ukraine and how Israel became Israel. That's crazy for me. That's crazy for me. That's what I wanted to say. That because it's impossible to find in ChatGPT basically lying, but guys, 1920, Battle of Warsaw. So basically, because that's very interesting what's going on, because I will tell you later on what happens today in Poland. So basically today, our new president Nawrocki signed agreement with Ukraine that Ukraine still got lots of benefits. So even if Polish government paying benefits from Ukraine, so basically Ukraine coming to Poland, so that war is like about it seems to me that that is to bankrupt Poland and Ukraine, and then you can govern both those countries. Whoever like Poland and Ukraine borrow money, that we buy, but so basically before election, Nawrocki said never will sign something like that. That's because already Ukrainians receive lots of support, and people are like crazy about this. People saying like too much, too many. So before election they said no. Now so basically Polish government will be paying benefits. But how it looks like, guys? Do you remember that drones incidents? So basically crazy plastic drones, most likely from Ukraine, because it's impossible, from
the distance is too great from Russia. The distance was too great. The Russians were saying the drones could not have flown from Russian territory because they had like a 400-kilometer range.
My point is those plastic drones were issued by fighter jets, by from USA, and rockets from USA. One rocket destroyed homes. So basically, this is this is not the war. This is the goal is to bankrupt Poland and Ukraine. And if you own those countries, you can govern those countries. Basically, how it looks like. But what I want to say that no one understands about Ukraine and Israel.
It's YouTube. Damn it.
1920 Battle of Warsaw, guys. Basically, Poland declared independence. 1918s. Russia attacked Poland, and basically, a few months, and Russia lost everything. So Russia was begging Poland for peace. That was 1920. And my point is that no one understands this because all those wars were funded by Rothschilds. That's not so basically Rothschilds could predict, almost every war. Like now is not difficult to predict, what happens. Everyone knows that Ukraine lost, we lost. It's not difficult. But that Battle of Warsaw, no one, and for sure Rothschild couldn't predict, So basically that so Russian were begging, for peace in Riga, and that was eastern border, and then was established like eastern border, of Poland, which includes, Belarus and Ukraine. So that was. My point is that Western Ukraine is Poland, and no one bothered to think what happens with those people which live there, like the Poles, So
yeah. I told you, Miro.
So basically, what I say,
you send Polish security forces in there to stabilize Lvov and all that, and then you just don't.
No. This is about debt. This is to bankrupt all those countries, because I said to you earlier that the oil around Carpathia Mountains. So basically that was reason for Second World War. Germany need that oil, and even before that, and what's crazy that Rothschilds found that tiered oil fields at that time, 1908 in Drohobych, Ukraine, and that's about this oil, because Poland nationalized this oil, and that was the reason for Second War, That Rothschilds' money. That's how I see this, and that's very interesting. But second, my point is that Ukrainians genocide, and guys, that's interesting because recently Trump visited UK, and he had this dinner with King Charles. And what King Charles said, and King Charles is fucking lying, many times. I've got like few of his lies that is big, but what he said with Trump, that basically King Charles said that UK cooperate with Ukraine through First and Second World War. Basically, they work together. So that is crazy, because guys, that genocide of Poles, it happens 1943, and that at the point when Germany started to losing, and Ukrainians switched to like UK side, So if King Charles saying something like that is huge. It's huge. So basically, I'm looking, who is responsible for that genocide of Poles, in 1943, 1940, and.
So you're saying the Brits had something to do with it?
Yes, because they started when Germany started to lose Second World War. That's basically. Bosnia genocide started. No 1939, no 1941, 1943. So I believe, I'm sure that's why you've got censorship in UK, because and Israel, because they're lying about Second War. So basically, I'm claiming that Second War is opposite what we know what war. No, it's completely opposite. What happens during Second War. So that was planned by UK and those people which left Poland. And yeah, because I've got like, guys, 10 minutes, but if you learn this, and then you will be able to use like maybe Chat GPT or Google to find what really happens.
Yeah.
And
not a lot of people bring up the 1920s Russian
guys, another interesting. What's interesting, everyone wants to be in Poland, like Austria-Hungary, Germany, Russia, Ukrainians. Everyone wants to be in Poland. And even Jewish people live in Poland like for 200 years. And suddenly, in 1920, they had decided that they will leave Poland, So that is crazy. That is crazy. And you see, like, Polish people didn't understand, and why they leaving us. And basically they were asking, why? They were angry, that's why? If you were leaving us, then fuck you, but they couldn't understand this. So that's my point, just find why is that everyone wants to be in Poland. Like Jewish people have decided to go to Palestine. So that is I know, but you see, so basically that's the reason when 1920 when Ukraine and Israel was established, after that battle. And that's also very important. Like the people around the world should know about that battle, 1920, because that was key history point in Europe, or in the world, in fact, because we've got that Middle East just now. So yeah, so basically, in 5 minutes, so like oil, Drohobych in Ukraine, lots of oil. And I think reason, because I'm looking for reason, not like lots of people with military experience looking, all right, we'll send him, these missiles, but it's not about weapons. It's about, to bankrupt those countries. That's very easy. To take total control.
Demilitarize NATO.
That's
right?
my point.
People have said this for, I think especially Garland Nixon. He's been saying that the Russians created a trash compactor in Ukraine and to demilitarize Ukraine, and NATO kept feeding it, dripped feeding it little by little, wonder weapons and equipment, instead of like giving them one big, 50 M1 Abrams tanks to use all at once or something, right? They were drip feeding them, and the Russians took out their Patriots and took out their tanks and took out their all this other stuff.
But
so they call that, Donald Nixon calls that the demilitarization of NATO.
Do we have a new guy?
No,
I think that's to intro himself.
Sorry.
So Peter has been on Open Mic before, long time ago. He haven't came out for a long time, I think.
No, I've been busy.
You're from Canada, right?
That's
Yes,
guys.
yes.
5 minutes, and I because I have time, but 5 minutes. How crazy is that? So just when war started in Ukraine, Poland gave them, I think, 300 or 400 tanks, which was crazy if you think that Ukrainians did, genocide, and that was
Miro, be fair. Let's be fair, because because Poles also don't like the Russians. There's also, especially in the leadership,
That's
there's
not
also a level of
No. I told you just now that I'm looking for that, train connection with China and Belarus, Russia. I think that's a fucking huge. I'm thinking even, to buy digger from China soon, because 10 days, fucking the price is okay, and you've got 10 days delivery, by train. So also tax is, I think, 2%. So that would be good deal, that would be good deal. So I see that's like, like huge development for everyone, including like Belarus, Russia, Poland, Europe. That's railway is is something huge, and probably you have
No,
heard that.
so I don't know, dude.
Bo-
Your politicians have been involved in trying to rewrite the history of World War II. They've made a lot of
no way, no way.
highly Russophobic statements. Definitely they made a like for example, saying that it was that World War II started as a result of Soviet and German invasion of Poland, for example. World War II had been raging before that, or that leaving out important details, like the fact that the Poles didn't want to make an alliance against Nazi Germany with the Soviets. They chose instead to make an alliance with Nazi Germany against the Soviets. I mean, I get it. You're a smaller country and you're between a rock and a hard place, but you chose to side with the wrong guys.
We did?
No. It's what I told earlier. Earlier is international conspiracy against. No. International conspiracy against Poland. I can explain. No, our politics never said even so that I'm saying about Ukrainians and how crazy is that they make genocide and Poland giving him like everything, tanks and support, So basically, they got like free money.
It's not crazy.
But I mean, we get it, Miro. But I mean, think about it. Look at.
It's not crazy. It's because they're fighting the Russians.
Russia attacks Kiev every day with drones, and some people die, and you'd think it was a massive slaughter of civilians, and then Israel literally slaughters civilians every day, and you don't hear a peep.
It's compare compare what happening just now in Poland. If like German with swastika sent to Israel, Israel would give him all support, tanks and everything. That's the same situation. Can you imagine that Germany with swastika with tattoo is massively are sent to Israel, and Israel welcome them with support and everything. That's fucking crazy. The same crazy is like Ukrainians have like support from Polish state. That's fucking crazy.
It's not crazy if you consider the fact that the main enemy is the Russians.
Oh my God.
But are they not?
Not really.
You don't think so?
Who said this? No. Russia. One moment.
I mean, the reason is you have the Soviet Union, and there's people that live in those Eastern countries that have bad feelings about the Soviet Union. That's why there's Polish mercenaries and
No. That's why
there's a certain number of people in those countries that will side with Nazis because they hate Russians more than Nazis.
Yeah,
I mean, think of the merc that Wyatt knows. He's basically, on that side. And why? Because he hates Russians. Because the Russians were the Soviets, and the Soviets fucking were horrible to his parents.
How stupid is that? Poland was attacked by Germany, and Germany made.
Calm down.
I mean, if you want to look at something stupid, look at all the Colombians going to Ukraine. That's stupid. They don't have any.
That's crazy.
I mean, I could see an Eastern European going to fight against Russia because of the bad blood from the Soviet Union, but why the fuck is the Colombian going over there for anything other than money?
Yeah,
I mean,
money.
That war is crazy.
I can get the Georgian mercs and the Ukrainians and the Estonians, the Romanians, the Bulgarians. That makes sense. Colombians, Americans, that doesn't. Brits, that doesn't.
Colombians don't like Russians, apparently.
I mean, apparently there's this horrible streak. Maybe there's a missing history. Those explorers that sailed over to South America before Christopher Columbus.
Miroslav, why are the Colombians in Ukraine fighting against Russia? What's your take?
For drone practice, drone training.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, cartels using the Ukraine. They're funding. They're getting.
I would say that's a risky endeavor because there's probably not a lot of Colombian graduates from that Ukrainian school that make it back to
to Colombia.
No. Some do. I think some are captured.
So, guys, to summarize, so basically, our government, because someone said that that Polish government is lying about history. No. Basically, they're saying we need to support Ukraine. And how crazy is that? They're saying we need to support Ukraine because they are our neighbor. But Belarus and Russia have like much longer border, with Poland. So it's the same. So that argument is fucking crazy, But I basically I would like to live with everyone in peace, especially with Russia. So if someone's saying that Poles are against Russia, that's fucking propaganda and stupid, No way. Everyone else, and
I agree with you. Listen, every single Polish, so I'm Russian American. Every single Pole I've ever met has always been really excited to find that out and try to say a couple of Russian words to me, right? That every single one, like that's here in America, in the United States. I've never met what is it, Radislav Sikorsky, somebody that talks with that kind of flamboyant and vitriolic, hateful rhetoric. But I do see them in the news, and I do see them in Polish politics, and I think it's
all right. So let's say what Sikorsky, guys. Two things about that drone attack. Sikorsky said that it's too early to say something because there's like mist of war. We don't have enough information. And I'm regarding that Polish government plane which crashed in 2010. He was again the foreign minister of Poland, and he like 5 minutes after that plane crash, he said there was no explosion, plane crash, everyone dead. So that's Sikorsky. Can you now understand what's going on? Yeah, presidential plane crash, and Sikorsky said 5 minutes after that crash that there was no explosion, that was accident. So
yeah,
and
fog.
And regarding
Lots
that drone attack, he said no, that was assassination, guys. And all Europe said nothing, even funeral of our president, no one arrived apart Putin. That's only Putin showed up because that was like volcano eruption, stuff like that. But basically, yeah, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. That was assassination.
Katyn massacre anniversary when the plane went to visit for the anniversary of the massacre and crashed subsequently in Russia.
Yeah, and let me address that Katyn because you see what happens. What's happened? 1940, guys. So basically, few months after Germany and Soviets invade Poland. So basically, the Polish soldiers surrendered to Soviet. That was like order. Don't fight with Soviet, fight with Germany. And yeah, 22,000 killed. Immediately. So my point is how crazy what those countries in Palestine saying only first year of Second World War, that was like huge genocide. Nothing happened to other people like Ukrainians, Jewish people. Nothing happens. You've got like few months of war. 22,000. We don't know how many more because I've heard that in Kazakhstan it's like second cutting. But you've got like few months after Second War started, you've got cutting and 2 million Poles sent to Siberia, civilians, before Holocaust, before Germany started to build concentration camps. So that's why I'm saying, guys, Second War is opposite what we know in Poland. Just I'm learning, So crazy stuff. So Germany, for example, and what I do not understand, I know a lot about border with Ukraine, but I don't understand why Ukraine is so big. For me, it's difficult to say because Ukrainians were cooperate with Germany later on, quite possibly with Great Britain, but that is very tricky because all those concentration camps, basically those camps where Jewish people were killed, that was maybe 3 or 4 camps exactly on the eastern border of Poland. so there was maybe you know few SS men and rest of staff that was Ukrainians, and I believe that's interesting because I think anyway those SS men wanted to kill Ukrainians as well after job done. So it's very interesting. But anyway, the Ukrainians work for Nazi, you know. So why? This is a question I know why, but question for you guys: why Ukraine is so big after Second World War? Because Germany lost, and Ukrainians were working with Germany.
Yeah, but I mean, think about it. The Russians controlled all that territory. They're the ones that set the borders.
Yeah, it was part of USSR, Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, Poland was, Romania, Hungary, all that.
Yeah,
I mean, it was just
Czechoslovakia.
that's where the terrain laid, you know.
But if you think about this, so those you know Bandera groups, they just now you know. There's head of Bandera in Ukraine because they were also fighting against Russians. So why would Russia give Ukrainians?
Didn't hear any.
I mean, they didn't give it to them. They probably purged all the Banderite guys out and killed all the political problems, and then they settled Russians there.
Yeah. So basically, guys, I need to go back. But my point is that is. You see, I would rather, you know, on open mic, I would just think, you know, why Ukraine is so big, why Israel is so big, you know, when it happens, because it's everything connected. It's crazy, guys. It's crazy. It's crazy. That is crazy what's going on, and I think, you know, that goal will be, you know, to bankrupt all those countries and take oil. That's how I see this, you know. So means it means it could happen that everything, you know. But I'm thinking that the goal would be to because already, you know, those tanks with Poland with buy from Korea is, you know, the Polish government paid 30%, you know, and it's really loan. So if something happens, if something like small war happens. Oh my God, Poland will be bankrupt for sure, you know. It's already bankrupt. Already, you know, paying for those tax, paying Ukrainians, you know, for free.
I think they stopped doing that. They don't want to give any more welfare checks to the Ukrainians apparently coming in.
Well, I think that they need those welfare checks.
So just now, Miro talked about the drones, right? Reminds me of one of these new issues that just came out this week. Ukraine is accusing Hungary of drones flying into Ukrainian territory, and Ukraine is making some big deal out of it.
Yeah,
I will tell you, guys, a little bit quick because there's no much information from Poland. So basically, you know, I saw that military parade in China. You see those laser cannons, or I don't know how to say. So that is what lasers, yeah, lasers. So I think in cases like that, Poland should buy from China those, because you need to have like a little bit probably oil, you know, to shoot down small drones using like that, you know. So it's cheap, and Poland will be like. I don't know how much it costs, you know, to scramble, you know, the F-35, you know, but it's costly, you know. 1 hour of flying is, oh my God, you know. So for that plastic drones, it doesn't make sense.
I've heard people speculate that the real reason why they scrambled the jets was maybe to get them off the ground, because they didn't know if this was some kind of
an attack.
attack that where they could have been caught flat-footed, and the goal wasn't necessarily to shoot down the plastic drones. But I mean, dude, all of those plastic drones taken together would never be even wouldn't cost as much as the fuel that was used by even one of those jets that was grounded.
Yeah. So basically, I think that goal is to have like small war, small war that to make debts, to make huge debts, and then you own countries. That will happen. But so basically, I know that Poland is buying a lot from USA, but I will tell you, I was watching like Polish military parade from 1966. So I could compare, that military parade to China. There's like lots of rockets and everything made in Poland. So
they have Russian equipment too.
Russian equipment also.
Oh yeah.
But the Poles did make it.
So that was something, that was something, you could use those rockets, to shoot down, drones, no problem, because you can make more and more and more. But now, we've got the Patriot from USA, and we need to every incident like that would cost a lot, So
that's why that whole incident. So listen, isn't it obvious to everybody what that incident was? That incident, along with the so-called along with the so-called Russian violation of the Estonian airspace, all of this is
Greenland, same thing.
Yeah, they're trying to. It's just fear-mongering, threat inflation.
Yeah, they're agitating the population to try and get them to think a certain way.
Well, I think also they're trying to get the Americans. They're trying to influence the Americans. Like, cause look at all the news. If all the U.S. news has been about Vladimir Putin played Donald Trump for a fool. Donald Trump got made a chump of. He trusted him. Like, there's a lot of that. So I think that somebody that's like a narcissist like Trump, that probably does have some kind of effect. Eventually, it might weigh down on him. So there's a lot of. So maybe after. Around that time, that's when you have these massive incursions.
I don't think there's that much people say that about Trump. I might just be people that already didn't like Trump. I don't think the overall thing is anti-Trump. I think they're still all backing whatever Trump play he makes. They'll back it. It's just like Israel. I mean, no matter what Israel does, you can guarantee Fox News is going to carry the water 24/7. Where other channels won't, because they haven't. But it's not because they were enlightened and figured it out. It's because they were already historically against them. It'd be like trying to say, oh, the Turks, young Turks or something, all of a sudden, they're woke, they're red pilled. Now they've always been anti-right, anti-American to some extent.
Yeah,
so it's not like a big change. So I don't think there's a whole lot of that. I think people are, there's the serious commentators that know the war's over and lost, and they try to offer off ramps, and there's other people that tell you that
like Jesse Waters, for example. If there's somebody that Donald Trump watches, I'm sure Jesse Waters is probably up there. Jesse Waters is one of the guys out there saying Vladimir Putin made a fool of Trump. Trump trusted him, extended his hand. He believed him, and Vladimir Putin wrung him around the rosy, and
I still think he's trying to stir the anti-Russian sentiment more than he is the Trump got played for a fool. Because they'll sit there and always say, well, Putin's this or Putin's that, Putin's a killer, But even though when someone said that to Trump, Putin's a killer, he's like, you don't think we are? You don't think we don't kill people?
Yeah.
I
don't know. I think that this is the Europeans throwing a temper tantrum, trying to keep the Americans in, and trying to show that big scary Russia thinks it's too big for his britches. Oh no! Who could possibly save us from these violations of airspace and these violations of our electoral integrity and stuff? Surely only Uncle Sam riding in on a big bald eagle. So, I don't know. That's kind of how I think of it.
Guys, last word about that.
Let's talk Venezuela and the USA upcoming attacks.
Yeah, Mr. Ted. But anyway,
Yeah.
what were you gonna say?
Sorry, Miro was saying something.
Yeah. What were you saying, Miro?
Yeah, last word. That's I would say like more about. So basically, you guys you should investigate. You know why these people left Poland? Why that border with Ukraine? For example, what I found recently, because Lviv, that was like 400 or even 500 years in Poland as a Polish city, and so that would be very interesting information. That basically how is Ukraine, because Stalin, I think that was 1945. He falsified referendum. So basically he falsified. So that was Polish city, and they have decided that Stalin falsified this, and that's why is Ukraine, So it's fucking crazy. So I'm thinking, if Ukraine wanted to be independent from Soviet Union, they should say something, Sorry guys, that was yours. We kill our people. So basically that's fucking crazy situation. No one is thinking about this, So but the reason why Stalin falsified this referendum, because oil is so Lviv, so there's like fucking huge oil fields. So that was really reason. That's what I'm saying. That the guys
oil in
coal
Ukraine?
in Poland and oil, that was reason for war, for Germany attack Poland, and that's we lost Lviv as well. That's oil was that reason that Stalin falsified referendum and you see. Oh yes, Drohobych. That was like I was speaking with someone that was reason for Second World War, because that was guy in 1908. That was third largest oil.
Oh no, there goes Miro.
No.
Well,
the Russians cut his connection.
He was just getting started.
No, yeah, he was just. No,
I thought he said he was going to leave like 45 minutes ago.
No, it was the Ukrainians that cut it, obviously, because he's talking. All
I heard the high pitched whine of a brushless motor.
Yeah.
To be honest, I have no idea what the hell he's talking about. Like,
no, it's
vaguely
like
understand.
Just rambling and
he's made a lot of
going
points.
off in different directions.
Yeah, he made a lot of points. He went off on a lot of tangents. I think
he's very
he keep pulling us back.
He's very Polish centric.
Yes, he loves Poland.
Yeah.
He's a non-Russophobic Polish man, which is, he says, not unusual. Which is, in my experience, is the case. But I've never been to Poland, so.
I grew up in a Polish community when I was a kid, and they're good, proud people.
Okay, they want to talk about Venezuela. We've talked about
pierogies.
Super chat. Beto Sida said Poland has its own von. Miro.
It's on what?
Budget von.
Polish von.
Polish von. Von Skorsky.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. What is there to be said about Venezuela? It looks like we're trying to trying to focus on our own hemisphere here. I get that sense too. So they're trying to gin something up with Venezuela, calling them terrorists and the number one drug traffickers or something.
Yeah, I heard something else to the effect that Maduro was planning to invade Guyana next door. Apparently for gold and oil. And once oil crept into the conversation, it was like the Americans said, "Yeah, we're gonna have to put a stop to this."
Right.
Anyway, guys, I do have to go. Peace. It's been awesome. Keep up the good chat.
Bye.
Well, yeah, there was an article, I think maybe, I forget which newspaper it was in, saying that the U.S. was preparing for strikes within Venezuela. I guess we'll see. Sounds like a really bad idea to me, to be honest. I don't think you want a guerrilla war with a bunch of Venezuelans
Old
taking
ladies
pot
and
shots at you. Yeah, and they'll fight too.
Oh yeah,
Right?
guaranteed.
This is not Iraq. This is not Iraq or anything. They will fight, every single one of them.
I believe it.
So I think it's a bad idea if they do decide to go in.
Are they communist? Is Venezuela communist?
Nah, not really.
What is it? Democratic?
I wonder, and you got to wonder too. I mean, you don't hear about it, but it would be probable that Venezuela might run guys through Wagner over in Russia and Africa and run them back. Not a lot, but a sprinkle here and a sprinkle there. Plus, they got disbanded. Who knows where they ended up? I mean, like I said, a guerrilla war. I mean, why not bring your, expert IT guy in? You can bring guys back. They're going to have drone expertise and all that.
Yeah. Tactical strikes.
And all the small unit stuff.
What's up, Benny?
I personally think that it's more of, I think Bradley was getting onto it, the geopolitical, geographical spheres of influence are starting to come about. And I think that this is and I'm with Nunya, I think this is a bad idea. Committing U.S. forces into Venezuela is not going to end well. We don't want another Vietnam. Maybe we'll do strikes, but I don't think we're going to.
Yeah, I can see strikes more likely than not. But, and I don't know, the Venezuelans, they were flying their Su-30s with the anti-ship missiles on them. But I think if it ever came to where they thought they were going to take a shot, that ship would probably get negated ahead of time by a carrier strike or something. But, still, I don't think they'd go on the ground. I think they'd do strikes. But, like I said, if you want to try and – I guess it just depends on what's the goal that's realistic. Is it getting to Maduro?
Yeah.
Is it fuck with the drug cartels and hope it affects Maduro and he falls, the longer game? Because, realistically, you could just go in there. Like I said, they know what airstrips in the jungle are for drugs. They can crater those. Exactly. They know where the warehouses are, maybe nearby. They can blow those up, or production facilities. They don't really have to have a footprint on the ground. They could do a lot of that from the air. They could selectively target different cartel people to, weaken one so another one goes after it. Why not get rid of the competition for one guy to help him out, and then, encourage infighting and stuff like that. A lot of that could be done, electronically or kinetically. Maybe you'd have to have a few guys here and there to facilitate things on the ground, but I don't think you'd have to do any kind of invasion. But it just depends what kind of patience they have to do it. Are they going to try and send Marines in somewhere and do some hook around and catch Maduro and get stuck in this land war? Or are they going to maybe play it smart and actually go after the drug cartels? Think about it. I joke around about it, but it's like, it might be a good time for them just to use it as a cover to get rid of the competition. So, you want to run the Western Hemisphere. I'm joking around, but, if you want to run the Western Hemisphere, you kind of need to be in charge of all of it, don't you? At least have some oversight.
Or just, install a puppet regime of some sort.
I think that if there are any ground troops committed, it's just going to be quick strikes to where like the processing plants are, maybe where they gather, the homes and stuff, a strike and then going in. But we gotta remember that the Ukraine war has been going on for 3 years now. We don't know how much equipment has made it from the Ukraine and into these cartels' hands. Maybe part of it is that our government does know that, and they want to get to them before they can build up any more. That makes sense to me, because there's no possible way you're going to control ground in Venezuela unless we have a draft. You need bodies to do things like that. And I don't think we have it.
And if you think about it, if you look at the kind of money they spend, it's not going to be an issue for them to buy javelins or the analogs of javelins or AT-4s or all the different RPGs are probably a dime a dozen. Obviously they can they've probably already started keying in on the drones. I think there was a video a few weeks back of a drug helicopter down in South America that was hit and shot down by a drone, I guess crashed because the drone hit it in the tail maybe, or maybe the main rotor, but it killed 12 people on board. So I think that was everybody. So, I mean, and that's just some cartel down there now. I mean,
That was a
you
military
see them, they have
helicopter,
submarines and stuff, and it's not like they couldn't get a hold of man pads, heavier machine guns like PK, the 14.5s, 50 cals. I mean, you've seen all that stuff. I mean, we know it's captured. We know it's getting sold. We know it's stolen. Plus, I'm sure there's plenty of that shit already on the market from Iraq and Syria and everything else. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, and these guys, I mean, they can get their hands on all kinds of stuff. I mean, I can remember, I think it was in the 90s after the Soviet Union collapsed, there was a story about how some of the cartels were buying like AN-124s and other aircraft and using them for like almost like short-term one-way or two or three trip cargo flights, up and down Central America for drugs. And they didn't even bother repainting them. They had a picture of one. It was still had the old Russian camo and the red star, and it had flown a couple drug runs and I guess got captured or landed somewhere where they could take it. But, I mean, and you've seen the subs. There's stories all the time about the technology they're working with. And, I mean, that might be another thing, too. You might want to hit them now before the war ends and the market's flooded with all this stuff and all these guys, looking for jobs. And, I'm sure if you can fly drones and kill people, there's a job for you somewhere. Probably pays good depending on who you want to work for.
Yeah. If you want to.
But
Venezuela.
So I just want to highlight, fighting land war in Venezuela is a terrible idea. It's like Vietnam. It's all jungle, but it's almost 3 times bigger than Vietnam. So if the commitment last time can't deal with Vietnam properly, it can be rather dangerous. I mean, of course, Venezuela Vietnam got the backing of USSR and China. So of course, and there's a lot of limitation to where US troops can maneuver. But Venezuela, how to say.
Yeah, I mean, like with the strikes, I think all you could really do is maybe financially hurt the Maduro regime. If there's actual ties and money that they make off of it, it might, if it's 1% of the budget, or whatever, it might not even be worth it, or it might be negligible effect, but that's about it. I think that's really all you could do is maybe try to fuck with their money either directly or indirectly and see if that gets the result you want, because like everybody says, it's suicide to go in on the ground.
I don't know, these think tanks in Washington, they always have the same idea. It's like, if we bomb a particular location and we kill the brain trust there, like the leader or whatever, then everything will crumble. If only we kill the Iranian president, if only we kill Maduro, if only we kill and then Putin, and then the whole country will collapse. That's not how governments work.
I mean, think about it.
And,
they got a $50 million reward on Maduro. I haven't even heard of anyone even entertain it, or comment on it, other than it was announced.
But I mean, even if they did launch a strike and it killed Maduro, the Venezuelan government would still exist. It would still function. They would elect another leader and they would go on, So, I don't understand the logic, because they've tried this many times and I've yet to see it succeed. Go ahead, Maddie. Oh, you're on mute, bud.
Of course I am. Well, look at Iran. I mean, not that it's all jungle and stuff, but it's huge. I mean, how do you actually expect to subdue Iran? The best you can do, you're not going to bomb a country into submission anymore. It doesn't work like that anymore, as Nunya said. And that's what I don't get. And hopefully you guys read that link.
The nuclear aspect of just wiping out a whole country.
Yeah, but Exactly, but that's the thing is, yeah, sure, you can wipe out that, but you induce World War III or across the globe. You've limited yourself by only having a nuclear response. You know, there's no escalation to it. It's either you do it or you don't at this point. And that's, you know, where we're at, I think.
Yeah. And I also think too, like America's ability to move about unmolested, I think is going to be challenged a lot more in the future, right? So, like, I'm one of these people who doesn't believe that there's going to be another strike on Iran because next time Iran will be more forceful. And Israel got their ass whipped last time, but next time, if there's a fleet out in that water, it'll get hit. And then what, right? And same thing with Venezuela. Like, you know, they're not going to sit back and just take it. They will take shots at that fleet, and countries in the future will as well. So that's something that the collective West needs to, you know, think about, because our ability to move around the world unchallenged is over, right? And that's what that whole Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting a few weeks back, that was their coming out party to say, you know what, the world has changed now, and we're officially here to tell you that. So,
I mean, if you think about it too, I mean, if you look at the cartels, how many? It's been at least a decade or more that they've been using like semi and submersible vehicles to transport drugs. So the idea that Venezuela, a state actor with access to, you know, all that kind of material plus the cartel money, you know, like you said, you know, they can put sea drones out. You know, because obviously their Air Force might not be up to the challenge for very long, if at all. But, you know, sea drones, you know, aerial drones, stuff like that, you can see in, like, you know, the Black Sea and other places where it causes problems. You know, Yemen, same thing. You know, I mean, granted, they do have missiles and stuff they can shoot, but, you know, the sea drones are enough of a problem that it keeps people away. And that's all that Venezuela is going to try and do. They're not going to try and challenge the United States like and expect to win, but they definitely want to try and take a pound of flesh if they're going to get thumped. And there's a lot of cheap ways to do it, and you hope that we're thinking about that stuff. Medi.
Motorola.
do they still make phones?
Yeah, apparently they do.
I'm surprised he didn't flip it.
So I mute Maddie. So I muted Maddie because he's on the phone.
Oh, is he? Oh. What do you guys think of Gaza asking membership into BRICS this week?
I hadn't heard that.
Palestine officially sent a request to join BRICS.
Well, I mean, it's they don't have an actual state yet, so I don't know how that would work.
Well,
They have no control over their borders, the trade.
Yeah, I mean, where could they go and meet and not get bombed?
Right.
Or droned or cell phoned or pagered.
Yeah. No, it's the same problem with the recognition of Palestine as a state. Like, it's the same problem. Like, they don't have a proper function. They are not like a proper functioning country.
No.
Like, they are less than Kosovo. You know, Kosovo is more of a country than Palestine, and people are saying that Kosovo is not a country. So no, so once you recognize, then you get stuck because they are not a functioning country yet,
Mm-hmm.
and that creates a lot of contradictions, which is like the fundamental problem have to be solved.
South Sudan wasn't a country, and they are now. It's the political. It's about American. If they agree with it, it will be done. That's the difference. About the bombing, I wanted to add something. Yeah, Yemeni's whole minister. I think the minister board was bombed and killed or injured. Yemenis. You forgot that, and they are still bombing Israel. The Yemeni's government was bombed by Israel.
Didn't
Because
Didn't Yemen send a drone the other day into a lot and it hit something? I mean, I don't know what it hit, but it blew up on the ground.
the city of Eilat, they
Yeah.
killed, they injured a lot, and it is a touristic city that Israelis go to it. Now they cannot because it's a target, and the port there is closed. It's the most southern. It's the tip, the most southern one. So the port is closed like 1 year now. Now the city is like bombed twice, I think. So keep up, Israel. And that's
Yeah,
what I wanted to
they
say.
can't go outside of their country to the beach. They can't go inside of their country to the beach. Gee, war is tough.
Yeah. Very.
No, but I think it's the lacking of the European, because they should like have more sanctions if and embargo about what's happening, because if you did that to Russia and she did like 1/10% of what Israel is doing, and you 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 isolate them to oblivion, and you should at least do the same to Israel, which is doing worse.
Oh, I mean that's what we were saying earlier. I mean, it's like, you know, they show these nightly attacks on more than likely legitimate targets. I mean, I don't know, maybe some drones crash into buildings or get damaged and crash. I don't really see the Russians targeting an apartment specifically just because there's people in it. I mean, there's
Like
plenty of
once, I think,
there's plenty of targets around to hit, you know, infrastructure or military. And like you said, they act like it was some kind of massacre or something. And then you see something on the news that's 10 times worse in Gaza. And then you see the aftermath, and it's like, you know, why are you hyping it up? Why are you bringing it up? I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's like it's been pointed out, you know, by people that are serious, you know, about how little civilian casualties there's been in the Ukraine-Russian war versus, you know, a year of Gaza and the West Bank and Lebanon and Syria.
Yeah.
about the recognitions, that's just one thing. I think last DPA, last open mic, you asked me why about the recognition, but I think at least for now, in the West, if you like, you ask to boycott Israel or to support Palestine or something, you're not seen as doing something illegal, because you are supporting like practically a recognized state. There's some legal things that you couldn't do before that you can do in the West, because people were persecuted because they were supporting Palestine, they're having the flag and stuff. So practically you can have the flag of Israel wherever you want, but it's not legal to have the Palestinian flag in certain areas in certain countries. But at least now, if you recognize about it, there is certain legal things that you can do, and you can support them in other ways than what we can do now.
Oh, I generally think that nothing changed. That's all. Like,
On the ground,
protesters
there is.
have been using the Palestinian flag all the time and everything. So
But you will get arrested. You will get arrested, and you will get harassed
in France.
and you
No,
everywhere.
Canada.
But no. Canada, no, but
No, because the new recognition is France, Canada, and UK, right?
yeah,
So,
but in UK, yes, people were beaten and people were arrested because of it. Germany too, but Germany didn't recognize it. But at least like here it's more subdued. They cannot like arrest you, but online, if you like want to do some like online things, you will be you can be legally like followed about it. Anyway,
I'm not sure about France, but I UK just had this counter protest against the Tommy Robinson, which is everyone is with Palestinian flag. So I don't think there is that sort of persecution. France, I'm not sure.
They tried really hard in Canada. They really did. And, they really tried to demonize the pro-Palestinian movement, but it just didn't work. Like the pro-Palestinian movement was organic from the ground up. And I think they just threw in the towel eventually, and they realized that they couldn't fight it anymore. So that's what happened here. Like nobody here supports Israel. It's shocking, actually, how little support they have. Maybe it's a bit different in Montreal where Nika is, but certainly here, nobody does.
No. It's more. It's more than. It's more. There's a lot of the Palestinian support is even more here. That's
really?
Here,
I would figured it'd be less because there's a big Jewish population there.
The Jewish population here is against Israel, by the way.
Oh, really?
A big part of it. Yep. A lot of Orthodox Jews were like going to manifest here already inside the Palestinian manifestation manifests.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that about Montreal.
There is a lot of Orthodox and religious Jew here who against what's happening, and I think one time I like video when we were guided online. There's a manifestation, and there were some Jews in it. I don't know if I caught some Jews there, but they're very open with that.
Well, there you go. Tide has turned, and quickly.
I think Israel just brought it upon themselves because like they basically do what the Americans always do. Like you have a military operation, you go in, you win the military war, but there's no political solution. Like if had the Israelis, as they conquer Gaza Strip, they take out the population, vet through them, give them a place to stay, move them out of the conflict zone, and totally protect all those places where they have already conquered, and slowly go through. And people can see that or the civilians are being treated well or something. Then there will be a lot more sympathy for the Israelis perspective. Right now is that they just make these people march here left and right, up and down, and there is no clear solution to how are you going to win the war. There is no, like even today if they go for another offensive, but how? You don't even know where the freaking hostages are. After like 3 years, what the hell is?
Do still they need the hostages, man? They bombed the fucking negotiating party, and you think they are searching for the hostages? That's
no.
They killed like that's a bullshit.
It's total mask off now. But it's like Israel is totally masked off now, and that's why everybody is against them. We've all got our phones, right? We've all seen the carnage that's going on over there, and the narrative that they've been playing for the last 70 years no longer works. But hold on a second. Wait. They used to care. They used to care about their public image, right? But now that they realize they can't defeat this, they've just gone completely mask off and said, "The hell with it. Let's just kill them all." And they don't care anymore.
That's what I said in the beginning of the OM. But what Wyatt said is like, if you don't understand the mentality, you will not understand why they're behaving like this. Because you see now the population, the 20% Arab Muslim population inside Israel, they are regretting because in 48, 47, they left 150 or 160,000 Palestinians. They thought they would not be a problem, and now they are 20%, and they are pissed off because they didn't do something about it before. They got that problem because because, for example, even in West Bank, they are totally against any Palestinian. Even the Palestinian, for example, they want to have the B areas, which have the biggest area with the lowest Palestinian population, and they will say that there is like proposition to have for them to be like a permanent resident. They will give them permanent resident inside their homes and houses, so those people will be permanent resident. It's like they're against any potential population that will grow and threaten their Jewish ethno state.
Yeah, hello guys. Um, Earlier you were talking about the Ukrainian casualties, and I was listening to some Russian channels that were talking to Ukrainian counterparts. They're either in Ukraine or somewhere in Europe, and like Russians always bring up the argument that like no civilians are like, or the Russians are avoiding civilian buildings and stuff like that. But Ukrainians, like, they don't want to hear any of this. Like, they're adamant that Russia is aggressor, and like they don't even want to hear about 2014, like what happened, like, and even before that, like, like for them everything started at 22nd of the or 24th of the of February in 2022. So I think even if like most of them still have that illusion, like they're brainwashed. Even if they live in Ukraine, they're brainwashed that Russia is aggressor, even if they're not shooting them. Like they're not shooting civilians. So yeah, that's basically what I want to say. And
No, because this is the thing about the pro-Russian side that they don't understand, that is unreasonable for pro-Ukrainians or the Ukrainians to accept, is that the Russians essentially is like you're robbing the house. You're going to rob the house and you kill off the security guards. But then no, maybe only one or two civilians, no, the resident of the house got killed. No, the rest everyone is safe. Then the robber is now saying that, you see, we don't kill the civilians, we don't kill the residents, we only kill the security guards. That is, how is that much better than what Israel is doing, where
Because
they go
they are
into
killing the actual civilians. They killing
yeah.
the
So
whole
the
building,
thing is,
and they say
for
maybe
the
there is
no.
security guards.
My point is,
I mean,
the security guards are all family members. So the thing is, for the Israeli case is just as bad. The It's just that the Israeli kill more people. They're more willing to kill the residents, and then they march them inside the house, left and right, left and right, left and right. And but the thing is, both are doing the same thing. They both entered and trying to rob the place.
Can
So
I
both are doing the same thing.
can I
No,
answer?
it's very different. It's
Can I
very,
answer
very
real quick?
different.
Hey, listen,
I
Nika. Listen, Nika. Wyatt is telling you the story. That's how it's seen. That's why the Ukraine, like what Borislav was talking about, the Ukrainian attitude, and why it is explaining how it is. And it's true. That's the perspective from the West. That's like the official narrative. Russia is illegitimate in its casus belli, and therefore everything they do is unjust. Whereas Israel, from that narrative, is doing legitimate defense, and therefore everything that they do is sort of legitimate. It's like now they're starting to go too far, right? Just a couple of months ago they were fine, but now it's too bad. But they still have like this framing of like they're inside the international law because they're a legitimate country that is defending themselves from a terrible terrorist attack. That story is false, by all means. Like Russia has a legitimate reason to intervene in the Donbass, according to the president of the Serbian and the Balkan wars and the Serbian conflict. That's Russia's justification. Like we're protecting the people of Donbass, and so we're legitimate. But the Western Bloc, they don't accept that. They say no, it's an unprovoked, full-scale invasion. And so even if they just kill one civilian in Russia, from their perspective, it's still a war crime because they have no good reason to go to war. That is their perspective. From Russia's perspective, they have a legitimate reason. And the same thing happens with Israel. Like from the Israeli perspective, they know it's fake, but from the Western perspective, Israel is a legitimate country that's defending themselves from a terrorist attack. That story ignores the fact that Israel invaded like it's a mass immigration of colonies that took over a people's indigenous land, an indigenous people's land, and is exterminating them to keep that land and call it their country. But they don't care about that. It's just the framing. You know, it's whoever is our friend is right.
It's like Vojan,
in both cases,
what Vojan said.
the aggression. So in both cases, the aggressor, the stronger power, enters into weaker power's land, conquer it, kill people. That's basically it's the same premise on the most basic sense. Of course, we can debate about the reasonings and excuses, or the history, but the essential thing is the stronger power enter into another country or another territory and kill people there. It doesn't matter if it's civilians or soldiers or whatnot. It's the same. They are still all families. They're still people.
Right. Yeah, like
but that's the whole thing about the rules of war, right? Rules of war is a claim to morality that stems from the conduct in war. So from the Russian perspective, Russia's making the point that we are doing a humanitarian war, like a good war, because we are not killing civilians. But from the NATO perspective is we are doing a humanitarian war because we have a good reason for it. So it's different. And in one, there's clearly more destruction of civilians, of non-combatants. So like in those terms of like the reasoning of international law, it is true that Russia is making a much better war. And also from a military perspective, because they're conquering more land and having effective result in their strategy, in their military strategy. But from the Russian perspective, it is a moral war because they're killing less civilians. And from the NATO perspective, it is a good war because they're doing it for the right reason. But I think we can all agree that killing civilians is, bad. It's not the way to conduct war. Deliberately killing civilians is something that should not be a strategy of war. I guess we can agree on that. It's
just remember, there's an old army cadence where one of the lines is "Napalm sticks to kids."
Yeah, I was watching, several.
I guess we don't agree on that then. I guess we don't agree on that premise.
I was watching several documentaries, about the, Battle of Mariupol and, Lysychansk, the Severodonetsk, places like that, and you can clearly see that, this is war of liberation to some point, because, and that's where Russian soldiers took a lot of casualties because they were pulling out the civilians that were left in these cities, and this is not typical conquering or conquest, we just blow the places up.
Well, you remember early on they tried to set up the safe passage corridors in certain places.
And I've said plenty of times, it's pretty clear that the side that knows where all the tunnels are is the side that has the natives, like the natives know where all the tunnels are hidden. And so that the side that uses tunnels is the side that is like legitimate, defending his homeland. While the side that doesn't know where the tunnels are foreigners, they're invaders, right? And so you can make a case with evidence to say that actually Russia fighting in the Donbass is native people with legitimate claims to the land defending their homeland from NATO invaders. You can make that case as well. But we can also just ask ourselves the question, why should we care about collateral damage and mass civilian casualty events? Why should that be important to us, in the calculation of war? War is to win at all costs, right? So you could say, well, if you have to kill all of the civilians to achieve the result, it's a strategy of war because everything is fair in war, right? You could say that. I'm not saying that, but it's a case that can be made. And why would we think otherwise? Why would we say that it's important to do to follow rules of war?
Yeah, I have a question for you guys. I mean, don't you think that Russia could have taken out completely, energy system and gas system of Ukraine, all the infrastructure, they could have done that, there's no doubt that, but I think for some reason they're keeping it back, they don't want to, create this humanitarian catastrophe, that's my opinion, I don't
But
know what you think.
why wouldn't they want that?
It's like imagine the Russian in Odessa, not in Odessa, in Mariupol, is like besieging Mariupol and then leveling everything to the ground. This is the Israeli way. Is we don't like, we will not lose anyone, and we're leveling everything, civilian, kids, combatants, whatever. This is the difference. This is the difference I'm talking. And and there's one big difference between the Israelis. Their objective is not just win the war. It's just kill
it's annihilation.
Annihilate it's like emptying out the region, and this is the objective. This is the intent. Because even in the UN report that took you 2 years, and they concluded it's a genocide because there is the intent. From day one, they was intending, and they did everything needed to make the living as bearable, as difficult as possible for civilian. They cut water, they cut electricity, even baby formula. You are not allowed to enter inside Gaza. Why you shouldn't enter baby formula? You will not use it. You will not even use it for anything else.
Come on now, man. You can set baby formula on fire and make smoke to hide snipers.
You cannot. Anyway. But
Russia, also, if you combine baby formula
didn't you see that paper that Netanyahu held up showing how you take baby formula and make a smoke grenade out of it?
Yeah, and he's professional in terrorism. No, but Russians, what I see it, Russians, they have a border threat. They have a legitimate encroaching from NATO. They entered to end that, not to kill civilians. If they wanted also to kill civilians, they will kill hundreds of civilians. They will bomb the nuclear.
Well, I mean, think about it. If they wanted to kill civilians, they would have taken Kiev in 3 days. I mean, they would have just
exactly.
They would have bombed the shit out of that place and chased everyone out.
That's the intent. By the way, the intent is proven by what the ministers were saying, what the military were saying, the behavior and the acts of the military in the civilian of the like they are doing everything possible to not making the living inside Gaza for human being. That's what I'm saying. I don't see the Russian doing this. The Russian have an objective. It's whatever you agree it with or not, but they are seeking this objective, and they are not like eliminating the population to take the land. They have the most large country of the world. They don't need more land.
Guys, do you think that Wyatt has a Putin's picture right in front of him across the whole wall? I think there's a picture of Putin right in front of him, that we don't know about.
I rather put some OnlyFans
it's the one where
they'll put a man face on the wall.
It's the one where he's shirtless riding a horse.
The Fremen is back. The Fremen from Dune, the Sand People is back. Especially when you cover everything, it looks exactly like the Fremen.
My man.
I will spill your water. I will spill your water. No, guys, but using the analogy that Wyatt used of the guards, like someone robbing a bank and killing the guards, Russia might be doing that, right? might be entering into the bank and killing the guards and not killing the civilians. Israel is also robbing the bank. You know, they enter into the land and they start robbing people and taking their houses away and taking everything away. But they also kill the civilian. You know,
Israel and Ukraine have one thing in common.
No, what they do is they go in and they rob the bank, they kill the guards, then they kill the civilians, and then they blow up the bank.
Yeah.
No, I'll preface it a bit differently. So, no, the Russians, when they try to kill the security guards, they may accidentally kill some of the civilians. Okay? The Israeli is different. The Israeli went in, they take some of the civilians as hostage, they hold a gun and then say that, no, listen to me, give me what I want, if not, I shoot. And then the whoever is hiding inside and say, no, bam, he shoot. He didn't kill all the civilians. He just took some. He just killed some.
You don't need all the civilians to do a massacre. Like they say, there is a genocide toward the Jews, but all the Jews are living here now. It's not. You don't need to kill everyone to be a genocide. The genocide is about intent, and as I said, the UN report, they are very biased. I think one of the judges who did that was the one who did the Rwanda genocide. It's the intent who kill, which is matter.
Oh yeah, but that's all nice and good. But we're not an international court, so it doesn't. That's not the definition that we need to work with. But in the analogy of Wyatt of the robbing of the bank, the Israelis they do kill the hostages every time they don't get what they want, but they're also killing them every hour. So every hour they kill a couple of hostages, and then when something happens, they kill a bunch.
Yeah, it's a bit like the robbers in the bank, right? They trying to get the escape. Then they told the police, for every 10 minutes you don't bring me my helicopter, I'm gonna shoot one guy.
Even the number.
And you can continue the analogy further, because you can say that the same robbers that are robbing the bank in in Palestine, the same robbers that are also trying to rob the bank in Ukraine, and Russia is the guards, that they have more guards and they have more weapons, and so they're killing the invaders better than the ones down there in Palestine. And the robbers keep getting reinforcement. They get more weapons and volunteers and all sorts of stuff, and huge organizations supporting the robbers and the guards. They have massive stockpiles of weapons, and that would be accurate. That would be very accurate. And the same thing is
the police. This one is the case is different. It's the police standing outside of the wall or the fence. They keep throwing the swords and knife and things over.
To the robbers.
The police don't storm the place. They don't storm the place. They only throw weapons in for the victims to defend themselves.
No, give them to the robbers, because we said here the robbers are the Russians are the guards.
Yeah, the Russians are the guards. And the robbers keep getting reinforcement, and so the guards kill the robbers, and then more reinforcement. And every time the robbers kill civilians, it's like, oh, look what those evil guards did to the poor civilians, And that's the story of mankind.
To be simple. You guys make it so complicated.
The one thing that
we're making it dramatic, not complicated. We're just extending the analysis.
The one thing the Ukrainians and Israelis have in common is that they both put their anti-aircraft systems or artillery among the civilian buildings and use that as a cover, and that's that's kind of bullshit, that's so when you want to say there's a civilian casualties, how do you avoid, and there was a video that was with the Ukrainian civilians talking to the soldiers, telling them to move that artillery out of there, and the soldiers were telling them we're gonna shoot you if you don't stop complaining and shit like that. So they had to keep quiet. So basically and and I think they couldn't even move out. Like they were being like used as
Yeah, of
hostages.
course. Stay in the building. Don't get out. We'll shoot you.
So,
Of course, that's
yeah,
what martial law is.
yeah.
But
So
why
there
is
you
that
go
wrong, Vladislav?
about the
And
war.
yeah,
fucking-
it's the same team. It's clearly the same. Ukraine and Israel are on the same team, just like the United States and Europe and all those. They're all the same. They have the same doctrine. They have the same strategy. You know, Britain did the strategic bombings over
the team.
Dresden. You know,
Yeah.
they always do that. The United States carpet bombed Korea. They carpet bombed Japan. You know, that's the way they do war. Okay, it's their strategy. But why is it wrong? Why would we say? Why would you say, Vladislav, that fighting a dirty war is bad?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean,
Why is it bad? Or
yeah, I
anyone?
mean,
Can anyone say why there's a way you shouldn't fight war, even if it, you know, it might
there
be
should
ugly, but if
like for example, killing messengers, killing negotiators. Even Mongols didn't do that. Even Mongols were like pissed because their ambassadors and emissaries were killed. Even Mongols who were like ruthless.
yeah, but you know
Like,
who
there's
did that?
some-
You know who did that? The Spartans. Didn't you see 300? They killed negotiators of Xerxes.
And you see,
yeah,
See?
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that.
Then the kick.
and if
Yeah,
you see
this
the
is
real history,
Sparta.
and if you see the real history, the real like Persian Empire back then, it was very egalitarian, and there is a lot of freedom to worship whatever you want, and it was like the opposite of what they are like imaged in the Western media, because they had a lot they had a lot of liberty to worship whatever they want, and they have a lot of liberty governing. It's like they were a big empire. They could melt everyone.
Yeah, it's too
the
big an
same.
empire. They just cannot force everybody to the same
Yeah,
thing.
so they kept everyone free to worship whatever they want. But in the movies, in the series, they make them like the weird oppressors, and you see the shit that the Greeks were doing to the slaves and stuff. It's like horrific, and they are twisting it to be like more cool, to kill the emissaries and more cool. It's the West would try to brush their
Yeah.
history and make it like cleaner.
No,
Yeah, I
this
think
one
this
is Greek. No, this Greek problem, Greek problem. Macedonian problem or Greek problem.
Yeah, but like I guess propaganda in the West is they don't show that kind of shit. Like why don't they talk about like how can you bomb the negotiating team? Like, well, what the hell? What kind of these people came there to negotiate, and then you bomb them in a neutral country, and then you say hey like we didn't know. It's like what the fuck. Yeah,
No, they
so
said they threatened them, and the thing is, the Israelis are like the major party who asked Qatar to host Hamas before even the 7th of October. The American and the Israelis who asked Qatar to host them, because Qatar was an ally. It is an ally. They have a lot of eyes there, a lot of influence there. So they wanted to have a
and
nice.
Hamas is also in Qatar, right? They're based in Qatar.
No,
leadership.
they wasn't like based in Qatar. They were in Qatar, some leaders, but they weren't based because they were like moving. They could have been in North Korea. They could have been in Iran. They will have more difficulties to communicate with them, to monitor them, to spy on them. Like they bombed them in Tunisia, but they had like they assassinated people in Tunisia back in the 70s or 60s. So they were everywhere.
I will explain the assassination is more like they're now entering into mafia tactics. So basically now what you have is both Hamas and the Israel American side both are now mafias. Previously there was like it's like one side is more mafia, one side is more police. Oh,
way I
I'm not
see
saying
it
that.
is,
No,
the-
it's
No,
not
but
100%. There
one
is
point.
like a 70-30, 60-40
Why?
kind of thing.
One point
Now
is,
both sides is mafias. Both are mafias. 100%.
but
no, I
Both.
think
Wyatt,
Hamas does it out of
it's
desperation.
no.
You know,
Listen, it's an old tactic, man. It's not a new killing leadership and assassination. It's not a new tactic. This is back in the day. They killed the crippled Hamas leader. It's the first Hamas leader. They killed him. They killed Yasser Arafat. They killed the first Hezbollah leader. It's a no tactic. They are known by this tactic even from ancient times. So this
Yeah,
is
but
something new.
it's non-negotiable. You can't negotiate with these people. Then the solution is to kill them. So that
No,
is how.
no. That's not true. That's not true.
That's
they
how
they
war
were
works.
negotiation. No. War doesn't work by killing leadership. Putin didn't kill.
No, I tell you what is the difference. The difference is whether you recognize them as a country or not. So, for example, why Zelenskyy is still alive? Because he's recognized as a country's leader, and Ukraine is a proper country.
Is more
If you do not
beneficial.
have Zelenskyy alive,
no,
any treaty that is
No.
signed by Ukraine cannot be recognized properly
No.
unless there's an election.
no.
Zelensky
But
is
it-
I think
beneficial to the
I
Russians.
think Russians need a clown like him. Russians need a
Exactly.
clown
He's
like
more
him.
beneficial.
Like,
I think
Yeah.
he's
No,
more
but the thing
beneficial.
So, listen, Nika. Listen, Nika. If killing the leadership, doing assassinations and stuff like that brings you your results, if no one punishes you for it because there's no one that's stronger than you, or no one stronger than the one who's backing you, then you can do whatever you want in war. Like, so Russia doesn't kill all of the leadership of Ukraine, not because they're not legitimate, not because they're legitimate. Putin has said plenty times that Zelenskyy is not the legitimate leader of Ukraine. The thing is that they think it's bad for them to kill. They think it's against their own interests. That it's better for them. It's more practical to keep Zelenskyy alive. While Israel thinks that it's more practical to kill the leadership.
Yeah,
Why?
exactly.
No one knows, but that's their strategy. That's the way they do war. And when you do war, it doesn't matter if it's good or bad. It matters if it wins or it loses.
But every
And-
time they do this strategy, it doesn't work.
No,
For example, first when they attacked, they killed the leader of Hezbollah. Hezbollah was a ragtag group. It wasn't as organized as now. If killing is like even Hamas before, when I forgot the name of the founder of Hamas, they killed him. He was crippled on a wheelchair. He cannot run. He cannot hide. Ahmed Yassin, yeah, it's Ahmed Yassin. They killed him. He was on a wheelchair. If that was useful tactic, we will see all those enemies going down. They are even bigger now.
No.
No,
So I will
but-
explain what's the difference. The difference is that all these people that is killed is not seen as the final leader. It's not the big boss. If you see what Israel do with Iran, they never kill the Ayatollah because that is
They
the
tried.
number one leader.
They tried.
No, they threatened.
They
threatened.
they tried. They pointed the president. They tried. They injured him, but they couldn't kill him. That's the difference.
Yeah, but that's not the president.
I don't know.
That's the Ayatollah.
So
like,
I'm saying
but they was looking for him. They were.
Look, I'm
I
sure
feel that if they
Israel-
want to kill the Ayatollah, they could have done it very
Right.
easily. This is what I think.
Okay, so
They didn't do it because once you kill that, then there is no negotiation anymore. So there's never going to be diplomacy anymore.
they don't want to
Everyone
negotiate.
that was killed in Hezbollah and Hamas, these are all officers. Essentially, in the real, for example, Ukraine war, Russia war situation, they are just military officers. They are at most at very high ranking. Maybe they are generals. If you look at Ukraine war, officers are open targets. They will hit and kill off military officers. So in equivalence, that's what it is. None of these Hamas leaders are real leaders. They are not the final boss. They are not the real leaders at the top.
Who's the real
like
leader?
Zelenskyy is. Zelenskyy is the top leader in Ukraine.
Who's the real
So you don't
leader
kill him,
in
you see?
Hamas? Who's
No,
the
actually, it's Yermak. Yermak is the leader of Ukraine. Is the highest office in Ukraine.
But Wyatt, you said none of the Hamas who killed was a leader. Who's the leader then? They killed everyone in the top hierarchy. Everyone. And
Yeah.
they're
No,
still
but
killing
look,
them.
Mika. The first time I ever heard of Hamas that I remember was once that like all of the leadership got like airstriked, and then they would elect a new leader, and he would get airstriked again. Like they it was like I remember it was like a month or
I
something
remember.
that
It's
like every
2003
week,
to 2007.
every week a new leader of Hamas was elected and killed. You know, and it was over and over and over again. It was almost funny if it weren't so sad, you know. But it was like
Yeah.
But they are not like destroyed because it's not like
oh yeah,
I can theorize. I can theorize that maybe in the Israeli point of view, none of the Hamas leaders, nor the Hezbollah leaders, or even Houthis leaders are the real final boss. Like behind them, there's another final boss, and probably it's Iran. You know, probably it's always Ayatollah, you know, or what. Maybe that's the Israeli point of view. There is like you kill off all these people in Hezbollah or Hamas or the Houthis. It does not matter at all. That's probably the Israeli point of view. They feel like the big boss is still Iran. That might be the case. That's why they acted in this way.
Netanyahu in Israel was saying from the start, the Sinwar, you know, the Sinwar who's the stubborn one. If we kill him, we will get our hostages. They killed the Sinwar. We said no. Actually, it's his brother who's more stubborn and who's like stopping the negotiation. Who was like, if we kill him, we'll get our hostages, and they kill him. No, you know, it's actually the other guy who then killed them. It's actually the other guy. Now they killed everyone. They don't have any excuse, but they don't need any excuse. Now they are past that time. They don't need any excuse. They can kill anyone, any leader, anyway, and they can wage war on anyone, and they don't need anything because they don't need to have excuses anymore. They know that America will support them wherever it is, and they are already an enemy with everyone else. And they can do whatever they want, so they don't need to have talking points.
Okay,
now they
we
know.
get it.
Huh?
I said we get it. You know, Israel gets away with a lot. Does anyone have any specs on the MiG-29s that Iran got?
No.
Is that even confirmed?
Yeah, they supposedly got them. I mean, I just wonder how upgraded they are, new, or I mean, they're basically probably like F-16s at best. I don't know what variant, but I mean, capability-wise, I don't think they got much ground attack capability. I mean, maybe mid-range air-to-air. So I don't really know what they could do.
They said it's similar to F-16, but I don't know if it's updated or not. Wyatt, go Wyatt.
Super chat by NGS. Hamas is not a real country like Ukraine in this regard. Is true. It's actually more confusing than that. The whole point of the PR disaster for Israel is that they don't recognize Gaza as a kingdom, but they treat it like one. That is the chaotic part of it. If they treat it as a country and then they declare war and then people can understand better. But now because they are not, everything is in the gray zone, so I think it gets very confusing. Yeah, like there's no point. Like you guys say, it's just excuses to just keep going on and keep going on. There is no end goal. There's no clear end goal.
In the end, they just want to kill everyone in that place to get rid of them, or like kill them or move them away so they can keep the land. And they will go further. Like they've said multiple times that they want to reach all the way to Turkey, Saudi Arabia, etc., Egypt. They want a huge chunk of all the area, and it makes sense because they have military power. They have potential demographics because they can recruit people from around the world and bring them in. And they have very little land. They have a tiny little sliver of land. All of it stolen through absolute brutality, but they have it, and they have it super developed, full of high-tech military force. They have nuclear weapons. It's a massive ordeal, and they have the backing of the United States. So what are you going to do about it? That's the question. Like, what can possibly be done to stop them from doing what they want. Doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. Like if it's legal, if it's illegal, they have the power to do it. What can be done about it?
You have to
And we're
destroy
kind of
United States first. So you have to fund LGBTQ, woke culture, communism, no AOC, destroy
No,
United States
no.
first. Then
You
Israel will
keep
collapse.
you keep
but the
you,
funny thing,
you
Wyatt,
keep
is that
the left and the right
it's
fighting
mostly
and give
it's
them weapons.
mostly
You will have
it's
the job done.
mostly people that are related to Israel. Those are the ones that most promote the LGBT and all of that. So it's almost like the other way around. Like as long as the United States is weak and submissive, then Israel can exist. Like if the United States actually becomes strong and like independence has its real Independence Day, then they wouldn't do that anymore.
I wanted to
I
comment
bet all
something.
the
Von tried it to get out of the topic with the MiG 29, but the super chat get him back to the topic.
Yeah, it's NGS fault.
Yeah, he screwed up by the super chat.
So
it was a nice try though.
It's really interesting because the people who most support all the woke phenomena, most promote it in the United States, it's mostly liberal relatives of Israel. Those are the ones that and yeah, and so it's like they need the United States to be weak, divided, fighting with each other with weak presidents who don't have willpower, so that they can continue to support Israel.
It's not even that. It's not even that. They just need the right people in the right places to wield America's power to their benefit when they need to.
guys,
That's
if you know,
I mean, they
if
just
you
need to
know
have
what
a few
happened,
key people in the right place to set the wheels in motion when they need them, and then stop it when they need to stop. And they have
You guys,
that with all the Congress and dual citizens in the advisory role. So, they're always taken care of first. Their needs are always met, or at least addressed, or their grievances are heard first. No matter what, they're always first in line. Whether they get something out of it or not, it depends. But they always get to go first.
Yeah, and that's something that I'm looking at. This whole situation. I've been asking for a while. Why is it bad to do ugly war? Why is it bad to do impolite war or immoral war? And sorry, go on.
No, I'll answer it quickly. What Israel doing is ugly but super inefficient. It's okay to do an ugly war if you are very effective and efficient. If you want to genocide, you genocide for real. People will hate you for 5 years and then they'll forget about it. No, but if you drag on the ugly war in this not half, like a partial quarter genocide thingy for 5 years, people are gonna hate you for 20 years.
Look at
because
Rwanda.
People have time to
look at Rwanda. What happened in Rwanda? Then you got how nice everyone says it is now.
Yeah, because what's happening now is that you're marinating this genocide thing,
But Rwanda
now it becomes very strong. Like
Rwanda is a civil war. Rwanda is a civil war. Yeah, that's.
I mean, if from a different perspective, what happening between Palestinians and Israelis are a civil war because they are essentially supposed to be one entity.
No.
They used to be the mandate of Palestine. They used to be together.
There is people who were living in New York practically a few months.
I know.
Few years, and now they are fighting people who are living there for hundreds of years.
But the thing is,
how it's a civil war. There is nothing that have anything to do with
civil war or war is still war. It's the same. It's just the line in the sand.
Do he look basically like a Jewish person? Netanyahu?
Chill. We get your point. I'm just saying, war is just a war. It's just a line in the sand how you draw it. In terms of geography, it's just a very tiny place. It's like a civil war. It's a small place. So it's just that. Sorry, voice laugh. Because I forgot my point. So.
We have to go back to USS Liberty and operations like that, and what happened afterwards, the cover up, and if shit like that keeps happening, nothing will ever change. In the in the support of the Israel from the United States. I mean, when shit like that stops happening, then something is gonna change. But if they keep doing that shit,
Well, I mean, like
they're so
in the
flat,
United States, it's a long term thing because you got like dual citizenship. That's something that's being brought up more and more. People want to legislate that differently and change it. Then you've got the large American boomer population that is probably 90% pro-Israel. And then you've got successfully less percentages in support of Israel each generation after that, with the Gen Z being probably overwhelmingly against Israel. And those people will eventually get into government and things will change. It just depends. It just takes time for those
Vaughn, you heard,
influences to be mitigated.
Vaughn, you probably follow U.S. politics better than I do, and you can see like they change their fucking minds in like weeks, especially like in a couple of years, they change their
Yeah,
fucking
but that's right now. You've got the neocons and the boomers and stuff like that. That's changing the demographic. It might be 5 to 10 years, but it's definitely trending in a different direction. So you have to wait and
you
see.
had
But for the time being right now, Israel's very well entrenched. The boomers are very prolific and supportive, and
yeah.
it's not going to be noticeable until probably after the 2028 election, and that just depends on who gets in and what kind of influences come in from the younger generations. I mean, there'll definitely be some progress, but it might be a couple election cycles at the national level before you see some real progress, and that depends on what kind of legislation gets done too. I mean, even if they don't get rid of dual citizenship, you still have to try and get younger people in, people with different ideas, and that's going to be at least a cycle or two for sure before that is noticeable. But the trend is going that way, and and Israel's not doing itself any favors with the current situation.
So just now I forgot my point. So I was saying halfway. It's the marination, right? Because they you want to do ugly war, you do quickly. You don't do it. You don't drag it out. So what happened to if Israel is that they drag it out? So when they drag out an ugly war, you marinate the country's branding with. So now it's the word genocide. Now it's marinated with the word Israel so tightly. It's forever there. At least it will take at least 20 years, I think, for people to detach these two words. Like like
Somehow I
Japan
think
and
they will get
genocide
away
or
with
whatever. It took around 20-30 years to detach Japan and the evil things that they have done in World War II. It's going to take a very long time because they have marinated it for so long. Why
Somehow
you
I
like
think they
this?
will get away with this shit. I
Because
think they will
first of
get
all,
away
So
with this shit.
it's what I was.
wait, whoa, guys, one second. Because some population still hate Japan. First of all, Chinese, I think, South Korean,
China and
they
Korea.
they still hate Japan. That's one thing. And
Because
so
I
you
hate
they
have
want
Japan.
marinated for even longer.
yeah,
Because
but
their history is way longer than that.
Yeah, but
yeah,
technology is different now, right?
because
Like
yeah,
you got all sorts of phones and stuff. It's a different genocide. This is the most
yeah,
videotaped genocide ever.
exactly. It's that's what's more crazy because we even before like with the Jews, what happened to them and other genocide, like people heard of it and people saw it in papers. It wasn't that impactful, but the Israelis were like counting on forgetting because people tend to forget. Normally, people
Nika,
tend to forget.
Nika, what
That
happened
didn't
to
happen.
Jews? Nika, what happened to Jews?
Some Jews were
What,
killed like you Russians, like
yeah,
everyone else. But we
but
focus
six
on
million,
Jews only. But but
but six
whatever the
million.
number,
It's
whatever the
like
number,
it's like it's like I
Russians
was saying
suffered
earlier.
more.
There's
Russians,
there's a there's a particular flex. There's a particular flex in the conduct of this particular conflict. There's a strategy in it. It's deliberate. It's not. It's like it's very. like
like
mafia tactic, like in Colombia, for example.
they've got
the
a window.
cartels.
They know they've got a
The
window to
cartels.
operate, and they're flexing that right now and showing and seeing what they can get away with. And right now they're getting away with a lot.
listen, it's a
It's
crazy
like
state.
the cartels, right?
The
When
Israeli
the
state is a
cartels kill
crazy state.
someone, when the cartels kill someone, they don't hang him, you know. They don't just make a public spectacle. They make a point of being as brutal and ruthless as possible as a form of deterrence. So like there's this thing called the Colombian necktie, for example, you know, or I can't remember how it's in, but there's pretty gruesome, you know, gory methods of execution that are used by like cartel and mafia to intimidate their enemies, and they do the most horrible possible thing, and that's how they scare. That's what they're doing, and it's super clear. It's on purpose.
Just everything around that state is weird and crazy because first of all, who's in his right mind? For example, I don't ever saw a French president say Paris will be and will stay the only capital of France. No normal country, no normal leader will be like this and will have those statements. Israel don't have any border. Israel like treat their surrounding like it's everyone is an enemy until proven. And even if you are proven you are not my enemy, you are my slave. It's like the whole state, how it was built, how it's conducting itself. It's crazy. The rhetoric, the even the words that come out of the politician, it's a crazy. Even like a country wise, it's a crazy one. It's like a weird one.
So like I was saying before, why is it good to do a good war, and why is it bad to do a bad one? So what I'm saying right now is that Russia is gaining like political capital, diplomatic leverage, and influence throughout the world, and so is China. You know, as they pursue their you know, like their moral standard, they have a posture towards international relationships that is of proper manners. Russia and China, even Iran, they're all trying to follow the book. They're all trying to follow rules, and they also like, and Israel and the United States and Britain and the Western powers, they're doing the opposite. They're lashing out like a rabid dog, like a spoiled brat throwing a fit, trying to warn everyone that we're super dangerous, we're super crazy, like the Mad Doctrine. Remember, we're super dangerous and crazy. We're gonna kill anyone whenever we want, whatever, however we want. We're gonna destroy your population. We're gonna starve your children. So don't mess with us. Those are the competing strategies right now. So Russia and China are trying to leverage their morality, their moral conduct. Like, look, we follow the law. We do this protocol. We have diplomacy. We make statements and that are coherent with our actions. And the United States and Israel and the British are lashing out wildly, saying, "Don't mess with us, or else." And we're going to see who wins. Like, I think that Russia is winning. You know, I think Russia and China are winning in the start. They are gaining momentum in the like the world of international relations. And the U.S. and Israel is fading. You can see that in the UN.
I think
How they and I think that they're going to win in the end. Like, I think that the good war is actually a smarter war. I think that the morality of war is a strategy. It's a way of saving resources, of preserving value that you can then extract. I think it's a more and it's a way of gaining allies. I think that that's the logic of the good war, and the logic of the bad war is scaring your enemy as much as possible. And so I think that the first one, the good war, is a more sophisticated strategy, and it should be not that it's going to win every time, because of course the laws of physics still matter. But I do think that in the laws of psychology, of collective psychology, the nation that goes crazy and becomes brutal and grotesque is destroying itself. Like you see that in the interviews of the Israelis. You see how they go crazy. They become a psychopathic population, and you can see that also in America. Like the American civil state is a disaster. They're at each other's throats.
Gabriel,
Sorry.
any examples of countries or kingdoms that fought ugly war and won and survived for a long time? Can you think of any?
Yeah, of course. The Romans did that, and it worked pretty well for them. And I'd say that most of the empires probably worked like that. I'd say that most of history was probably like that. But I would also say that that is relative. So, like for example, the Romans, they won against Carthage, and it's propaganda too, right? Because that was going on also back in the day. But one of the reasons why the Romans were so motivated, like as a population, to fight against Carthage was because Carthage was famous for its child sacrifice. You know, Romans also did human sacrifice. They would, but it was the defeated enemy. So they would, when they would conquer people, they would make the triumph and parade them through town, and then they would strangle them in the temple of Zeus, of Jupiter. But the Carthaginians, they had, and the Romans talked about that back in the day, and then archaeologists have corroborated that story, that there were monuments all over the place full of remains, human remains from sacrifice, and they had this tradition of sacrificing children, particularly. So you could say that the Romans did have a superior moral standard than the Carthaginians in their way of life, because they didn't sacrifice children. They sacrificed people, but it was like the defeated enemy.
But let's be honest. Children sacrifice is more powerful. I need to support the Carthaginian. I'm a Tunisian man. I need to support the Carthaginian.
No, that's what I'm saying. That
joking,
was...
by the way.
Oh right, he's a Carthaginian, right? He's from North Africa. It's true. He's from the ex-Carthage. But you could argue that, you know, it works both ways. Sometimes the more brutal wins, and sometimes the more just. But for example, in America, you have the example of the Aztecs that were extremely brutal, right? The Aztecs, they also did massive monuments to human sacrifice. And when Cortés arrived, when the Spanish arrived, they were 500 men against civilization. You know, there were hundreds of thousands of Mexicas, of Aztecs. And why did Cortés win? Because everyone hated the Aztecs. And so they all sided with Cortés. And so basically Cortés led a revolt of all the people who were submitted under...
Sorry, I was thinking, you know, it's moral when you do it with your own moral. If you are consistent with your own moral, I think it will be a moral war. But if you contradict yourself and do something and do the opposite, that's not a moral war. Because, for example, the Japanese, they were brutal, but even for themselves, they will kill themselves if they fail. They were applying this for their enemy and for themselves. Even they were moral for everyone. Like they were equally moral for
they were
them
consistent.
And the other. Exactly,
they were morally consistent.
They didn't change based on the person, because Israeli don't like accept anyone like harming their civilians or their children. But the others, they don't give a fuck about them. They are subhuman. You understand the difference?
I think that you're wrong. I think that the Israelis are super consistent, but they lie. Okay, so they treat themselves with the same brutality, like Hannibal Directive, for example. Hannibal Directive is absolutely brutal. You just slaughter your own civilians so that they can't use them against you. And that's why so many people died on October 7th. But the thing is that they say that they're moral, but in their actions, they're consistent. They slaughter them. They treat themselves the same way that they treat others. And if you read,
it's whether you apply it or you said it.
if you read the works of like the founders of Zionism, they were hardcore racists, and they spoke about their own tribe, the all these European Jews that were going to be slaughtered in the Second World War, and they said that it was good because they were inferior, like they were dumb and ugly, like they said it themselves. So it was going to be good because it was going to cleanse their own race, and it was going to bring support to the Zionist cause, and bring migration into Palestine. So that's how they think, and you can see the same pattern with the United States. The United States also talks about, like protecting their troops and defending, they're also very stingy about their own losses. They're very casualty averse, right? But also they just send their men to die with no qualms about anything, and they experiment on their population, like their whole issue of woke culture, all these social engineering strategies that are a tool for geopolitics, like the global American empire, the GAI, that is first applied on the United States. First, they do it to their own people, and then they use it as a weapon with the outside world. They nuked their own soldiers before they nuked Japan,
Yeah. Yeah,
anyway,
they
we
don't
can talk
have
shit
problem
about
with
United
the
States
South
because there's no more Americans here. No, just
no, I'm not. I'm not talking shit. I'm talking about.
It's true. It's true. Why you say it's true? I agree.
Doctrine. I'm not even saying it's a bad thing. I'm just wondering about the causes and the effects of this. It's like a value-free judgment. But they do it so. So Nick, I don't think that they're being like inconsistent with their morals. They're being consistent, just that they're being hypocritical. They lie about it. They say, "Oh, we're good, we're moral, we protect the innocent."
Yeah, they're not
But
consistent
you shouldn't
because they are
expect
lying.
like what Lao Tzu said. No, sorry, Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu said that war is the art of deceit. Why would you expect them to be honest?
No, but you can deceit in war. I don't say you need to be honest in a war. No. It's a war. I understand, but you do it with grown-ups, not for against kids. You're not being deceitful against kids and killing kids and call it war.
Guys, remember dancing Israelis.
Exactly.
Oh no!
Those the dancing
The rabbit hole
Israelis.
thickens.
Yeah. No.
Okay, guys, be careful.
I'm not too
Remember,
free here, even in a Western
remember where
world.
you are.
Exactly. I have a job I need to keep.
Yeah, be careful, Nika. Take care out there.
I've been
tough world.
in an authoritarian country, and I'm living in a new West who's metamorphing to an authoritarian. So I know my boundaries and I know what to do.
Where are you going to move next if Canada go into the authoritarian?
I'm used to authoritarian. I can live in it because I have experience, man.
Look, the issue isn't if it's authoritarian.
I can play
the issue is
Nika, you haven't experienced Canadian authoritarianism yet. Oh, you're going full gay by the end of the year.
No.
You won't have a choice.
Never.
No, but
never.
also, Nika, the thing is it's not a problem if the country is authoritarian. The problem is if you can survive. So yeah, for an immigrant, it's probably
I'm a survivor, man.
easier. Not only because you're you're leaving from a place that's probably worse in a certain sense, but also because it's something that is being incentivized. So like you can adapt because you're in a weird place, in a new place, but it's very difficult when you're in your homeland and that starts to change and becomes hostile to you as a native. And so that's probably similar to what happens to people who immigrate. But the people who stay in the country are the ones that suffer. Like the people who leave, they abandon that country, and they're no longer beholden to that. But the people who haven't left, like I don't know, Nunya, for example, he's still living in Canada that I know of, and so he has to see the destruction of his own nation firsthand, and also the rules are probably geared against him.
Yes.
Because the whole point of mass immigration is to debilitate the position of the locals, so that they.
Let me tell you something. There is a lot of like immigrants who are like more locals than the locals, if you know what I mean. You
yeah, of course. I mean? Like, I'm not going to say names anyway.
No, but it's a cycle too. They did it to the natives. We are doing to them. It's a cycle. They don't have any grudge. They don't need to have a grudge. But the fact is, the authoritarianism isn't by the immigrants. It's by their own people. The people themselves are becoming like this.
Ultra-liberal.
We are running out of those like atrocities. Those like we want freedom of speech and stuff. We don't get
as far. I agree with you. I agree with you. As far as I'm concerned, get as many immigrants from Africa or South America, wherever, into Canada as humanly possible, because the soccer moms have destroyed this friggin' country. Exactly. I agree with you 100%.
We suffered. I suffered from oppression in my own country. I don't want to see it here too.
Yeah. I say get me more people with conservative values coming over here. That's what we need right now. Not more of this friggin' woke nonsense. So that's, to your point, destroying the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
that's
Nunya, the thing is that it's like pick your poison, right? Because the issue with immigrants is that they might be more conservative than the locals, but they're also going to be more compliant because they're like walking on eggshells.
No,
most of the time they are. Like,
yeah, but for example, if you have like secured your nationality, you will be like it's me and Nunya. We are in the same situation practically. Me and Nunya, we are in the same situation. Anything that will get him in trouble will get me in trouble, and vice versa. You understand what I mean? Maybe the provinces differs a bit, so there's more topics that will make you hard than others, depending on the state. But it's practically the same. It's not only about immigrants, or natives, or it's what subject you will touch and what subject you will try to fight for.
And to be honest with you, immigration isn't a real problem in Canada, and you don't hear people complain about it because, frankly, it's really hard to get into Canada legally. Like, you really got to want to. Exactly. You know what I mean? And because there's two oceans and stuff like that. So it's not that big of an issue.
I don't know about Nunya, for example. In my work, there is like a good percentage of native and a good percentage of non-native, and we are working together, and you have bad apples from both sides.
Sure.
And we speak the same language, we do the same job, we're getting paid the same pay. I don't see like there is some racism here and there, but nothing out of the ordinary.
But to my point, we get the quote good immigrants, right? We get people such as yourself who's young. Yeah, exactly. But that's my point. We don't have a problem with illegal immigration. And the legal immigrants who come here are all very productive. I don't have a problem with immigrants here by and large because they're all valuable members of society. They all work, they all do that stuff. Like I said, we get the good immigrants.
Exactly.
What they're getting
Even the
over in the
immigrants,
UK or whatever, they're just getting everybody, right? And they don't have
but
a choice to choose.
that's a manufactured problem. UK is like Canada; they can control their border 100%. They have
Okay, fair enough.
damn
Yeah.
ocean. It's a controlled issue. They want that issue
Yeah,
to
okay, fair
control
enough.
and stuff. It's even immigrants. Do you want me to have like even bad apples from my country? No, I only want good immigrants too. I'm an immigrant, but I only want good immigrants. I don't want murderers here to kill my kids or wives or threaten my
Sure.
life. I don't want that. No one wants that. No human, like sane people, immigrants or settlers or whatever, want like to be in a dangerous place. Only if he have like bad intention himself. It's like immigrants is not like aliens. They are human like you. They have the same problems, the same issue. They want like a peaceful life. They want like prosperous life. People like tend to like distance themselves and see them like other creatures.
Like I immigrated, or my family, we immigrated. You know, we were, you know, refugees in the United States, and I mean, you can say that we took advantage of that, you know, and but also you know, we came there legally. We were, you know, you can say, you know, models, you know, citizens. We obeyed the law, you know, we did everything right. We paid taxes, you know, and then like we followed our dream to come back to our country, you know.
Come
So
on, Bojislav. Everyone knows, like everyone who grew up in the 90s knows that the Serbians are always the villains. Why are you lying like that?
And there is like some benefits. For example, there's some things that you can benefit from. For example, if I go to downtown, I can eat Chinese food. I can see Chinese people, listen to Chinese music, culture, and I will not get the bad things. I can like benefit from those beneficial things. For example, Chinese immigrants are one of the most prosperous communities in Canada. You understand? It's not like it's you can get from us like 4 wives. You can pick that up. It's a good thing. My wife will
yeah,
not
but
agree
look,
about it,
the
but
problem,
you will
you know,
love it.
like problem that I see, like in England, is like basically, you know, their society is changing, and then you have this, you know, you have this new culture that's taking over, and new people, and like, you know, this country is not what it used to be, and it's not racist, you know. It's just, you know, this is not England anymore. I mean, you know, so what, you know, how do you, you know, in 100 years, you know, how do you show this, you know, like, you know, if you have like new, you know, tourists, and like what you gonna show them, like, you know, I mean, the world is changing, of course. I mean, obviously, you know, and you know, like you have you even have a, you know, migration here in Serbia, you know. And like the other day, there was this conservative politician that was speaking, you know, in parliament about that, and then he got a call from the, I guess, parliament president. Like he called him, you know, fascist. You know, they do this kind of shit, you know. Like if you try to like protect your own, you know, country, like population change, like if you're against that, you know, and you know, you immediately get attacked like you're a Nazi, like you're, you know, fascist, even though like you're, you know, you normal person trying to protect your, you know, your heritage, you know. So it's fucked up, you know. Like all these people, all these politicians are the same. You know, they all have some kind of, you know, like lucrative, you know, interest in all this, you know, one way or another.
Well, yeah. Look, what Nika was saying was interesting about Canada because it explains a particularity that I hadn't noticed. Because, like if Canada is having like Nunya and Mika say, if Canada is having a better immigration policy than UK or even the US for that matter, all of EU, then that means that there is a higher degree, to some level, of sovereignty, right? There is a so like what Nico was saying is true. Like it is true that if the immigrants and the natives can unite, they can have a greater leverage over their like the overlords.
No,
But
for example, I will give an
that's
example.
very rarely the case. Like for example, the Muslims usually have conservative values, right? But they're still used in all of Europe and in America to destabilize the local population, cause internal conflict, and segregate the working class, so that they can't organize and have leverage in negotiation with.
They use it against.
So
they use the It makes sense. Yeah.
So
yeah,
my point
it's
is that it can happen that they unite and form a stronger bloc. But what usually happens, what most likely to happen, is that they will segregate, atomize, and that's going to be an advantage to the ones in power. That's why they do it. Like if it were a threat, then they wouldn't do it. But they do it.
Yeah, but listen, it's the apart from it's the responsibility of the population. It's one part, and there's the political system. Because if you want it to work, it will work, and believe me, it works here. As I said, Nunya, I think, I don't know, in your work, do you have only Canadian like Canadian natives?
Oh God, no. No, like no,
Do you
God
work
no.
exactly?
I'm the minority.
Yeah, but do you work normally? Do you get paid the equal amount, and you do the same effort, and you get respect the same way, everyone?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the most important. If you get discriminated, you will get people who are angry, who are like pissed off, who want to destroy things. But if you will get equal treatment, you will be happy. You want to contribute. For example, what happened to Canada lately when America's rhetoric about Canada and making it like everyone was united about that. Immigrants, non-immigrants, people boycotted American products. It's like made the Canadian more united, I think.
Yeah, same as with Iran.
Exactly, the same with Iran.
Like guys, the way I see it is like, okay, if we get like, I don't know, our population changes like, dramatically, you get like I don't know, 60% of non-natives Serbs here. So why even use the flag? Why even have the national anthem? Why? Why? It's like we don't
It's a
need
good
this. Like,
question. Yeah, why?
yeah. So
That's an excellent
you don't need
question.
this. You just
Yeah,
change it and that's it. Like these people do not, they do not see themselves in our, in our flag, in our national anthem. Like, so why have it? I don't know.
well, that's what they want to get you to is
Exactly.
a one Europe government where everybody is European. They always talk of European values. It's never a German value.
You know
It's
who's
a
benefiting?
European value.
You know who's
They-
benefiting?
The same
It's the
people who always benefit.
Exactly. It's not the Europeans, not the immigrants. They are fighting. They are the peasants. The royalty who's always ruling, man.
Super chat. Beto Sida
Yeah.
on Rumble. You guys need to stop talking shit about things you don't know just because you see some posts online. Doesn't mean it's true. The UK is still over 80% white.
Okay.
Even more. Even more.
So
Even more.
okay. So in 20 years, so when you have
Both ways, it's a made up problem. Both ways, it's a made up problem. If they wanted to be fixed, it will be fixed.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy that
okay,
they cannot
you have you have some. Let's say you have 20%, immigrant. population, and then you put them on the welfare and give them benefits and shit, and then now they start having like 10 kids and shit, and in like 20 years it's gonna be like 50%, easily,
Not necessarily. For example, here in Canada, both
What? Yeah.
They're coming to get him.
Mossad.
Yeah. Someone storm in.
Sorry,
Don't talk
guys.
shit about Israel. Yeah.
I see a missile coming toward me, man.
Yeah, the drone is like flying behind him. He's like,
I don't have any pager, but the phone is like dangerous too,
Yeah,
Fuck, dude,
it can
after
cause you
that,
emotional damage.
The pager thing
after
is the
that,
most
Lebanon.
terroristic thing you can do, man. It's the most terroristic I can like imagine a terrorist organization, because you see the people who are like the kids who have their fingers cut off, and doctors and stuff, because pager, like, if you're in your home and a pager ring, maybe your kid will take it, and you see the pager where in the medical clinics and stuff. Anyway, that's a
Yeah,
tangent.
and just the other day, Netanyahu was making fun of that. Remember, he was joking about that incident.
Yeah, we can joke about suffering, but not every suffering. But that's okay, I guess.
Actually, I'm against shooting down the presidents, but I wouldn't mind him getting. I mean that he's like the only one that I wouldn't mind.
No,
fucking-
I want him to suffer, man. It's shooting is too merciful.
No,
Shooting
no,
is
no.
too
I
merciful.
want him to like lose legs first, like lose legs and arms and shit like that, and yeah, that's not a bad idea.
But what I was talking to Vojan, for example, here, I see a lot of Canadian, like born Canadian and Quebecois, have more kids. Like it's the same amount that you see a normal Canadian, like woman, like have 3-4 kids. Because here, for example, yeah, here it's a thing. Yeah. I'm telling you, it's maybe this is province is like you know the history, but this is
The French are always fucking. No, the national average is under 2, man.
But here you see a lot of Quebecois women have like 3-4 kids. It's normal. It's they. I thought that the immigrants have the most like kids, but it's like no, it's the same.
It's rare for white people. It's rare.
Because
It's really rare.
no, but here it's a thing. Here it's a thing. Because because they will get benefit from having child, but it's not a big benefit, but there's a benefit. But it's for both people, and you need to be registered, and you need to be legal to have that benefit.
Yeah, but most.
Yeah, but to what the super chat was saying, it's not a matter of percentage of population. It's a matter of what is the growth of the foreign population? Like, what is the rate of growth? So, like, how long ago has it been 80%, for example?
Exactly.
The 20% is an increase that happened in the past 10 years. Like, maybe it was 10% for most of the history, and then it grew to 20% in the past 10 years. That is massive. That is catastrophic. Like, people, that's going to be a saturation of systems. And then there's the other thing that Nika was talking about. Then there's the other thing that Nika was talking about. That is, what is the quality of that immigration? So what is their technical, cultural, social background, and who's checking that? So what type of immigration are you receiving? So it's not a matter of just saying, oh, it's just 20% of the population, so it's not a big deal. It can be a massive deal depending on where it is, what type of population it is, and how rapidly has it grown. So keep that in mind.
Like
it can still be brutal, even.
Like Serbia signed some kind of a readmission document with with the European Union, where we will accept all the gypsies, like they're not even from Serbia, that we will accept back to Serbia. Like this is fucking crazy, guys. Like I see like gypsies that like were never here. Like in last 2 years, they're like everywhere. So it's like we do shit that's kind of only few politicians get the money, and then like they do this kind of shit, to their own, so it's bullshit, like we it's all about money, and it's not even about ideology, I think these people are just looking for their interest, and how to get rich, and if some politician from Europe offer them money, some decent like couple
No, but
millions or
the people,
whatever, they
they
accept
are
that.
amassing the central power. The European, this is the thing in Europe. They're amassing the power. Even your politician will not do nothing because they have like a bureaucracy now, in as the European Union, and they keep in like getting it more and more, and they getting in excuses from war on Russia, from whatever the situation. They're getting massing that power, that authority, and like they keeping the population distracted about this because they are not elected. Those people are not elected,
No,
and those exactly. So you cannot do anything about them. They are keeping amassing power and wealth, and they will like
yeah,
the new aristocracy in a way.
I was attacked, a couple times on the open mic, or maybe in the chat, about how Serbia is like officially applying for a European Union, membership, and the sentiment here is like totally anti-EU. Like people know that EU is a scam. It's basically like a communist, socialist project, with the fucking gay twist to it, and like nobody wants this. Nobody like see any benefit from it. Like they all, like they're not able to like help us, like with the with our judicial system. Like everything is like corrupt, so like we don't see any benefit from European Union, and and they're still pushing this shit, like we want to join the European Union. You know what I'm saying? It's like they don't even ask people like if they want this. So,
Super chat. NGS said, have you discussed drones over Denmark, etc.? Not.
No, we
really.
haven't. Well,
Kind
basically,
of.
Did we? Well, I guess we did.
No, we discussed over Ukraine and Poland. Yeah.
Poland, but
not,
it's
not
the
Denmark.
Same
the
story.
same.
Same story. Basically, the Danes are trying to run a false flag. They're all borderline retarded, so they screwed it up. And now they look just as foolish as the other countries, and nobody really believes any of them. That's really the long and short of it.
But there is one case. A Singaporean couple got deported, I think, for flying drones in I'm not sure which country, maybe Denmark or something.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but they was flying like city center or something else. So like yeah, they got deported.
Hi guys, before we change subject, can I say something? How do you erase a nation without immigration? Well, let me show you. Okay, this is my ID card.
Israel?
Changing Macedonia to North Macedonia.
No,
Yeah.
check this out.
You
This
do
is my old
what
ID.
Israel do. Kill everyone.
All right, check this out and let me finish, please. All right, this is my old ID. Republic of Macedonia, it says on it, right? Under nationality, it says Macedonian. This is my old ID. Okay, now this is my new ID. Republic of North Macedonia. Under nationality, it says citizen. What kind of a nationality is a citizen? It doesn't exist. You understand me? So basically, they raised from Macedonian to a citizen. Citizen of what? You understand me what I'm saying?
That's what we was talking about like earlier. We are talking about a group that the European Union who are governing, who are not elected, who are not chosen by anyone, and they are governing everyone, and they're controlling everyone, and controlling you. And
I'm not a member of EU, man. Macedonia is not a member of European Union. Check this out. In order for us to become a member of European Union, we gotta erase ourselves as a nation, as a nationality.
Imagine
they erase the language. There is no more Macedonian language. It's the language of the citizens of North Macedonia. There is no Macedonian nationality. It's only citizen of North Macedonia. You understand me what I'm saying? So they erased my whole nation with one signature. So basically, I'm running for a mayor in the next elections, which is October 19, next month. I'm running for a mayor of my city. If I win, I'm erasing North Macedonia, and I'm bringing back Macedonian nationality in my city.
Good luck. Good luck to your.
This is not even them becoming European in the European Union. Imagine what happened if they are inside the European Union, man. Anyway, they are not even inside it.
I read on Twitter, Slovakia just passed a law with a tremendous high majority vote to put Slovakian law before EU law. So that is a very good development, because they don't make sense that EU controls your country. You should you should come first, then the grouping. And also NGS super chatted. The Singaporeans were arrested in Norway. Wyatt. I forgot the country. I know it's in Europe. No, I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, Slovakians have balls. Like we people in from Balkans.
I blame Coping. I blame Coping for arresting the Singaporeans. We should give him a court martial.
Always.
Sorry, Voislav, you were saying.
Yeah, I'm saying like we're like it's all about like people from Balkans you can buy with money easy. Like we're fucking cheap ass whores. Like we're really fucking cheap. Like you can buy anybody with money here. So that's why like we're here where we at.
The ex prime minister of Macedonia who signed this agreement with the Greeks, currently he's in Dubai building 82-story building with the money that they gave him and he stole from us.
There you go.
So
there you go.
You're right, boys. Yes.
There you go. Our politicians too. Like I was, I don't know if you were, listening like 10 minutes ago. I said like there is this politician. He's conservative, and in Parliament he was asking, he was announcing or he was speaking to the Parliament, and he was saying, how we have a problem with our own, natality rate, they call it the white plague, whatever, but and then like we have all these migrants that we bring in, like how what's up with that. And he was called they call him a fascist, because of this statement, and the guy is just trying to say like like you guys are changing the population, like you bringing in like 500,000 migrants to work here, like we cannot handle that, like that's going to be like really dramatic, like dramatic change in the
demographics. Yes. Yeah. Well, if I would bring somebody, I would bring Nepalese people so they can burn the motherfucker down. You know what I'm saying? From Nepal, they can do. Anyway, I call them political whores, as the same as the media whores. They prostitutes for money, so they do not care about our well-being. They care about the money. The God is green for them, and the sun rises on the west. So that's why they do what they do. Otherwise, our country is rich, man. We can live and prosper here. All we need is somebody with integrity, politicians who have common sense and they care about their own nation, not only about the money. So currently we have all corrupt politicians. That's why I decided to run for a mayor, and the fight will start from my city. If I win, it will be totally different story. I had a
Which city is
meeting
that?
last week with the OPSE, the observers for the elections, and I told them all of this, and they said, complain. I said, complain to who? To the wolf for eating the lambs? Make a deal with the wolf to stop eating the lambs and the sheep. You cannot do that, man. You're the wolf. Who I'm gonna complain to? To you? You did this to us with your money and Soros and all of that bullshit that you bringing in here with the Volk and everything else. Everybody's moving out because of the politics, and the politics it is doing this for like 20 years now. They keep changing the same people in the power, and it's like two political parties but the same narrative. Yes,
exactly.
Super chat by Beto Sida. Let's make Macedonia a communist nation again.
There is no nation in communism, man. Communism doesn't recognize church or nation. You understand me? So if you make Macedonia communist again, we do not gain anything. We still remain no
What
nation.
city? What city you from?
City?
Where are
City.
you? What is it?
Ohrid.
Ohrid, okay.
The oldest
Okay,
lake in
Ohrid.
Europe, Ohrid, my city.
Ohrid to jezero, yeah.
Yeah, brother, the lake. So I'm the only independent, by the way.
Nice. I wish you luck.
It's going to be a difficult fight though, as an independent. It'll be difficult.
Hey, but Ghost, listen. What do you think is more of a country? China or Macedonia? Or China or Germany? Or China or the United States for that matter? No, or Vietnam or Macedonia? Like what's more of a country?
Check this out, man. Macedonia is the oldest country nation in Europe. You can find me in the Bible. None of these other countries around me, you cannot find them in the Bible. They're modern creation, artificial states, nation state created in 18th century compared to Macedonia. We've been existing
you didn't get what
before Jesus. You understand me what I'm saying?
He was referring to another thing. He was meaning another thing. He said
I was meaning that you said that the communists don't have a nation, but I'm telling you that there are nations that are communist that are more of a nation than nations that call themselves capitalist or liberal. So it's not a rule like you say. It's not a strict rule. It depends on what is the real. For example, many people talk about how that it's not ideology, but it's money that motivates people.
Society,
and that is
like
true. But that is an ideology. So like if you prioritize money over anything else, that is an ideology. And you do that because of following that ideology. So if a country like values honor above anything else, that's a different ideology. If it values the people, if it values the history, it depends on what the country values. And so that's going to be the ideology that motivates the actions. And it can be communism, and it can have a higher sovereignty than a country that calls itself a monarchy, a democracy, capitalist, liberal democracy, whatever.
I don't know if you can call China communist. Like they might look communist.
Yes, you can.
But
because
they
call themselves. They call themselves communists. So they identify themselves as communists, and they have a state-planned economy. So you can say that they're not communist, but that's just what you're trying to frame communism as being, because in essence, communism is
they might be fascist.
Whatever a communist country does.
Yeah, they took everything. I think it's societal.
The fascist, it's the same thing. The fascist government is the government that says, I am fascist. Because that's the only thing that fascism is. It's a guy took over Italy and said, we're going to do fascism. And so that's why fascism exists, because that guy said, this thing that we are doing, taking over power in Italy, is fascism. So if a country calls themselves fascist, then they are. If not, because that's the thing with political labels, that they're all theories that are not applied until a country grabs them. Like communism doesn't exist unless a country says, "Look, I am communist, and this is what I do." Then communism exists. Before that, it's just an idea. It's floating in the ether. It doesn't exist. The same thing with fascism and with capitalism, like all of these things. So China is a communist country because they say we are communists, and what we do is for the people of China. Whereas the capitalist countries say
communism. That's all. They're not
This
really
kind of
practicing communism,
they
but they are
kind of
communists. Yeah.
yeah, that kind of ideology works for their society. You know, not every society is is up for that. Like we, we're susceptible to corruption, like all the way, like in whatever system you put us in. Like we value money before anything. Like Ghost said,
no, but again, Bogislav, that is an
God is
ideology.
green for us. Yeah.
The people who value money over everything else value money, but it's not everyone. The monk that lives in the mountains.
That's their god.
The monk that lives in the mountains doesn't value money. He has another god. Exactly.
That's their god. We say even in Islam, everyone worship its own god. Some people worship money. Some people worship women. Some people worship power. It depends on what you worship. It's your religion.
But the problem is there is no responsibility for those, and they're the ones who control everything, and they're taking like all us with them, like, or actually that they're not like we're going we're going down, like our society is like getting destroyed, while they're they buy property like outside our country, and they don't give a fuck, they're gonna build house somewhere else and live like as a rich folks, so
without
that's
tradition, without history, you don't have a future. Without nation belonging, your neighbor will come who has a nation state and will occupy the unclaimed territory because you don't have a history, you don't have a tradition, you don't have a nation. So basically you're free land to be taken by somebody who has tradition, who has history, and they will claim you as theirs. You understand me? And they will assimilate you into their nation, because immigration without assimilation is invasion. You understand me? In order to assimilate somebody.
Something that you have to keep in mind also with the issue of nationalism is that is also a trap, because you see, one of the main weapons that was used, particularly by the British, but also by the French and other shady groups, societies, to destroy civilizations has been to break them apart into nations. So a civilization is strong, and it's different nations that are together, like they have a religion, a language, tradition, customs, festivals. They gather, and they sometimes confederate and become a federation or an empire. And you have these great civilizations that they can withstand threats and become a power. And they break them apart by spreading ethno-nationalism. Like you are Macedonia, you are Arab, you are the mighty Saudi kingdom, you are you are Kosovo, you are and you are Ukraine, you're not Russia, you are Ukraine. And so they create this nation, this identity that breaks apart from the group that would protect them, that maintained that civilization, that people, that nation. They kept them alive for centuries.
All right.
And now they break apart.
There is naturally created nation, such as mine, Macedonian nation, and there is artificially created nations from political reasons. You understand me? The federation is a federation of different nations. Now, why they called Alexander the Great the Great? Because he integrated, not segregate. You understand me? There is the philosophy of two candles. If you have a candle and I have a candle, if I blow out your candle, I'm left in the dark with only my candle. But if we merge our candles, we have a double fire, double light faster we're going to find the way out of the tunnel. Understand me? So his greatness was in integrating, not segregating. The Western civilization is divide and conquer philosophy since always, Roman. You understand me? Even today, nothing has changed. Divide and conquer, segregate and exploit. This is the difference between integrating and segregating. What they do is segregate in order to exploit you. It's not a problem with the nations. The nations exist. Let's say my nation has been existing for over 2,000 years. You cannot find any other nation in Europe in the Bible except my nation. You understand me? All these other nations that you can find today have been created artificially in the 18th century with the creation of the nation states. But before that, you have different nations.
Yeah, but they all claim to an ancestral origin. Like the Greek, the country
Greeks don't
Greece,
exist, man. You cannot find the name Greek 2,000 years ago. You understand me? This is a modern name.
But
if you had a time machine,
they call themselves like this language that existed for 2,000 years, and they say this is who we are. So fake nations do that all the time. So my point is, how do you recognize the difference between a real nation that has continuity, that has persisted in time, and some newcomer like Israel, for example, who comes out of the blue, gets off a boat and says, "This is my land. I've lived here for millions of years. I'm a nation as old as time." You know, what's the difference between a real nation and a fake nation?
Created from political reasons.
How do you distinguish them?
Easily.
How can you tell the difference?
You follow the history, man. You can tell who has been created artificially, who has not.
Super chat by Thomas. Modern Macedonia is artificial AF.
I was gonna give the example I was gonna give the example. For example, you had like a continuation of Islamic civilization, and you will find the Abbasids, you will find the Mamluks, you will find the Ottomans, you will find the all those empires and states, but it's always the same continuation, the same philosophy, the same like spirit from throughout the whole history of the Islamic civilization.
Hey.
Yes, even when we divided. Go.
Hey, but Thomas, come and say it to our face, man. What, you scared of a Macedonian? You dirty Serb? I don't know if he's Serb. I think he's anyway. Come and say it to a face.
Yeah, that's weaklings. That's weakling excuse, you know. Yeah, but let him keep saying it for White's sake.
No, yeah, send all the super chats in the world, but come and say it to the face.
No, but Gabriel, you're right about the creation of different nations. Let's say the Albanian nation has been created by Austria, okay, to counter the Serbo-Croatian kingdom back in the days. The Greeks have been created by the Germans. For their first king was Otto the Bavarian. You understand me? Their language is created in 1868. They got nothing to do with ancient time. In ancient time, the name Greek doesn't exist. This is a modern name. If you had a time machine and travel back in time 2,000 years ago and ask, where are the Greeks? They'll say, what is that?
No, I know.
Give me one artifact, one single coin on which you can find the name Greek from ancient time. There is no such a thing. No artifact on which the name Greek exists, because it didn't exist. Okay, what were they? They were Hellenes. But Hellen, it's a religious group. You understand me? It's not a nation. They have Athenians, Athens, city-state, Sparta city-state, Thebes city-state. They spoke different languages, but they were no Greeks. You understand me? Serbia was created by the French. You understand me what I'm saying? What were the Serbians before they called themselves Serbians? Bulgaria were created by the Russians as a counter to the Ottomans. You understand me what I'm saying? These are all artificial nations created in the 18th century, and they all take a bite of Macedonia. Now today, they all claim Macedonia as their own. They try to deny my existence, and they even succeeded. As you can see on my ID, I was Macedonian. Now I'm not Macedonian by nationality. I'm a citizen by
Super
nationality.
But you see,
Super
Ghost,
chat by Thomas.
you see,
I'm in bed already.
what a baby, Thomas. I'm ashamed of you. Anyways, Ghost,
Wait,
you Ghost of
I have a question
Macedonian.
for Ghost. I have a question for Ghost.
Wait. Let me
When you talk
let me say
about
something
Serbia,
real
are you
quick.
talking about modern
He's gonna go on
Serbian
forever.
state or
Let
like
me
medieval?
answer him real quick. What you say might be true. I mean, like the Ukrainians say the same thing. The Israelis say the same thing. Like it might be true, but you're not the only one who has that claim. Like Ukraine says, "Oh,
It's
Russia
not a
didn't
claim,
exist."
man. It's a fact. We have a continuation of language, culture,
that's
tradition
that's
for
the
over
same thing that
2,000
they
years.
say. It's the same thing. It's the same thing that they say. It's exactly the same thing that
It's
they
not
say.
what you say.
So
it's what the facts support. Do you have the facts to
yeah,
to
but
support your claim?
they have their own facts. Like they also say the same
They're
thing. They
not.
say we have
They're
the
not
facts.
the own facts. This is made out of plastic.
Facts.
You know, we can have a. You can
fact
say
is more
claim
than
it's
a
a
word.
wood, but it's not. You understand
I
me? So
cannot
the facts
agree
don't
with you
care
there.
about your opinion or my opinion. The fact is a fact.
I don't agree with
Yeah,
you
but the
that
fact
we
is
were
not a piece of
created
wood.
by the French. You know, I cannot agree with that shit, dude. I mean, sorry.
Okay, let
Like,
me ask you: since when you're Serbian, and what were you before you became Serbian? What is the
well,
earliest data for you that you know in your history that you are Serbian?
I
Since
don't
when?
know,
What
like
century?
12th century, like at least.
What were you before that?
There is Roman transcripts that we actually it goes to like 7, maybe like
Okay, 7th, 8th
maybe
century.
like
What were you before that?
something like that.
The
I
earliest
don't know.
mention of serf, you don't know? I know. You were tribal. Tribal is one of the rays of this flag here, one of the 16 tribes of Macedonia. So basically, serf, it's a Roman name given to you as a slave. You understand me? That's what serf means.
No.
Serving somebody. You understand me?
No,
No,
that's
yes.
no.
What language do you speak today? You speak dialect of Macedonian, man. Before that, what
Okay,
were you
dude.
speaking? The same language. What
Okay, dude.
you?
No.
Yeah, it's not okay. It's a fact, man. What were you? Why you not in the Bible? Why the Greeks are not in the Bible? Why the Bulgarians are not in the Bible? None of you is in the Bible, man.
Saying the word fact over and over is not the same thing as providing factual evidence. Okay, a fact.
I can give
is
you all the
something
factual evidence
that
you
can.
want, man. If you have the time.
No, it's fine. The thing is, what I'm trying to tell you, what I'm trying to communicate to you, is that we all peoples from Earth, at every point in time, anywhere, always, have always come from a lineage of a people that exists for thousands of years, for millions of years. Like we've been existing since the dawn of time, you know, father after son, after father after son, you know, and we all have a connection to original land, you know, and that formed some way. But it's not necessarily a difference that a country was created 3,000 years ago or 200 years ago or 50 years ago. The issue is, can it have sovereignty? Does it have power? Does it have a people? You know, and if you have that, then you are a country. If you lose that, then you can say, I was from a country. Okay? So saying that, oh, I'm a real country because I was mentioned in the Bible. Yeah, so are the Israelites mentioned in the Bible, and also the Romans are mentioned in the Bible.
Babylonians.
And look, Rome still exists. There's people in a city called Rome that are born there and called Romans, and so they exist since the Bible, even though Italy was made in the 1800s. So you can always make this claim to the past, but what matters is how strong is your nation today.
Egyptians?
Yes, they
still
are.
exist. Are Italians Romans?
They don't speak Roman. Egyptians still exist. Yes.
If you give
they speak a lingua franca of Latin. They speak Latin, a dialect of Latin, just like
don't
Spanish.
Speak Latin, Italians. They speak Italian.
It is Latin. Italian is Latin in a dialect.
No, it's not.
It's a distortion
if
of
you give
like the same thing that English is like ancient Gaelic with Saxon and with Germanic. The same way Italian is a form of Latin. Okay, Spanish is a form of Latin. French is a form of Latin. Portuguese is a form of Latin. They're all Latin. They're all Latin tongues or Romance tongues. Okay, they all come from Rome. So you can always claim a lineage.
But none of you
how
can
much
read.
power do you have as a nation?
None of you can read Latin. I can read ancient
Latin.
Macedonian.
Of course I can.
Cannot read Latin. You understand me?
Yeah, that's a claim. I can read Latin. And you might read ancient Macedonian. I don't know, and I don't care, but that doesn't make you a real country. What makes you a real country is if you have power. If you can unite with enough peoples around you to become a powerful bloc.
Sovereignty.
Yeah. That's what makes a real country.
Sovereignty, you need to have integrity. We ain't got no integrity. That's why we ain't got no sovereignty. Simple.
I didn't want to insult you, but like Serbs, we consider you like Serbs too.
Of course you do, man. The Bulgarians consider me Bulgarian. The Greeks consider me Greek. You understand what I'm saying? So all of you,
I don't know.
All of you are fascists.
Look,
you understand
what
me?
I'm saying.
You claim my history, man. You claim my name. You claim my everything. You understand
Look. I'm not gonna claim like
even the Albanians claim to be Macedonians nowadays. You understand me?
Ghost,
so all of you want a piece of the cake. You all want my history because you ain't got your own.
Calm down. Look, dude. Like we all occupy this space right here. So I don't know what the fuck.
The space was called Macedonia.
We all occupy this.
In the space called Macedonia, Macedonian people live.
Who was Tsar Dusan? Who was this guy? Who was this fuck?
Tsar Dusan was Macedonian king. You want the documents?
Come on, please.
You haven't seen him, man. Look at Dušanov Zakonik. Look at his laws. He says, I'm Macedonian king, and after that he claims you are other Serbian, Bosnian, Bulgarian, all of the other are after. First he says, I'm Macedonian king. Read Dušanov Zakonik, man.
VDP.
You're making stuff up, dude.
I'm not making shit up, man. I'm telling you the truth. You don't like to hear the truth. That's what I'm asking you. What were you before you became Serbian? What were you? You don't even know what were you. I'm telling you what were you. You were Macedonian before you became Serbian.
What were you before you became Macedonian? What were you?
He was African. He was an African. He was an African.
What were you?
Before Jesus.
He was an African.
What were you before you became Macedonian? Come on, dude. Come on.
He was
an African. 1,000 years before Jesus, there was Bela, with the white people.
He was an African. He was an African. He was an African before. He was from Africa. He migrated from Africa to Macedonia. So originally he was an African.
No, he would show on his skin, man. You can claim, you can send some African in Norway. He can claim to be Norwegian, but his DNA proves that he's from Africa. You understand me? Our DNA claims that the fact shows that we are from here. The oldest R1A1 DNA.
You spawned there? Like a tree.
I don't deny. There was some people named, Macedonians, but
But what? Now they don't exist. They disappeared in the thin air.
I did not see here and tell you that.
Where they
like,
go, man?
You didn't exist.
Where did the Macedonians go? You come, you occupy my land, and you claim. Why don't you speak Old Serbian if Macedonia is Old Serbia? Huh? Why don't you speak my language? The Old Serbian, what you call. You understand what I'm saying? So all of you, my neighbors, claim my heritage.
Why
you all
Russians?
claim that I am you. But that's fake, man. You all just fascist, according to me. Even you, the Greeks, the Bulgarians, the Albanians, they all want to take a piece of my land, man. And that's you should be ashamed of yourself. You understand what I'm saying?
I think you got problems.
Be grateful for me giving you the language to speak today. The Christianity that you have today. The first Christian in Europe is Lydia. You can find it in the Bible. Lydia the Macedonian.
Hey, come on. We're not gonna use
Christianity today thanks to me, man.
We're not gonna use that book as the evidence.
So basically, you existed before everybody else in the world, like basically.
Not before everybody else in the world, but since 800 years before Jesus, our first kingdom, Macedonia, was created. Before that,
you're making stuff up. You're making stuff up, dude.
You don't know your history, dude. You do not know your history. I don't make shit up, man. I'm telling you the truth. You don't like the truth. I know it hurts you, but it is what it is, man.
Chill out.
You're not gonna hurt me. You're just making stuff up. I'm telling you how much I know. I'm telling you how much I know of my history and how far we think like we might. And you're like making shit up about like, you know, you're older than Jews and shit like that. You're like before.
He's older than
Noah.
a human being. They are
I'm saying that Macedonia kingdom exists since 814 before Jesus. Before that,
what kind of pamphlet? What kind of pamphlet did you read this
from history,
Dude,
man.
like,
you should educate yourself. You understand me?
No, this is
Educate yourself
history.
before you open your mouth.
But you came from Africa, as evidence say. You came from Africa, as evidence say. So me in VDP were more like original than you. You are like just not
Are you calling a nigger?
You said okay. You said like why am I not speaking more Serbian? Why you know Russians spoke also the same language.
Where they got the
your
language, man? Where they got the language and the alphabet from, man? The Cyrillic. Where they got it from?
From
Serbia
Macedonia,
or
right?
from Macedonia?
From Phoenician.
From
Phoenician.
Who was Cyril and Methodius? Cyrillic. Who gave it to them?
No.
Putin, on the day of their alphabet, he told our president in front of the cameras, he told them today is the holiday in Russia, a holiday of our language and alphabet, and we got our language and alphabet from Macedonian land. This was told
And Vincha,
from Putin to Ivanov.
Yeah, Vincha civilization was also Macedonian, right?
Vincha is couple of thousand years before Jesus, not 1,000. Vincha is Pelasgi people, man. Pelasgi. This you're talking about 5,000 years before Jesus. This is no nation's time. This is no nation. This is hunter-gatherers time. The first civilization.
And the artifacts that are found on our our national clothing. The artifacts
they are. Of course.
Yeah, and that's Macedonian too, right?
It was no nation 4,000 years ago, man. There was no nation time. I'm telling you, the nations, as my nation, exists since 800 years before Jesus. I'm telling you the exact date. Before that, there was no nations. It was hunter-gatherers.
What?
Just,
I don't know what's the issue. Yeah, so what? So what? You existed. Humanity existed like thousands and thousands of years before. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
but
what?
this is about destruction of the oldest nation in Europe, about destruction of the oldest civilization in Europe. We gave them everything they got, and today they piss on us, man. They, you know what? They deny my existence in 21st century. That's why I call them fascists, man.
Dude, I don't deny you anything, dude. Like our church gave your church right to separate. So what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah.
Hey, look at the Bible, man. Paul came to Macedonia because Macedonia called them sent Paul to come in Macedonia. The first Christian in Europe is Lydia the Macedonian, not Lydia the Serbian. So who gave the Christianity to who, man?
Macedonia is a province. Macedonia is a province. What are you talking about?
Denial again. Province. What province? Who lives in that province? Martians? Mexicans lives in the Macedonia province. Who lives in Macedonia?
Serbs
lives in Macedonia. That's what I'm saying, man. You deny my existence.
We occupied space all the way to the all the way to the Greece, to the Aegean Sea.
We did occupy space, but that doesn't mean that we are Serbians. You understand me? On the other hand,
you are Serbian. You are
sure. There we go. The Bulgarian. If we had a Bulgarian in the chat, he would say I'm Bulgarian. If we had a Greek, he would say I'm Greek. You cannot be possible that all of you is right, man. You understand me? You all try to take piece of the cake called Macedonia because of our rich culture, heritage, and history.
What do you think about Ukrainians? Okay, I got a question for you. What do you think about Ukrainians? Like, who are Ukrainians?
The same words like 10 times.
Ukrainians are something similar to the Croats. They got influenced by the West. You understand me? So Croats basically are brothers with the Serbs. But what happened? They got Catholicism, you got Orthodox Christianity. And that's where the war begins. Divide and conquer, like I said earlier. That's why you fight with the Croats. But you're the same look-alike, the same people, man. The same language too.
Okay, so how similar are Ukrainians to the Russians? They're not the same people, right?
For real, they are the same people. What are you talking about? The
So
same
what the
DNA.
fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
Hold on, they're not Mexicans or Indians. They're the same white
They're
people,
Russian.
man. The same DNA.
They are Russian.
You cannot
They
make
are
a
Russian
difference
to
between
change.
Ukrainian and Russian. Put them one next to another. Tell me who is who without knowing who is who.
They are
look the
Russian.
same.
They just change their alphabet and the language.
I
a little
look
bit.
like a Russian
That's
And
it.
the church.
and I'm not
Divide
even
and conquer strategy.
from Europe.
The same with you
I
and the
look
Croats,
like a
man.
Russian.
Divide and conquer.
To be honest, you look Russian.
Like
I
I
look
don't
like a
deny.
Russian, man.
I don't.
look like
I
No,
don't
no,
deny.
no, you, him.
I do not deny the Croats didn't exist at the same period as we
Deny
did.
me, the
We were just.
Macedonian.
Imagine. Wait,
You look
Persian,
Russian.
wait.
I don't know.
BDP.
Maybe
Imagine
you
he
were.
do a.
Maybe
Imagine
you
he
were.
do.
Maybe our tribe. Maybe
Listen,
you were. Maybe you were.
listen.
You were.
That
Yo,
one
I
is
don't know.
definitely Russia. You can
Imagine.
see. Well, he is
Imagine he
Russia.
did
Look
Your
at
a
him.
tribe didn't exist
DNA.
before 9th century, man.
Imagine.
That's what
I
you
do
said
Imagine.
not.
yourself.
I do not deny existence, dude.
Yes,
Like I don't know why you're
Bullshit.
tripping. Like I don't
Imagine
deny your
he's.
existence. Why are you tripping?
you
You
just
know.
said I'm Serbian. That means automatically you deny my existence, man.
Imagine.
No, you do exist. You do exist. You're just Serbian. You know. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, man. You
No,
deny my
it's
Macedonian identity. You
BDP.
know what I'm saying? That's
BDP.
fascism.
Imagine he's doing a DNA test and he's actual Russian.
He is
It will
Russia.
be
Look
a
at
blood.
him.
It will be a plot twist. It will
Like
be
did
a plot
you
twist.
like
All of
did
the
you
white
exist?
people that you see, most of the white people in Europe, they have the R1A1 DNA. The oldest sample of the R1A1 DNA is coming from Macedonia. Just so you know, it's a factual. It's science.
Yeah,
You cannot deny
fucking
science.
rails coming
This is
to
I
made
am
no
from
denaric.
glass.
one.
It's not plastic.
I
It's
am.
Fuck
glass.
yeah. Hey,
That
Ghost,
I
I don't have
Tata.
Ghost, I don't have anything against you, man. I don't know you. I think you might be a cool guy. But this, you deny my existence. That's like
you
tranny
listen to him, man.
bullshit. You know, it's
Listen
like
to him.
Israeli
Bro,
level
listen to him, man.
brain
He's saying
dead
that I'm
argument.
Serbian.
Okay,
If we had a
it's
Bulgarian
you
here, he would
deny
say
my
I'm
existence,
Bulgarian.
dude. You're here talking to us. It's impossible for you not to exist. Your claims are
exactly.
up for debate all day long if anyone cares enough to give a fuck about it. Okay, you can say whatever you want, and we're gonna discuss it, and it's not denying my existence. Don't be a pussy,
I
man.
don't.
Come
In order
on,
for
get
somebody
some
don't
to
deny
balls.
occupy
existence.
you, first step is saying that you are me. You understand me? Like the Russians do with the
Ma che
Ukrainians. In
cosa?
order somebody to occupy you, it's the first stage. You are me. Macedonia is Serbia. So they come and they occupy you and they make you Serbian. You understand
What?
me? Or the Greeks. They say Macedonia is
I
Greek. So they
I
come and
could
they
not
occupy
resist
you.
to
The same
to
shit
to
with the
come up.
Bulgarians. You
Come
understand me? What
on.
kind of issue we have with our fascist neighbors
but
around me? They all try to occupy my land and make
You're
me
all
dumb.
fascists. You're all transphobic. You're all homophobic and
Like
anti-Semites as
I
well.
did not
My
say
God,
anything,
how can
man.
you even
Wait,
exist?
super
Borisov
chat,
said
super
that.
chat. Thomas
He's
said
speaking.
the ancient Macedonians were Greeks. Yeah,
Yeah, I've heard
controversial
that
statement.
before.
How we will have such World War One and Two and what's
Your
proceeding
yeah,
without
you guys
those
have
guys,
yeah,
without
you guys
those
have to
guys.
stop denying the fact that we are all Ukrainians. And I just want to say, you are forming Yugoslavia again, at this rate, forming, all the different
It's an
countries, the
artificial
people from
country,
different
man.
parts.
What is
Yeah,
the
Don't
meaning?
don't
It's
all the
don't you
family
know
reunion.
don't you know
The
that
old
the
family
Greeks
reunion.
have dug
Yeah.
up the Black Sea? They are the origin, the Alpha and the Omega.
Bring
Uh,
Yugoslavia back.
Jokes aside, I couldn't
Or
avoid
is it me that's cutting out?
jumping on because of this comedy show. It's really fun.
It's funny. Yeah, sure, it's funny.
funny. It is
I ask
funny.
you too. What were you before you become? What are you? Serbian, Croatian?
You were
What were you
African,
before
no?
you became that?
I have been always Serbian since the
Since
beginning
when?
of time. Since the
Since
beginning
when?
of time.
What is the earliest mentions of Serbian in the history?
Since the beginning of time.
Okay, archaeology. When is the first
Since the beginning of
mentioning
time,
of the
simple. When time
Simple.
started, we have been
You're
Serbian.
just talking nonsense, man.
I don't want to.
Yeah, I have all the facts, man. I have all the facts because I say so.
I don't want to
Super
watch
chat.
that movie. Don't wanna
Wyatt
watch
and
them.
Vojislav are going to tag team the Macedon.
Please keep that to yourself. I don't wanna watch that shit.
No, jokes aside, we in the Balkans are very mixed culturally and ethnically. We are very mixed because, like everywhere in Europe and basically all over the world, there have been migrations and stuff. And if some superior is probably the wrong word, superior culture comes along, then a lot of the local people change to the new culture. Like most of the Turks are basically of Greek origin, in Turkey themselves, because the Turkish invaders, they came in and occupied a lot, but most of the people stayed there, and they just adopted, So this has been going on for centuries, for
What
thousands
Greek origin,
of years.
man? The Greeks didn't exist in ancient history, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah. You can
Find me
choose
one
your name.
artifact with the name Greek on
I
it.
don't care. I don't care about that. They have mothers and fathers since ever. Every
The
born
Greeks come from
every
Egypt.
born person
They're
had a
gypsies,
mother
you
and a
understand
father.
me?
Doesn't
Greeks are
matter.
gypsies, man. They come from Egypt.
They have not killed.
No, but seriously,
you
like
all
this
come
is
from
this is
Africa.
I
You
I
all
thought
this is
from
gypsies
this
come
is
from
Africa.
a
India.
great
You are all
this is a
from
great
Africa
case
for
study.
us. You're all like Egyptians for us because you're all coming from Africa. Your point of
No,
origin
but
is
this is
Africa.
this is
So
a
you're
great
all
case of study. So
Could we
like
move on to
people
another
get taught
topic?
thus. People are taught this type of things. They teach them that. They fill them with this sense of pride. They tie their name to some ancient civilization. They did it to the Germans. They did it to the Ukrainians,
But there was
to
no
the
ancient
Ashkenazi
Germans,
Jews,
man. There was no
and
ancient Ukrainian,
and
but
then
there
they
was ancient Macedonians, and we
and
still
and
here.
then and
Like it
then
or not,
and
man,
then
we
they
still here.
and then
So
they
what
break
are you?
apart.
So what
And then
are
they
you?
break apart. He's not even a Macedonia. He's a ghost. He's talking to us from
Yes,
1,000
because they
years ago,
erased me. I
and he
came back
doesn't exist anymore
from the
because
past.
they denied his existence, and now he's
Even
just
they
a ghost.
erased my
No, but
nation. I'm a
seriously,
citizen now.
Yeah,
they
but
teach
because they
people
can.
this, and so they splinter apart. Like, watchers, beware. The MI6 and the MI5 and the CIA, they're gonna get you. They're gonna get your textbooks. They're gonna teach you to be like this guy, and you're gonna end up being a citizen of nowhere, splintering away endlessly until you're like a tiny unit of an amorphous mass of non-nations that all have this massive nationalistic
That's coming
sentiment
to you next, man. That's
that
coming to
breaks
you
them
guys.
apart from all of their. Yeah, it's coming to you. So don't fall for it. Like, this is how you end up
It's not me
not
falling
belonging
for it.
to any
They bought
country.
the politicians, Gabriel. They bought all of the fucking politicians,
let
man.
me tell me one thing.
Super
Just
chat.
short, and then I'd like to change topic. Go on, Wyatt.
Super chat by Slav. Slav said, Montenegro tea on Macedon.
Well, the issue is everybody is taking away your supposed, history because everybody can, because you can't do anything about it, because your history is history and you don't have the power to do anything against it, if it's true, your claims. But I very much doubt that most of the claims are true. So
that hurts. That should hurt.
I'd like to move to another more interesting topic. What have you guys already done?
Just what do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about this. This one is more.
Is it interesting or not, Bojin?
Yeah, I
This
think
one is much
Macedonia
better.
issue is more interesting, more important.
Yeah.
Okay,
next
okay.
time
We need to find our roots.
I can contribute.
Next time, bring a Bulgarian, a Greek, Serbian, and Albanian in a chat here, and you will see them all deny my existence. Always. Fascist,
I don't
man.
like that.
Fucking fascist.
You denied
They all
mine.
deny my
You denied
existence.
mine first. You denied
I
mine
don't
first.
deny you.
Then
I
I
just
hit
asked
back.
you
You know.
since when you're Serbian.
Gotcha.
Since what time?
Just a short comment. You sound like a very woke person who denies your gender.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's some tranny level bullshit.
The first step.
Voss, I can hear you smacking your lips.
Check
Slav.
this out. The first
Super
step in
chat.
order for your army to occupy my land is to claim me as you. So let's go liberate our own people.
It doesn't work
That's
like
how
that.
it begins. We're gonna come liberate South Serbia, which is Macedonia. Because those are
you can
Serbian
try.
brothers. We gotta liberate them. and that's
You
how
can
occupation
try.
begins. You understand me? We
Yeah.
killed your fucking king, man, because he denied
Yeah.
Macedonia. You remember
Okay.
that? King Alexander? We shot
I
him in the
don't care.
fucking face because
Yeah,
he said the
yeah.
same
You,
thing.
you,
Though
you as
Macedonian
you said,
exists in 1934, we shot him and he died because of that words.
ultranationalists did assassinate the Serbian king indeed, yes.
DPA Open Mic viewers, now you know why Yugoslavia has disintegrated. No, this is the, this
Don't
is the
deny my
reason.
existence, man. I'm not denying you. I'm just asking you. Since
Oh,
when
you're
you are
denying
what you are?
everybody's existence except Macedonian.
Everybody else has the right to exist except Macedonians. You
This
understand
is all
me?
Tito's.
You paid a
This
lot
is
of
all
money
Tito's
to erase
creation.
from this to
No,
this.
no one has the right to exist. Everybody has to fight for his right to exist.
Yeah,
There
I'm
is
fighting
no.
for my existence, man.
Yeah,
And that's
go
what I'm
and
telling you.
fight.
Stop denying my existence, man. I am what
No,
I am.
You're
You're not
crying.
gonna tell me what I
You
am.
have to
Crying
fight.
about
You can
it.
ask
I'll
me
do
what
what
I
I
am.
want. I'll do what I want.
Crying,
You can
crying
ask me
about
what I am. You
your
cannot tell me what I
inexistence
am.
is not the same thing as fighting for your existence. Okay, crying and ask like you sound like a feminist. Seriously, you're like a
No, we fought the Serbs, we fought
100%
the Greeks, we fought the
radical.
Bulgarians
Like
and the Albanians. They're all
You
trying
know,
to
you
take a
must
it
piece
sounds
of me,
like
man.
recognize
you
that.
sound like a feminist, like a Ukrainian Nazi, like a Israeli, like a tranny, all crammed together.
Just leave me the heck alone, man. Let me be what I am. That's all I'm
Go,
asking, man. No, I'm
go.
not.
No
I'm
one
not trying to
cares.
occupy
touching you.
No one
Serbia, man.
cares.
He's trying to occupy
Nobody's
me,
touching you.
claiming that I'm him.
Just come
Just
out,
be what
whatever
you
you
want.
are.
That sounds very
I
wrong, you
don't
know.
care.
He want to occupy you. I don't know what that sounds really weird to me.
Like
The-
Tito,
no, the,
you know,
no,
Tito
nobody's denying
gave
you
you
what
status,
you
right?
are.
Oh yeah, I
Like
remember
Tito gave
Tito
you.
was fighting on the mountain here. No, it was my grandfather fighting the fascists, man. He gave me the freedom, not fucking Tito. Tito stayed in Croatia and Serbia. He did not come in Macedonia in the Second World War. We were the first to
Actually,
liberate
the
ourselves
Indians
from the
give you
fucking
freedom.
fascists.
No, he gave you the
Actually,
statehood.
Indians.
He gave me shit,
He
man,
made.
nothing. He
Indians
put
Yeah.
my
give you
first
freedom.
president of Macedonia, he put him on Goliotok in the jail. You remember
Actually,
Cento? He
Indians
ended up the first
and
president of
Russians give you
Macedonia,
freedom.
the general of the Macedonian army who fought the fascists. He ended up in jail from Tito. Tito did not fought on the mountains around me here with the fascists. He was in Serbia fighting for you, not for me.
Is Macedonian an ethnic group, or is it not?
Yeah.
Ethnic
Is
group.
it?
Ethnicity,
Because I look-
nationality, the oldest nation in Europe, man. We gave the fucking
No,
name to Europe.
No, because I was looking. I'm
You know
looking at
who
the
is
map
Europe?
of Yugoslavia in
Europe was the
1921. So I was
Europe
looking
was
at the
the
map of
princess
Yugoslavia in
Su
1921, the
smaller.
ethnic map. The Macedonia
What do you
have
think?
majority Bulgarians.
How about? What do you think about
And then
Bosnia?
there is some Turks
Bosnians.
and then some
What
Albanians.
Bosnia? They are Muslimized. They are Islamized.
Macedonians.
Yes.
No, so the thing is, how come the ethnic map of Yugoslavia in 1921, there is no ethnic group called Macedonians? Why did they put it as Bulgarians? And Bulgarian, Turks, and Albanians.
What do you mean, man? In Yugoslavia,
They don't
Yugoslavia
exist,
was
Wyatt.
made out of 6 republics or something like that. One of them was
No,
Social
Kingdom
Republic of Macedonia.
Yugoslavia.
The other one
Kingdom.
was Social Republic of Serbia.
Goche,
You know,
he talks about the Kingdom Yugoslavia.
Kingdom Yugoslavia denied our existence. That's why we shot the fucking king.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay. That makes sense.
So
Goche,
they are the cause of the First
what are you
World
going?
War.
What are you going to do about the ones who are occupying you right now? Really, you know.
Well, Greece has 51% of Macedonia currently. The free part of Macedonia was part of Yugoslavia, which is 32%, which was given to Serbia in the when they split the cake. Serbia, Kingdom of Serbia and Croats took 32%. Bulgaria took 16%, Greece took 51%, and they give, check this out, 1% to Albania for staying neutral in the deal. That's like 2 cities and 20
How much
villages.
do you have left?
The ghost thinks that the Serbians say Macedonians are Serbs and that's how they conquer them, but actually how they conquer them is they say, you are Macedonians, you need to stay away from the Serbs so you can never unite and be a strong people. You are the real nation. All the other nations around you are fake. And so stay away from them, and that way they will not conquer you. And so they are all alone, isolated, and get destroyed and conquered. They
They're our
get
neighbors, man. That's
destroyed
why I
and
said.
conquered. You get conquered. You are conquered right now because you have this obsession with your national identity that stops you from uniting with your neighbors so that you can actually become a strong nation.
Become a Serbian.
And that's how they get you. Yeah, become a Serbian. No,
Or
actually, you should
Bulgarian.
be Yugoslavia.
That's
No,
a fake nation. It
Yugoslavian. You
doesn't
guys should all
exist,
be
man. There
Yugoslav.
is no nation Yugoslavia.
You should all be Yugoslavia, and you would still be strong. But
Yes.
That's utopia.
enough retards said, no, I'm Bosnian. No, I'm Croatian. I'm Montenegrin. I'm Macedonian. I'm Kosovan.
Since
All of
when
these
they
guys
are,
said
man?
that,
That's what
and
I've
they
been
broke
trying
apart,
to
and now
tell
they're
you.
all weak,
They're all
powerless, and
artificial
conquered.
creations.
So
It's
basically,
the
You
same
break
thing.
apart
It's the
from
same
your
as
neighbors, from the strength of the union, and then you become easy prey for the global empire. No, the artificial nations are the ones who break apart and weaken themselves on that account.
they are Turks. Maybe
Super
they
chat
are.
by
Yeah,
So
Slav.
you
he looks a
This
lot
suggest
like
that I
a
Macedonian
should
Turk.
looks
go
like
with
a
the
Turk.
Greeks
That's
and
true.
become Greek,
Slav says
or I should go
this
with the
Macedonian
Bulgarians,
looks
become
like a
Bulgarian,
Turk,
or with the Serbs.
and he's right.
Maybe with Albanians and become
Maybe
Albanian.
that's
What are you
right.
saying?
Maybe
Who
you
do I
should
join?
do a DNA test. Maybe you
No,
should
but
do a DNA
I
test.
seriously wish all you people the best, and I think the same thing, the same problem happened here.
So
Do your neighbors
us
deny your existence too?
nobody deny
No,
existence, dude.
They fought. They
No,
fought
he
to
just
take
said
their
I'm
existence.
Serbian, man. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna come
No,
to liberate
but
me
seriously,
tomorrow.
like maybe one day,
Right.
Well, you're
all the other
existing as
peoples
Serbian,
around
so
are gonna
you're still
want to be
existing.
Macedonian. Maybe
You see
one
what
day
I'm saying? They're
all
all
the other
fucking
peoples
fascists,
around
man.
them want to
Did
be
we like
Macedonians, and Macedonia becomes a superpower, And when that happens, you know what's gonna happen? This guy Ghost is gonna say, "Oh, you guys aren't real Macedonians. Get out of here. We don't want you." And you're gonna fall apart again and be conquered again, because it's a retarded mindset that keeps you subjugated.
It's
Well, even the Ottomans,
True story.
the Sultan in 1900s, he forbid the name Macedonia. Today, the name Macedonia is forbidden. They changed my flag, man. They changed my name. They changed my language.
You're 100%
my race.
naffle, man.
Goche, this is all irrelevant.
You're 100%
because
naffle.
you
Irrelevant
can't
to
do
you, it's
anything.
relevant to me, man.
Yes, it's totally irrelevant because you can't do anything against it. Because
Against who?
you don't have any power to stop the occupation of your so-called land. Everybody's
Don't worry,
occupying
I'm
it.
talking to the aliens, man. They're gonna come and put some common sense in your head, and you're gonna stop denying me.
It's Gabriel had 100% really on point. It's like a lesbian and Israeli, and what's the other one combined in one personality, man?
Tranny, feminist, tranny,
Desi,
feminist.
You know what's the
Desi,
difference
good
between a
Desi
real?
arrived. He is the sorry,
Sorry. You know what's the
Go
difference
on.
between a real nation who fought, for example, Algerian real nation. They suffered millions. Palestinians are fighting, like holding weapons and fighting. Even the odds are against them. And this guy is whining and bitching about it. You see the difference? You see, you will say like
So
this.
what are you saying? We did not fight?
The
You know how many
alien.
victims are in Macedonia? When
You're
the Serbs occupied us,
you're
my
whining.
grandfather was fighting with his brother, who was fighting for the Bulgarians who occupied the Bulgarian part. You see, that's the whole Macedonia. You see the parts?
Goche.
I'm down by the lake down there.
Gotcha.
So,
The alien arrived.
took a
The
piece
alien
of me.
arrived. Desi is here. We will have a
So,
Balkans India war, and then we will unite. All of the Balkans.
Hell yeah.
So this is the old Macedonian, probably kingdom or something. No.
Now, if
So
you
there's
go
a
down
huge
there
chunk.
in Greece, you go in Greece, you ask the people, what are you? You Macedonian, they are Macedonian, they say. And they speak my language. You go in Bulgaria, the yellow part, they say they're
That's why
Macedonian,
you guys are
they
North
speak my
Macedonia,
language.
right? Because they are Macedonians too. So you are denying you cannot deny them being Macedonians. So you are North
In
Macedonia.
Greece, they have no school, they have no right to speak Macedonian. In Albania, here, the yellow part, they have only to 4th grade. In Bulgaria, they have no minority Macedonian. In Bulgaria, only Bulgarians exist, no Macedonians. In Greece,
So
only
you guys
Greeks
need to do
exist.
a SMO, man.
What?
You
What
guys
can
need
I
to do a
man?
special
We're
military
not
operation.
powerful enough, as Voin
Do
said.
you
We're not strong enough.
do you,
They
do you
like
If I was
recognize
strong enough, I'll put some sense into them.
how
do
many
you recognize Serbian minority in Macedonia in northern Macedonia? Do you recognize Serbian minority?
No,
Of
the
course, they have
Macedonians,
schools.
obviously. They are
They have
Macedonians.
schools. They have
Why do
political
you
party.
recognize us? Why do you recognize us if we are Macedonian? Why is this? Why
Why we recognize
we're
you?
Macedonian?
Because we do not
Like,
go that far. We're not fascists like you, man. We give you your right to self-identify.
Oh,
United
yeah, we
Nations,
did.
the first rule in
Afo,
United Nations is the right
Yeah,
to self-identify yourself. We do not deny
yeah.
you that
What did
right
we
to
do?
you.
What did
What?
we do? What did we do to you? What did we do to you?
You
How
killed
did
bunch
we
of
oppress you?
Macedonians, man. That's what you did. You occupied my land and you killed bunch of people here. That's what you
When?
did, man. You
When?
king.
When?
That's why
When?
you don't even know. Your king, Alexander, the one we shot in the face. That's who.
Yeah. He
Golioto, the
occupied
first president
Macedonia.
of Macedonia. He ended up, yes, he did. In
That was
1913,
Serbia,
he freed
dude.
Macedonia.
That's the
That was
Israeli
South
part.
Serbia.
That's
What?
the
That was
Israeli
South
part
South
of
Serbia.
Serbia.
them.
That's what I'm saying, man.
That's the
There is
Israeli
South
part of
Serbia
them.
too, man. You wanna come
okay,
occupy me
guys,
again?
guys, just tell him he's right, so we can move on.
No, he's not right, and we can move on still.
So you are
No.
fascist.
Not even if he, not even to move on can we say he is
They
right.
say it's old Serbia. Yeah, it's South Serbia. It's old Serbia. Why don't you speak old Serbian then, huh? If this is old Serbia, Macedonia.
Why don't people speak Latin anymore? Why don't people speak Latin anymore?
Ghost.
So
Because
your
the
people, your
Macedonians
roots come from here.
Why don't Italians
Spelling is too difficult.
speak Latin?
I do speak
Why
Latin.
don't Italians speak Latin language?
I speak Latin.
Because their
Look,
language was
Ghost.
made in the 18th
If
century,
Macedonia
man, by
is the
Garibaldi.
original nation there,
Okay, so
if
there you go.
Macedonia is the original nation, if Macedonia is the original nation, then everyone around is also Macedonian, just that they don't know it. So every time the Serbs conquer Macedonia, it's Macedonians conquering Macedonians. Okay, so it's
Yeah,
all
but they're
fair
gonna
and
call
good.
it Serbia.
You
You
know?
understand me? They call it Serbia,
Doesn't
not
matter.
Macedonia
They're still
anymore.
Macedonians. Macedonians can call themselves whatever they want.
No,
So
they
Macedonians
cannot.
can call themselves Macedonians,
No.
and they can also
When they
call
occupy
themselves
me,
Serbs,
I gotta
and they
change
can
my name,
conquer
my
other
last name.
Macedonians.
I
But
gotta
don't
speak
mess.
their dialect. I mean,
Don't
the
you dare
Macedonian
mess
dialect.
with Israel, okay?
You have to understand
You
from
can
a
conquer
Chinese point of
yourself.
view, it makes zero sense because there's no such thing called China before before like the 100 years ago. There's no such thing called China ever in history. You know, I'm Chinese, so you know this concept of like the name must match. You know, don't make any sense.
But
Not
check this
even
out,
the
Vlad.
Yeah, the
porcelain.
magical name.
In every century,
The magical name that
since
makes you
Jesus
real.
till today, in every century from
It's
Jesus till today, there is a Macedonian writing. There is Macedonian people until today. It's the same people. 15th
the
century,
magical
14th
still
century,
write-
9th
name.
century,
We have
7th century, 6th
The
century.
magical name is what makes you real.
That's the point.
And nothing
Israel,
else matters.
The
You know what's the
Chinese
difference between
writing.
Israel and us? Israel did not exist
The,
for 2,000
the magical
years. There
name
was no
is the only
Israeli
thing
people.
that matters.
But
The only
the thing
thing
is,
that
the
exists
Chinese
is the
writing,
magical name.
the Chinese writing,
Is there-
though, have been more than 5,000 years in history,
Is there a
and we can
possibility?
literally see the evolution of the wordings. You know, and like the current modern Chinese that we write is very very similar to the 2,000 years ago Chinese. But the thing is, again, Chinese don't exist. The word Chinese don't exist. So we are just arguing about the name Macedonia. But the thing is, there's everything else everybody shares. The whole of the Baltic, the Balkan regions, they all share the like very close history. You know, you just arguing
what is
about the
Balkan?
name.
Check this out. Balkan is honey and blood on Turkish. This name was given in 1447 by the Turks. Before it was called Balkan, it was called Macedonian Peninsula. You understand me? This is
no,
new name.
By the
Roman Empire.
Macedonians.
I know it more of as part of Roman
You're
Empire.
stretching it.
I
You're
playing the
stretching it
game,
too
you know,
much.
and then I was conquering all those land as Venice, so I'm not sure, but that's like my experience of that area.
Yeah, Wyatt, you're a fascist. You're conquering those poor Macedonians, man. Why do you like
Come
that?
on, I'm Venice, you know, I'm very weak, you know.
Because they got they don't have their own culture and history, man. Then they want to claim me.
Fucking fascist.
Like you have problem with like emotional damage, dude. Like somebody hurt your feelings, and it wasn't us.
Emotional damage.
Like you exited Yugoslavia in '91, right? and we didn't fight you. So what the fuck is your problem?
You did not fight me. What are you talking about, man? You did not recognize me.
Feminists always need to be the victim, right?
We didn't recognize you.
No, one thing that
We recognized your sovereignty in '91, right? I think so.
The first was the Turkish that recognized our sovereignty. You understand me? And
No, I'm saying like you're saying that we're like your occupiers
when we separated
and we're like
from Yugoslavia, Serbia was making deal with the Greeks to reoccupy us.
You have to understand, Vojislav,
you're Serb.
The feminist
Yes,
always
you see
needs
what
to
I'm
be a
saying? He
victim.
says I'm Serbian. Stop denying my
You
existence,
are.
man. I'm not denying you what you are. You
It's
cannot tell me
okay.
what I am.
You
can ask me what I
It's
am.
okay.
You cannot tell me what I am. You understand
You was a
that?
slave.
You
You
can
said
ask.
you was a
You
slave.
are.
Tell.
You was nobody. You was a slave.
Hey, hey, Ghost! It's really funny that you that you cry about everyone denying your existence, but at the same time you're saying that every other country is fake. Okay, so
Well,
who's
they're
denying
created
whose
in 18th
existence?
century, man. They did not exist before that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. 18th century, 15th century, 15th century BC. You know, all countries were created at some point. Okay, all nations were created at some point. They all have a founding
My
myth, and it's
nation
very
was.
pretty and
My
cute.
nation is the oldest in Europe,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. It doesn't matter. It was still created.
Like I said, there's political
Anyway.
nations and naturally created nations. My nation is a naturally created nation.
Hello.
Understand me?
You have no idea how to differentiate those. You're undistinguishable from a fake nation.
When God created the earth,
Okay,
before He created the
I
earth,
need
He
some
created
Macedonia was there.
I need
Macedonia was there.
He
I need some
created
evidence of the
Macedonia and
things
then
you are
created
saying.
the earth around it. You know, it's how Earth created. He created
Hey,
Macedonia.
you don't
and then
deny
created the earth.
Ukrainian identity, okay? How can you like this?
The
What do
agriculture
you guys think about
originates here.
Ukraine? What do you guys think about Ukraine? Like, is there gonna be like another push? Like, is there gonna be like a breakthrough somewhere in the next couple of weeks? What do you guys think?
No, nothing's gonna happen. Absolutely nothing's gonna happen.
Just grinding.
Okay. I just want some information.
It was written.
For fuck's sake.
I had a funny
Gabriel,
story.
mute yourself when you.
Yeah, I
don't talk.
had a funny story. You know the Argentinian president, the one who went to Israel and bowed and cried. The Israeli.
Shut up! Don't say anymore.
Wait. The I think the Israeli. I'm more Macedonian.
Is Nika Macedonian? They look identical.
I'm more Macedonian than him. Maybe I told you. Maybe if we do a DNA test, he will be a Russian or something else.
If you do a DNA test and you have a R1A1, your grandfathers came from here, man.
How about
so I
my
told
generic?
you the story.
What's my?
You can be claim that you're Norwegian.
The Israeli news agents said that Netanyahu asked to go to Argentina, but the Argentinian president refused, and he said it's not like stable and stuff because there is a new election near. So imagine it's like I think it's very, very hilarious.
You think he didn't want him like he didn't want bad publicity?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what they said
Well,
in the story.
The other day they threw a rock at him. They almost get him. There was a kerfuffle on the streets when he was walking around, and he's probably scared as shit of because also Argentinians are wise up to like they see how this guy is you know gobbling on Israeli cock, and they're super pissed about it in Argentina. So people are. They're going to be really fucking mad if Netanyahu goes to Argentina.
The newspaper is Yediot Ahronot. It's a very, very popular newspaper. And they said he was in New York and he asked to go from New York to Argentina. But the Argentinian guy said, no, please don't ruin my country because I have an election nearby. I don't want to lose it. No, it's true.
Where's
That's
Nika?
what the.
Nika, you're not on screen.
I know. I have some people passing by me, so
Okay.
Well,
that's why I
the
flipped the.
Jewish,
I
the
became a
Jewish have a
ghost. I
religion.
became a Macedonian ghost, so you cannot see me. He's a fake
Okay.
ghost. The
Check this
Macedonian
out.
is a fake ghost.
You can be Jewish and live in Argentina. Judaism is a religion, and they all claim Judaism. We don't have Christianity. The reason you have Christianity today in Europe and from Europe to America, Christianity came to Europe through Macedonia. The first Christian
From what?
again
Yeah, but
in
from
Europe
where?
was Lydia the Macedonian.
But
St.
from where?
Paul came to Macedonia. He made 3 churches in Macedonia. Then he was arrested by the Romans. You understand me?
Yeah,
If there was no
Ghost,
St. Paul in Macedonia, you would not
Ghost, we
have a
get that.
Christianity in Europe today.
Ghost, we get that. You have a deep and rich history, right? And a very deep, rich culture also. But as an Indian, it's very strange to me when you said, like, you do not associate with the struggle of, like, Tito, what Tito was doing, and which your own ancestors
was a
were also doing,
dictator, man.
fighting
Communist
against
dictator.
the.
Sorry, just
Yeah.
shortly. Gabriel, mute yourself.
I mute him already. I mute him.
Okay.
I thought that was from Desi. Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Even you are from India, Desi. You got the Sanskrit
Yeah.
from Macedonia. Sanskrit. It's
Okay,
pronounced
okay.
Probably. No, at least over here in India.
Now it's boring. Let's move on.
Yes,
Let's
all the
move
way
on.
to India.
Okay,
No, I
you
just
won.
wanted
Get
to.
the Sanskrit from the
No,
islands.
I just wanted to point out that,
You are
like, you
right.
know, I'm Bengali, right? I'm Bengali. Like,
so
there's nothing called an Indian ethnicity, right?
Before you were
But yeah, precisely. Like, Pakistanis are more ethnically culture is similar to me. Like, there's a Bengal, there's a Bangladesh. Bangladeshis are more ethnically and culturally more similar to me than the other cultures within my nation. But I can say this,
The
like,
leading caste in
universally,
India. The leading caste in
universally.
India are the white people over there. The R1A1. You understand me? The H1 DNA that you have.
Regardless of who, I get it. But regardless of, like, we are upper caste and lower caste, the caste system and all the problems considering, still most, if not all, almost all Indians will claim to be
10%.
proud of being Indian. I mean, regardless of how much they have genetic connections to, you know, or historic connection, or even cultural connections, or even cultural. Like, we have Anglo-Indians, we have Parsi people from, you know, old Persia, who came in and resides over here, but they're just as Indian as us. They are, like, you know, an integral part of, like, our cultural identity. Even in Bollywood, they dominate, right? So it's not necessary, essentially, basically, you know, because, like, to have some kind of legitimate natural connection. An artificial connection, if it is, you know, watered, if it is grown like, you know, like a plant or from by a farmer, an artificial form of nationalism can also form, essentially, and it can be multicultural. That's what I'm saying. Like, India is a good example, Indonesia is a good example, because there are several, you know, religions as well as cultures in Indonesia, but they coexist and have a national identity. And yeah, like, look, Bengali identity is much older, thousands of years older than Indian identity. But like, what Gabriel was trying to tell you is, like, strong nations do not try to balkanize. They do not, like, try to, like, I won't view myself as Bengali first, I'll view myself as Indian first, right? Despite, like, I have a ethno state right next to me, right? Religious ethno state called Bangladesh right across the border, I will still associate myself with India first. So this other side of the, you know, spectrum also exists, basically. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, they invented these terms like Balkanize and Slavonize. Those are these derogatory terms, okay? Just to make us feel small. But the first civilization you got, the first kingdoms that you got over there was from Alexander the Great. Before that, you were tribes. After Alexander, you made the kingdoms. You understand me? That's how it worked out over there. The
What
first
the
nation states
fuck?
were created by the
What
kings.
the
The first
hell?
kings united
Well,
your tribes.
I will disagree with that, but regardless, you will agree at least in the medieval age, like there was no thing as India, right? We were several polities fighting amongst each other, whether the same religion or different religion, right? We had like mini jihads and crusades over here too. But at the end of the day, it's also a common vision. Like, what is America? Right? What is the cultural heritage of America? What's the historical heritage of America? Is just to the Declaration of Independence, right? There is no, if you look at it, culture, but not is fundamental to America, but not the parent culture. It's the American culture that's fundamental to America, right? There were several ethnic groups, some Irish, some from various parts of England, basically, 16th and 17th century England, who came and settled into America. But it's the culture that they formulated themselves, right? That came about as a result of their new experiences in the new world, that eventually led to the American identity, right? And what you are
talking about.
Yes, but what you are also talking about, the Macedonian identity, is also a national identity, right?
Yes.
It is, and your viewpoint of it is also like a modern viewpoint of what a national Macedonian state should be, which is also quite distinct from what Alexander had during his when he went and conquered the known world, essentially.
But I am the same nationality, the same identity as Alexander. We did not create nothing new.
But it is modernized. You are living in a modern setting, and what you are trying to achieve is to set up a nation state of Macedonia, right? Not the kingdom of Macedonia, not to wage war like Macedonia, like Alexander did, or the Alexander's empire.
We had a
but
nation
a
state,
modern
brother.
nation state.
We had a
So
modern
in
nation
that
state
regard,
until a couple of years
it
ago.
is.
Until they erased me a couple of years ago. We had a modern nation state with the Macedonian language, with the Macedonian nation. Today, by nationality, according to this ID given to me, I am a citizen by nationality. Citizen by nationality doesn't exist. You understand me? They erased my nationality. They erased my language also. There is no more Macedonian language. There is the language of the citizens of North Macedonia. There is no Macedonian language. So this is what European Union and Soros does to us. They erase my whole nation, my whole culture, my whole tradition. Now I am a citizen, and yesterday I was Macedonian. What happened there? That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is coming to you guys. It's gonna be no nation state on this planet. If I am the test subject, if I am
But none of them care because they don't exist. Like there's no such thing as an Indian thing. There's no Indian, so they don't care. And I just want to cut in mainly because you just now say Sanskrit come from Macedonia. I went to research. No, the Macedonian language goes back all the way roots. The roots is Egyptian language. It's not Sanskrit. Sanskrit is a totally different branch.
I told him he's African. I
will
told him
send you
he's
the
African.
evidence.
But he didn't believe me.
There is no way
what I'm
this guy is a
saying
nigga.
has
There
roots.
is no way this guy is a nigga.
No. You must go and change Wikipedia first and then see whether it will stand.
Wikipedia
If it stands,
is not a
then
relevant
you are
source,
right. No.
man. I will send you the
No,
data
the thing
if
is
wanna
you have to
see it.
fight there. No, we have to read public sources. You cannot read your private source. If that's
No,
the
it's
case,
not a private source.
then
I will send you historical data. It's not true. We have
you must implant the historical data in the
There is a
Wikipedia. You have to
tablet.
debate with the
Dispilio
Wikipedia
tablet,
writers.
carbon
Wikipedia is not reliable 100%.
Yeah, but the thing is, you have to debate yourself. You have to debate. You have to put your evidence there and compete with the people. On Wikipedia. You can't compete over there.
Why?
Because if not, then I'm just reading things like Ukraine come from Kiev, and it's kind of like crazy shit.
Why? No. I'm telling you the truth is we were conquered by the alien Anunnaki, and the first humans were Macedonians.
That I actually agree.
The first humans were Macedonians.
It cannot be.
Understand
That's
now?
not possible.
It is possible, man.
The
There's
first
proof,
agriculture
man.
in this habitable zone around the Mediterranean The first agricultural people and the first civilization, the mother goddess, was coming from this region, Macedonia, where the Macedonian people live.
I thought you said Indus Valley.
Before that,
about that
no
he's right.
civilization. It was hunter-gatherers. No
Ab-
nation.
no, about that, there's a weird, but he's right actually, because but we don't call it Macedonian. We call it Bulgarian and Romanian civilization.
The first agriculture and states were in
Europe. In Europe,
No,
I'm saying.
in Europe.
How many years
in
ago?
Europe,
How many
it
years
was like-
ago was that?
Okay. But he said
around 4000 BC, I guess. 4000 BC.
4000 BC.
Mediterranean.
At the
He
beginning
said
of the Bronze Age. Beginning of the Bronze Age.
Vincha civilization is about 7,000-8,000 years old. Vincha, and that is area on a Danube River, close to Belgrade.
That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the one I'm talking about.
The oldest known. This is the oldest known civilization, and the language.
Sites like that in Macedonia too. It's called Porodin Bitola, the Mother Goddess temples, around 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 years before Jesus. So you can find, as Vincha, you can find in Macedonia a lot of those. The temple of Mother Goddess. You understand me what I'm saying?
Across the region.
Came from Mediterranean, from this habitable zone. We went up north. Up north was frozen land, ice age. It did not come from north to south. He went from south to north. From the warm down here, when it got warmer up there, we came up north. You understand me? It cannot be opposite. It was ice age up there, man. Europe was frozen 10,000 years ago. So the only habitable zone was around Mediterranean.
This is like 500 miles. This is 500 miles, dude. Like, what were we talking about? Difference. Fucking frozen.
500 miles.
The Mesopotamians were the first people to have agriculture, by the way. Mesopotamians. And I think the oldest city is what's it called?
Look up Dispilio tablet.
You're talking about the corded ware.
Years ago.
Ghost, we are all talking. You were mentioning the corded ware culture.
You guys have heard about
Yakub? Praise be to the Prophet.
Yakub was Macedonian, don't you know?
I told you guys. Mesopotamia is the cradle of civilization.
Yeah.
That's why I said
now look up the Dispilio tablet. Okay? It's
carbon 7,000 BC.
In Europe,
the thing is,
in Europe, it was near the Balkans, essentially. Across the Balkans, not just in Macedonia.
In Europe,
the traveling don't make sense for me. That's why it cannot be Macedonia. Indus Valley makes sense because from here they continue to move eastward to China, and then establish the Chinese culture, which is also agricultural. But if you go from Macedonia, then you go from Africa, go to the Middle East, go up, the direction of movement will be weird for me.
In Europe comes from Macedonia. So look up the Dispilio tablet.
Carbon dated, the migration patterns.
7,250 years ago, before Jesus.
Migration human patterns with all the waves.
Where is the oldest alphabet? Where is the oldest alphabet in Europe discovered?
Dispilio tablet, Macedonia.
Where?
Dispilio tablet. Look it up, man. Dispilio tablet. 7,250 years ago. This is carbon dated.
Carbon dated is reliable as fuck.
You guys, you're all Ethiopian. You're all Ethiopian in origin. So stop shitting about it.
The first civilization, the first alphabet which we gave you, it's coming from here. Look up this Dispilio tablet, man. 7,000 years ago, even before the pyramids. Pyramids are 3,000-4,000 years ago. The Dispilio tablet is 7,000 years ago.
That's
and the whole alphabet is on it.
That's wrong.
Nonsense.
That's wrong. Pyramid
You're just making shit up, dude.
So you see, you are actually African. You're actually African. You migrated to Mesopotamia, but you came back. You came from to Mesopotamia first. So you are actually, your roots come back to Africa.
So really, why am I not black,
Respect the African. Because
why am I not black?
Your skin changed, man. It's okay.
Because there's not enough sun.
Exactly. Exactly.
Segmentation.
Do you know that Southern Indians is darker than in complexion than most of Africans?
I know,
You
I
know,
know, I know.
they are as dark as Vos. Some of them even darker than Vos.
There is no way these guys are nigger.
They are not.
Was I have a friend who looks like the exact carbon copy of
He's
your
not
body.
that black, dude. I seen people
Yeah,
that
well,
are more black than
look
him.
at it this way. Look at it this way, Wyatt. Nika, he's African, and Voss is British. Okay,
I'm not fucking
so
British. I'm Angolan.
Yeah.
I'm North
look at the
African.
difference.
So no, but there's the Kabyle, the
See?
native African people are
African,
lighter.
British, African, British.
But
See?
the North African, the Kabyles are very white, you know, like European white, the Kabyles, the native European North Africans. So we have like the genes, the pool genes of North Africans spread, but the most like widespread gene is the North African gene. So maybe I have more portion of him. I told you maybe I'm Russian, maybe I'm Macedonian, and he is like some imposter. Who knows?
I
He's
think
not a
you're
Macedonian, real
Macedonian.
one.
You're
he's
absolutely
African.
Macedonian.
So this is the natural, coloration. You see, the Southern Indians are just as dark as
Smack
most
dab.
of Africans.
Smacked up on the equator.
We
Yeah.
changed the color of the skin, changed, but everything else, like the stupidity will stay. You know, the color of skin changed, but the stupidity is the same. Wherever you go, you will find stupid people.
It is entirely related to how much sun you're gonna get. So
Exactly.
the South Americans are different because they're either in the mountains or they're freaking in the jungle. So they don't have the sun. So in India is darker because they're all plains. They are all farmlands and plains. It's flats.
Wyatt, can I ask you something?
Wyatt, can you check your Facebook?
What
I've sent
language
you
do you
some
speak?
pictures. Can you publish those and so we can discuss
English
them real quick?
and Mandarin.
Check
Sorry?
your Facebook, my
Mandarin.
message. I'll send you another one. Check your Facebook if you can. There is a map. If you can publish it so we can discuss it. Here, I'll send you another message.
No, but guys, seriously, like we've been around this
There we go. Now
NAFO,
look it up.
this
The messages I have sent you. Publish.
Macedonian
Put them
NAFO
on the screen.
black hole for like
we need to move
way
on,
too long.
man. We need to move on. This is
I didn't want this, dude. I wanted to
stupid
talk
issue.
about Ukraine,
Just
dude.
one
but-
map. Wyatt has it in his Facebook. He can
on.
put it on the screen, and you can
I'm
see what
gonna
I'm talking
Okay,
about.
so look,
Let's talk about.
we
Hey.
oh, sorry. Go on, boss.
No, go. Yes.
No, I was saying
Look
that,
at
like,
your
since we
Facebook,
know
man.
how, like, the NAFO people think about themselves, now we can understand, like, how long are they gonna fight against Russia? Okay, so, like, they might be losing, but they're the real deal. They're the original people who colonized Europe. Everything should belong to them, but they're getting screwed by the Russians. So, do you think they're gonna fight to the last man, or there's gonna come a point in which they sue for a deal or something? They negotiate, try to find the negotiation out of the situation, because it looks like they're gonna lose Ukraine, like how they're going. Everyone was.
They will negotiate. They will negotiate, but in 2 or 3 years' time.
Shakira, please stop.
What did you say, boss?
Someone is listening to Shakira. Please stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is
It
Shakira?
is Shakira. It is Shakira.
I think that there will be negotiations, but it will still take time, and the negotiations will be between Russia and the nationalist Ukrainians. My opinion. Once they realize they lose the war, they might do a deal with the Russians and abandon the European and Anglo-Saxon push to more war. But it will take time.
You think? Do you think that the nationalists or the Nazis are gonna want to talk to Russians? Like, what are they gonna talk about? Like, are they gonna bring back Russian language? I mean, really?
No, I don't think so. I think there will be a dismemberment of Ukraine, and some parts Russia will keep, and there will be something like ethnic cleansing. Russian speakers will move from mostly Ukrainian part and Ukrainians as well. Like after every war where new borders are drawn, there is ethnic movement. So if anyone wants to speak Russian in this remaining Ukraine, then he will have to move. If he wants to speak Russian.
I think they can stay. A lot of those regions they speak Russian too. It's there. A lot of those regions, like east of the Dnipro
like Bulgaria.
river, east of the river Dnipro is
Yeah, I'm talking about.
they talk,
I think Russia will take most of this
I think,
territory in the end.
yeah, but I think the population will stay Russian as since like they need the population to stay because they need that population and they can like use it to buffer.
Oh my God!
They won't allow you to speak Russian in the other side, brother. Not in the Ukrainian side. Not after everything. Remain in power.
But if there's a diplomatic settlement, yeah, I saw that map. I was laughing out loud because
what it says,
you know,
man. Can
like
you read?
I knew you had a Nazi, tendency somewhere. I was wondering if it was this. But anyways, the Yakub, yeah, it's funny because the Indo-European, like the Aryan invasions, however debated they are, they were like pastoral peoples who
just read the text, man, without
destroyed.
Read the text.
Who destroyed all the agricultural civilizations that were
including the part
in the area.
Yeah,
there was no Nazis 10,000 years ago, man.
You see how
with
they
their
put
superior
Iran 1000 BCE and India 1500 BCE.
The years are wrong. Yeah.
Just read the text, man. Read the text.
No, it doesn't matter the text.
Yeah, this is
it doesn't matter the text because
in
Indian culture, Indian history go back at least 10,000 years.
R1A1 DNA.
Yeah, but the thing is not it doesn't mean anything. Because not everybody have that DNA. So we are talking about agricultural.
About this DNA, particularly
yeah, we are talking about
A1. Read the text.
Yeah, we are talking about.
Just 2 sentences.
We are talking about culture, agriculture, right? Agriculture. India is at minimum 10,000 years or even 20,000 years old, based on the Hinduism text. And the Chinese empire, the Chinese history went back at least 5,000 years ago. So this timing is already off. So if it's just DNA spreading, people from this region moving out from this region.
DNA.
Yeah.
So how about my DNA from Dinaric, in a mountain range? We're not the same as
Man, read the text, man. It's not so hard. It's just 2 sentences, man.
Guys, this is serious.
Is that official?
We're going full on Yakub Nafel now. This makes no sense. We need to talk about something else. Okay, this is stupid. Like seriously, Ghost, stop it. It's enough. Okay, we've had enough of it.
There is one more about the Slavic language. If you can post that, Wyatt, please.
No. We've had enough. It's enough.
Oh, you got triggered, Gabriel. All Slavic languages. All Slavic languages.
You've been going around in circles, making no sense whatsoever. You're throwing like the most retarded propaganda.
Ukrainian history.
You're throwing the most retarded propaganda since Yakub, feminism, and NAFO. Okay, cut it out. Drop it. We're going to talk about something else. Okay? We're talking about Ukraine. Cut it out, dude. Your history is bullshit. You need to
You need to learn how this is to book in history in
discard garbage history. Okay, this is propaganda. Okay, they're
What are you talking about?
brainwashing
They
you
study
that you
this in
believe
Ukraine, man.
bullshit, so
Look
you
what
can
it
lose
says.
your nation, and
You don't want to read it?
and be
Close your eyes, man.
useless and be
Truth hurts.
conquered. Okay, you're
You
being
can go blind, man.
you're being brainwashed. You need to
Alright,
let
sure.
go of this bullshit, man. Seriously,
I was listening to
they're
this
eating you
Ukrainian.
out.
I was listening to this Ukrainian. She's an older lady, and she's from the Western Ukraine, and she speak Russian. Look, I mean, so like not only like eastern part of Ukraine, you know, there, I would say like majority of the central and even western part of Ukraine were also, you know, Russian speakers. Even like
They speak Slavic, man. They speak Slavic, and Slavic is based on old Macedonian.
We're
Yes,
talking
if you
about
read
the
them.
Ukraine conflict, not anymore about Macedonian fantasy.
But the thing about referencing books or research is that, like, if anyone can take a book and research, and then if you believe in this writer Peter Navarro, you know, China is a massive threat to the United States, then I can like just quote, and it will be the same problem, you know, and it's the same problem I face when we are, you know, looking at Ukraine war, right? How the AI is, you know, reporting rubbish because they are quoting off mainstream media, and the mainstream media information is wrong. Having a quote doesn't mean it's facts, you know.
If you quote rubbish, you will have a rubbish quote. It's nothing.
Yeah. So the thing is, all you can say is that yes, I have a reference to these claims, but it's a claim. And nobody have scrutinized his research. Of the DNAs, no, who knows, man, whether he actually made it up or.
I have.
Yeah.
I already send you the links. If you bother to read it, you'll know more.
Yeah, but I didn't read it because I'm not interested in the racial problems.
I am, and I dug deep into it. And I'm telling you now.
You need to shut the fuck up for a while, okay?
It's
you're making a fool of yourself, and you keep on going. Just cut it out, man.
It's because
It's
of
over.
the Anunnaki. It's because of the alien, man.
Can we go on to the Ukraine future discussion? I would like that more.
I think that like Warren was saying, like you know, negotiations between Nazis and Russians. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but you know, I think the Russians are gonna have to go to the Western Ukraine. Like they're not gonna risk you know, having this Nazi state, you know, being able to shoot, you know, drones and rockets into the, you know.
But Vojislav, if you took the east Dnipro, so you control practically the Dnipro, and you control Odessa and its regions, so you have a dependent state, whether it's Nazi or not. It will be dependent on its surrounding. It will be weak, so there will be no threat from that area. You know, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think Russians would be crazy if there was a Nazi Ukrainian state left. You know, like if there was not regime change.
Those will fight and will die. Those will fight and will die or will flee, and the population will stay. Will be like subservient. I don't think they will.
I don't think so. Like I see.
Agree.
Yeah, there's indoctrination of the. Go ahead.
I don't agree that there will be the Ukrainian state cancelled. It will not be cancelled, even if it loses access to the sea. There are a lot of landlocked countries which don't stop existing because of that, and I think the ports in Poland are closer to Lviv and other. No, I didn't say you claimed cancelled. I said yeah, they will stop being a state in the sense that they can't do anything. A threat.
They stop being a threat. They can be a state, but they
can only stop being a threat whatsoever if they stop existing. You know, as long as they exist, they will be a threat.
But it will be a good buffer state if they will hate the European and the Russian. So it will be a good buffer state.
The fact is they don't like the Europeans. They don't like the Europeans, especially that there are, let's say, more conservative than the Russians, and they don't like the liberal Europeans. Someone has background noise again. So
Yes,
the issue is, I think that Russia would not make sense for Russia to push the radical Ukrainians out of Ukraine because it's too costly for Russia. They would need to make a Soviet Union style of invasion or occupation of the Western Ukraine, which needs several million troops, and it doesn't make sense because Russia has nothing to gain, in fact, because if they push these people out of the Ukrainian territory, then they are bordering the hostile Poles and the Europeans, so they have the hostile neighbor anyway. And this doesn't make sense in my opinion. Therefore, the Russians will, in the end, I think, push for negotiations with the radical Ukrainians. They need to realize that their project is failing, and they will have to stop fighting and come to an agreement with the Russians. They need to realize that they don't gain from being pushed by the Western states to fight Russia. They just lose more, even if they kill Russians along the way. But the cost for them is also too high. So this is the only sensible solution, in my opinion. It will not be a Russian total victory with all, let's say, so-called Nazis abandoning ship and moving to Canada. But it will, at least a big part of Ukraine will remain Ukraine, and they will probably.
Stop giving us those guy here. Find somewhere
Could it be
else,
like?
man.
Could it be like that they're gonna make like two states, like central Ukraine and the western Ukraine, to make central,
Maybe.
like more Russia friendly, and I don't know.
Depends on the situation at the time, and the opportunities.
And maybe leave
Let's
them
see. What's
Odessa, leave them Odessa, in the south, and just make it, leave it as a Russia friendly, and then have Western Ukraine for Poland or whatever, to fuck around.
Maybe.
Maybe
Don't know.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask, what do we know about if there is, or if there is, who are the Ukrainian opposition, and what role might any, for now, underground opposition play in the future? Because we knew almost the entirety of the left, Ukrainian left, had to go into exile after the war started, essentially. So
Yeah, I
doesn't
don't.
even know.
Yeah, I
If
don't. I don't think there is really opposition in Ukraine right now under these circumstances.
No, I'm not saying
Organized,
I'm not.
probably not.
No, it's definitely not. I mean, under this regime, it'll be hard to imagine organized resistance.
If
But I'm
they,
pretty sure, there were alternate forms of politics in Ukraine before the war started, and I'm sure there is resentment, we can say, amongst people for the Zelenskyy regime, at least.
Well,
So
looking on maps,
what?
on maps just shortly, we have been looking on some maps just before, but there are these maps of the parliamentary and presidential elections of Ukraine from the since the Soviet Union fell apart, and they have been quite consistent, like the part that the Russians say is Novorussia, the southern part and the southeastern part have consistently voted for Russian-friendly politicians consistently, and the other part has voted for more anti-Russian, let's say, politicians like the Yushchenko in 2004, and so there is a real split ongoing. There is mixture, obviously, in both parts, but there is a visible difference between these two parts of Ukraine. It was a 50-50 split before Crimea was annexed by the Russia. So after Crimea was gone, the Russian pro-Russian part could not get to any 50%.
It's kind of ironic then, like Russia annexing Crimea kind of like, completely broke the pro-Russian bloc in Ukraine somewhat. If it
Yeah.
wasn't already dead, like due to the, Maidan coup and everything. But
Well, I have
it
read
made it permanent.
some historian
No, but
who
you can
claimed.
see this pattern consistently. Oh, sorry, go on.
Go on, Gabriel.
No, I just wanted to say that you can see this pattern consistently. Like, you need a small minority of very rowdy people, very, fanatical, ideologized people, to create a lot of noise and disturb the equilibrium towards a direction. But it depends on where the fomenting goes, like what is incentivized, because the moment these people are considered unwanted, the moment they're declared extremists, terrorists, whatever, they'll be suppressed super rapidly, and then the majority of the population, which it's normal people who want to make a living, they'll go with the plan. They'll follow, like, whenever the TV and the mainstream media start talking about, oh, we're gonna be friends with Russia again, and the people who are most fanatical are suppressed, then the majority of the population is rapidly gonna collapse into normality. That's what happens usually.
Guys, I gotta go. I want to say goodbye to all of you, and I want you to remember that Macedonians are immortal, so we're gonna survive this bullshit too. Thank you again for talking. All the best,
Great.
guys. Long live DPA. All right.
See you guys.
Bye.
Thank you, man. Yeah.
Good luck.
Hope Macedonia gets its shit together someday.
Well,
Or at least one guy.
he
Or at
brought
least one
brought
guy.
a lot of fun. He brought a lot of
Oh
entertainment.
yeah, for sure.
I mean, it's an important issue, right? We all want to know where our whiteness come from, right? So,
Come on, man. Like,
well,
I didn't want to insult him, but
extremists, like Gabriel said, they are very efficient, even if they are a relatively tiny minority. I have seen a ultranationalist at the beginning of the war, brag about how it was them in the Maidan who made everything possible. Like he said, yeah, maybe we were only like the Western, do-gooders, Green Party and so on. Say they were just a minority on the Maidan, and they were just 10%. And he said maybe we were just 8% or something. But we made it all happen, and if it were not for us, it would have been a gay parade, So that's what he said, and in fact, he was right. You need quite a tiny group of, but very radical and active people, and you can stir shit up and make things happen.
yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
for sure.
that's basically that's still what's going on. They're keeping the Ukrainians, people as a hostage. Like I spoke to this girl
My point.
from.
Go on. Sorry.
I spoke to this girl from Kiev, and she was like, at first this was like when the special military operation started, and she was like all anti, Russia and shit like that, because that was the narrative, in Ukraine, so you couldn't really, talk objectively, and then like I kind of asked her, like, after a couple years, I asked her, like, do you like, this guy, Zelenskyy? I mean, what do you think about him? And she's like, yeah, he's bad. And I'm like, yeah, he basically like fucked you guys up, so she agreed with me, like, but they cannot speak about it, they have to, be, that's the narrative
Yeah,
they
she
have
was
to
like,
follow, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, she was like, I can't complain. I literally can't complain. But yeah, like at first it's propaganda. Like everyone tells you everywhere, everyone's saying the same thing, all the TV, and they know what the angle to come to you. You know, like our friend here, the ghost. You know, he was filled with pride. You know, they had told him this wonderful story about how he was the survivor of, like, he was the last Macedonian. You know, and his race was ancient and powerful, and they've been cheated, and now they're screwed, and all of this. You know, and so they fill with pride, but then by the time that you realize that it's all fake, that it's a lie, that you're getting screwed, now it's force. Now you'll go to jail. You'll be sent to the front lines if you complain, you know? And so most people are held hostage in this way by a very few group, by a group of a very few, very fanatical people who are led by very cynical and very calculating manipulators. And so my point is that it's not so difficult to find a peaceful settlement eventually. It's a matter of political will. Like if tomorrow Ukraine changes management and some realist, you know, it doesn't even have to be like a pro-Russian, just someone who is realist and who's coherent and who has a functioning mind, and all of this can be put away pretty quickly. You know, because it's being sustained artificially by a massive machinery of state repression and propaganda. So it's not so hard to bring it down or to reverse it.
I don't. Yeah, like
it
you
could
said,
happen.
you know, they don't have, they don't necessarily have to be pro-Russian, but you kind of have to like realize that, you know, you're bordering this huge country, you know, to your side, and like you have to be friendly to them, you know. You like basically what Georgia did, you know. Like they realized their position and like their economic ties with Russia, and they said, you know what, let's be pragmatic, you know, let's not make war, you know. And I think they're gonna have to
That's the
be
main
more.
point. Yes, that's the main point.
Exactly.
Like Gabriel, you were talking about, these are extremists and stuff, and they're maybe deluded or something. But I think that's a bit besides the point. They have a narrative, you know, and if their narrative would have been, you know, attractive enough to attract, you know, like the Russian speakers and stuff, and they would flock to them and stuff, they would be successful and victorious, you know, in this. But then they have the, in fact, not the majority in this case, and they have to fight in this conflict a big neighbor which has his own interests, which has his own propaganda and stuff, and the narrative, and it looks for its own interests. It has some moral arguments. It's protecting the Russian speakers and Russian natives inside Ukraine. But in the end, it's really a state issue. You know, it's not something that can be argued just morally. You know, Russia does things out of state interests, and they have the power to do it, which is the most important thing. You know, like the Macedonians don't have the power to stop anything, anybody doing what Goche said or claims that the neighbors has done to them, because they don't have the power, regardless of history or not history or whatever he claims. They don't have the power to change it, and the Russians have the power to change things. So this is the most important issue. So if Ukraine wanted to join NATO and Micronesia was the neighbor, you know, then obviously they could have just joined, you know. But it's not Micronesia; it's Russia. And they have to adopt and find pragmatic solutions for the benefit of all the people there, you know. Not necessarily being friendly, but pragmatic and realizing the facts, you know, and not wasting a lot of human capital and even some territory now losing because of a strongly anti-Russian position that they had.
Yeah, but how do you go from war mentality to that kind of mentality or pragmatism? That's the tricky part for the Ukrainians.
Well, like I said, it's not really that hard. It's just changing the people who are in power, and that means I mean, it is really hard because the people who are in power have the backing of the entire EU, the Five Eyes, and so on and so forth. And so they have all this infrastructure that's holding them. It's not just, you know, a particular set of elites, you know, a clique that's ruling over Ukraine. They have the backing of the entire, you know, globalized world order. And so
Yeah, that's why.
that's what has to be undermined.
Yeah.
So that's why Russia is fighting this again. Like we go to why is Russia, you know, fighting in this particular way? Like Russia can probably control or change, influence Ukraine to its will. You know, if they really wanted to change Ukraine, they could probably do it one way or another. You know, eliminating the top or anything. But as long as you have like this massive Western bloc of economic, financial, and social political powerhouse, that it's always going to be. So like the real threat isn't Ukraine. The real threat is who is sponsoring Ukraine, who is filling it with resources, with weapons, with tools. And if you don't defeat that, then you cannot win. Like Russia is always going to be under threat as long as the West has a preponderance of power. And so that's why it makes sense to me that the real objective isn't to destroy Ukraine or to take this much territory or to put this leader in Ukraine. All of that is irrelevant. The only thing that is important right now for Russia, should be important if you want to win this war, is to weaken the West as much as you possibly can, to drain Europe economically and socially, to drain and stress the USA enough so that it retreats back into its own hemisphere or whatever. But as long as they are invested in Ukraine, you're always going to be under threat. Go on, Vojislav or Wyatt. I don't know. Wyatt is holding your finger.
I'm just gonna say one thing shortly. That's why I think it's more feasible to create like two states out of Ukraine, the western part and the central part. You know, the western part, you're gonna allow those Nazis to exist, and the central part that's gonna be more of a, you know, pragmatic part and, you know,
buffer state.
be kind of, you know, yeah. So I don't see how, you know, how the Nazis can make that switch from the war mentality to, you know, we lost the war, you know, because, you know, if you look at the Second World War, you know, Hitler didn't, you know, like they fought, they didn't, they saw they were losing the war, you know, so you know they fought to the fucking, you know, Hitler's bunker basically, you know, so you know, we're looking at the same kind of people, you know. I mean,
You know, I don't think so. They're not the original Nazis, and they're still a big difference there. You know, the Nazis were a total different category, in my opinion. There are these neo-Nazis who have some symbols and stuff, but if you think they're deluded or not, they are not. They are different kind of people. The Germans were very different in mentally and discipline and stuff, and they had a lot of intrinsic capability. You know, they made things happen by mostly themselves and not by the support of superpower Western basically world. You know, so there is a big difference. There's a big difference. And the issue is, I think, whether they exist or not. There will be deluded people in every country, and the threat that will exist for Russia will always be there. Whether it's these radicals in Ukraine or the next door, the Poles or whatever. So a big power game in the realist terms. They will look for. Well, for some stable boundaries like rivers and stuff, but in the end they will have to look for a balance of power. You know, the Russia needs, if it wants to keep existing as a power, they will need to stay strong, and it will always need to be able to protect herself and her interests. You know, And once they fail, like the Russian Empire failed and the Soviet Union failed, they lost territory. That's it.
Okay. One question for you guys: if Russia allows Ukraine to exist to the Dnieper River, would they still allow West to give them security guarantees? You know.
No, I mean they can't. It's just not feasible, right? Security
Yeah, of course not.
guarantees it has weight, right? It's not just a few dozen troops, boots on the ground, or a few equipment. The larger implication of Western security guarantees, the collective West giving security guarantees even to a rump Ukrainian state, can be a major problem, because along comes the possibility of permanently stationing troops in Ukraine, setting up military bases, air bases, missile facilities. We can get into whether or what things might cause if that escalates. But on top of that, there also lingers the legitimacy of a unified Ukrainian state, the legitimacy of the Western cause, the cause which led to this bloody war, that led to thousands of Russian deaths to achieve victory. I think that cause has to be defeated essentially. And on top of that, there shouldn't be any questions of essentially legitimacy, or like there should be regardless of what the borders are, it should be the final borders that will be the victory for Russia, right? It shouldn't be any frozen borders. It shouldn't be any disputed borders by Ukraine, but it should be finalized essentially. Thus, if there is ultimate total surrender.
Gabriel, noise.
Yeah.
So total surrender, I would think, if Ukraine does totally surrender, Russia will be able to come up with the terms, and that's what I would ask. What terms would it be? If Russia could present whatever terms it could present to Ukraine, what terms do you think Russia should be presenting to Ukraine for its own national safekeeping?
Yeah. So basically, they're not gonna allow whatever is left of the Ukraine. They're not gonna allow them to be able to build up an army or a threat, for the future. I mean, that would be crazy, right? I would think so.
They can discuss the current or the future army size. Obviously, they could do that, but the only way to make really sure that Ukraine doesn't build up their army ever, again, is basically kill off the Ukrainians. So I don't think this will happen. If the Ukrainian state continues to exist, it's potentially always, a danger. So the Russians simply have to live with that, just be powerful enough to stand up for their own interests. So and make any attacks or disturbance of their interests too costly for the other side. That's what the Russians need to convince mostly the Ukrainians, because the Ukrainians still have by propaganda or by the money flow and whatever, they still have a lot of them the hope that they can win, and that they can achieve maximalist goals. And once the Ukrainians lose this outlook as realistic, I think they will come to an agreement. And the offer in Istanbul was basically it. They offered them, I think, 150,000 army size and similar stuff. Most likely the territory issues will be discussed with the then current territory held by Russia will stay Russian.
Yeah, that seems logical.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I
John, you
don't.
want to say something?
Wyatt?
Yeah, I don't think there'll be any like two-part solution. I mean, you know, the Russians will take whatever they need to take, which I believe will be all the way up to Transnistria, and, you know, secure that area. They'll take some of the area up around Chernobyl. Even if they don't take Kharkov and Sumy and all that, I still think they'll create buffers around that. But I mean, the Nazis will exist, but that is only as long as the Russians allow it. I assume that they're going to purge people out of the territories. They're going to vet people that come back, and they're going to have a very active behind the scenes, you know, program of eliminating Nazis and nationalists and anyone that's going to be a problem to the, you know, whatever the status quo is at the end of the security agreements, the borders and all that. So, I mean, it may be a messy process and it may take decades, but I mean, once I think it's over, the Russians will secure the territory they want and the way they want, and then they will actively keep whatever's left of Ukraine neutral and make sure they clean up the leftovers. You know, pretty much like the Israelis did after World War II. You know, it might be decades, but, you know, they'll get rid of all the problems, I would assume, over time as best they can. Wyatt.
Closing. So I want to do closing because it's 7 hours 40 minutes. So
yeah, it's been pretty long.
Yeah.
I was gonna say something, but I was gonna use it as a closing because it's kind of late.
Yeah, Gabriel, go first. Closing statement.
All right. Fuck yeah. Get ready for a half an hour closing. No, like I've been holding a response for what Vojislav was asking for a while to do the closing specifically. But the reason I brought this up in the first place about how is the resolution going to look like maybe sort of game theorizing or war planning how the results are going to look like with this whole thing. And I think a good indication of this is what happened really recently that we didn't discuss, but you know, this outrageous statement that Trump made in the UN, and he also posted it on Truth about how you know, Ukraine has the capabilities to take back, you know, all of its territory. Wolverine, claw back all its territory, and even, you know, take back chunks of Russia, you know, their ancestral land, since, you know, Ukraine is the real Russia, and, you know, Russians are actually Muscovite Mongoloids, that hordes from the east that invade into the poor, you know, original lands of the ancient people of Ukraine who, you know, dug out the Black Sea and brought civilization and agriculture to the Europeans, you know. And so everyone was freaked out about that statement that Trump made, and they're all thinking that it's going to be an escalation. And little by little, you know, one by one, I think, who was it? I think it was Stub, or no, Sikorsky maybe. Like, I think it was from Poland, the guy that you know, actually understood it, and he posted something saying like, Trump is basically saying that he's dropping Ukraine and leaving it in our hands since everything is fine. You know, they're winning. Russia's super bad. They're losing. Their economy is in shambles. Their army is in tatters. So you can do this, guys. I believe in you. Go for it. Do your best and buy us weapons. You know, and that was his statement fundamentally. You know, like, so for anyone who saw behind all the rah-rah and yeah, it was he was ditching it, you know, and he's saying that you guys can go deal with it on your own. We're out of it. And so that's, you know, the block's starting to fall. You know, the ticking time bomb is started to tick, and so we see the main sponsor of Ukraine, you know, washing his hands off of it, and it's going to be a domino effect. We're going to start seeing nations, you know, little by little crawl away from that quagmire and go back. And so once that happens, you know, I think that the strategy of Russia can be seen like in the Second World War, like their response to Operation Barbarossa, and then their own counter operation, you know, but we can see that in very slow motion with the waves of expansion of NATO. That was like the Wehrmacht, blitzkrieging through the steppes before the Urals, and it got to a certain point, right? Very similar to, a little bit less than last time, but it was very close. And now we're going to see the reverse, but in the same methodical system. Like Russia is going to strangle step by step their opponents, both in Ukraine and especially outside of Ukraine. And they're going to gain political and diplomatic influence and economic influence little by little. And as the support for Ukraine crumbles, also the nations that are aligned with NATO will start to peel away very slowly, in a sort of Hungarian and Slovakian model. You're going to start to see other nations little by little, with the changes of elections, when the administration changes. It's going to be very unnoticeable at first, but eventually we're going to realize how like a massive chunk of Eastern Europe is bending over back towards Russia. That's going to probably go on up until Germany, until something severe can happen, or there's like an extreme backlash against it. That's the way I see things unfolding. It's going to be a slow process, but the influence of Russia is going to grow as United States presence in the East is going to wane. And they've already been talking about that, about diminishing their investment in Eastern Europe. And I think that's the real Russian aim in all of this. So yeah, thanks Wyatt for the space. Thank you everyone who's been watching and, tolerating all these ramblings, and remember to share it, because you need to share the suffering and also the enlightenment and knowledge and all of this. Like, share, and subscribe. Send money and support in any way you can, because, this space is having a tough struggle right now. The war of attrition is looking uphill for us right now. But with your support, a lot of grit, and the ancient power of Macedonia, we're going to be able to surpass this storm. So, Slava Ukraini, I'm Yisrechai, Trans Life Matters, and don't censor the channel anymore, YouTube, or we'll all boycott your platform. We're going to all move to Rumble, and then you'll see what's good. Anyway, thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Gabriel. Go on, closing.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say thanks to Wyatt, as always, for providing the platform every week, despite the struggles. And if you like what you see, you need to support Wyatt through Patreon and other ways that aren't connected to YouTube right now, so that he can keep doing the work and we can get ahead of this. Let's see. It was a good conversation. It was a long show, which we hadn't done in a while. So it was kind of fun.
2 hours of Macedonia.
Yeah, exactly. But, I think this week's going to be interesting. I think you should keep an eye on like the Lehman Yampel Seversk axis. I think there's going to be a lot happening there. Obviously Kupiansk is, I think, 65%, occupied by the Russians to one degree or another. So, something might happen there. Then obviously anywhere else, you got Pokrovsk and Komar and, Orkiv area. So, but I think the Seversk Lehman Yampel axis is the one to watch this week. I think it's going to be interesting. And, I think as far as the things Trump says, it doesn't really matter to the Russian army. You can see if you watch, which you should be watching, Wyatt's situation reports and frontline changes. There are some slow days, it's at 10 kilometer days, but really, I'd say through the week, they're averaging 20 to 30 kilometers a day, just depending on where they're at. And this is key terrain being taken. It's not just random stuff. The Ukrainians are throwing everything they got. We'll see what happens over the next few weeks. But like I said, just watch that sector. Obviously stuff can happen anywhere else. There's always opportunity for surprise, but I think that's the area to watch just to see what happens around Sevastopol and Lehman. So y'all have a good week. Take it easy.
Thank you, Vaughn. The voice left closing.
Yeah, so yeah, it was nice nice talking to you guys. I just hope that we didn't waste like fucking hour talking about, some, unrelated topics, like, we should all be aware of our or knowledge, have a knowledge of our history, but also lack thereof. And just keep an open mind. Like I try to keep an open mind about everybody's, existence, I guess. So yeah, I'll try to I will try to contribute to the channel if I can. I've been having trouble. I think I told you about that, Wyatt. I couldn't get I couldn't get on the YouTube. Uh, I don't know. I'll try to figure that out. So yeah, I just hope that channel stays. It's a great platform, and yeah, I just hope someday that we will organize a tour bus across the Ukraine, and I think you should like find out the route that how we should go through all the cities, and post that on your war channel or something. So till next time, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, voice love. Voin. Oh, yeah. Okay, never
No
mind.
problem.
Voin.
No problem. Well, just like my namesake said, probably a meeting sometime in future of the DPA talkers would be interesting. Would be difficult to agree upon a spot on Earth where we would meet best. Maybe Singapore. That's the origin of all of it. Thanks, Wyatt, for the platform. I think you're doing a good service to well, us talkers, but also to listeners. I see that we have lost some numbers of viewers, at least live viewers. I'm not sure if these were bots who didn't transition to the new channel yet, or just random viewers who get the video in their feed, and then now they don't get it yet, maybe. But I think that the regular viewers are loyal people who like to listen for random rambling of strangers for hours. I think they got the gist of it, and they are still on. Hopefully the numbers will get back or better even. So what else to say? Yeah, support Wyatt any way you can. Like, subscribe, and share. And I think we have a lot of different topics and a lot of entertainment, and also some current topics that are always discussed. And the interesting part is also that everybody can join. So please join and make us a bigger crowd. Thanks and good night. See you again next week, maybe. Well, good week to everybody.
Thank you, Voin. Desi, closing.
Yeah, thank you, Wine. I'll just bounce off of what Wine said. Is like, this is a very special community. DPA, there really is no other channel or group out there that discusses the current events, the current relevant events that happen in the world. Um, in voice chat and Telegram, we keep discussing, at the very least, DPA in the coming years, it will be like a good time capsule of what the collective zeitgeist, our collective zeitgeist of that particular week, of that particular year would be like. And so I would say, support us in any way that you can, whether it's like, becoming part of Wyatt's Patreon. As you know, YouTube hasn't been the kindest host to our community, but through Patreon you can directly support Wyatt and ensure that he can provide this platform for all of us to come and speak. And talking of which, do come on, come over and speak your mind. Like especially the ones who are only chat in in chat, come over, speak to us. And after you're done talking in the open mic, come over to our Telegram channel or the WhatsApp group channel that is there for all our speakers. It's a wild ride. It's a bit more wild, but we keep discussing. It's a good community, believe me. So yeah, help us in any way you can. It's been a relatively milder week than some of the previous ones in terms of the news broadcast. I don't know if you guys discussed this or not, or I missed it. A relevant thing also happened in the Gulf where Turkey and Egypt, recently they were rivals, but then they have joined hands to support the Freedom Flotilla, and they are going to provide warships. So interesting things are happening everywhere, and as Juan had already said, including in the Ukrainian front. So yeah, just keep watching, keep arriving to DPA to discuss what you watch, and keep being awesome. So yeah, take care. Thank you, Wyatt.
Thank you, Desi. Thank you. So it's my turn to do closing. So thank you everyone for watching this super long session of the DPA Open Mic, episode 147, where we do not only have drama in the United Nations, but we also have drama on the DPA Open Mic. And I don't have much to add. I'm running very low on energy, so I need to quickly go and do the frontline changes report. I haven't do the mapping yet, so need to quickly go and do that before I die. And you guys are all Macedonians. So anyway, thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys. And also thank you for all the super chats, for all the support for to keep this show running. And I think I found a good formula, by the way. For bringing the old channel subscribers over, which is I will start the stream on the old channel maybe 1 hour, 2 hours in, and let it run for 2 hours, and then I'll end the stream, but then I can redirect and rate the new channel with so it seems to work. Let's see how that goes. And if next time if this works, then next time if the new channel is monetized, then we can do this with the main channel to use the main channel and to rate it into the new open mic channel. But let's see how that goes. So hopefully you guys watching watching this on YouTube, go over to the new channel to subscribe. If you're already on the new channel, make sure you are subscribed. And I don't want to add too much, and I'll go to drop the outro, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye guys.
Share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Just take space. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, DPA, we are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they grow. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, share the line. In the arena of thoughts we find a stand, lovers yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, creating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand.